9 over 10.
I think because there's no ice, probably 8.
8.
If that's 9.
It will be 10. Oh. 8. 7 because di na malamig. Siguro kung natikman na lang na may ice to, baka may mag-10 sa kanila. I-ask natin sila isa-isa kung ano yung nagustuhan nila sa 5. So,
I like sweet food, so this one.
so this is the most
halo.
one you like it.
Yeah, the halo.
So for you,
Also, the best one is halo halo.
so halo din. Halo also.
Yeah.
So sa mga Filipino fans, supportahan nyo kami and see you sa S3.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from out, we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta show them. We ain't got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
that
pace.
we the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from out, we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. Highlight.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control
awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. It's to the moment the sky rain down.
Which is his name? I found it! The real wire! Don't sniff the real wire! Hurry up!
where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 HOK 팀에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 육페이라고 합니다. 오랜만에 글로벌 여기 투어에 진출해서 너무 기쁘고요. 다들 잘하는 선수들이랑 겨룰 수 있어서 되게 즐거울 것 기대되는 기분입니다. 일단 HOK 글로벌이 런칭되고 나서 처음으로 나가는 큰 대회라서 사람들의 관심도나 그런 것도 되게 높아진 것 같고 다른 외국 선수들의 실력도 엄청 증가한 것 같아서 되게 재밌을 것 같다고 노바가 가장 어려운 상대일 것 같고요. 연습 경기 해봤을 때 가장 잘한다고 느껴서 노바가 가장 어렵다고 생각했고 만나고 싶은 상대도 노바인 것 같습니다. 그 두 팀들도 상당히 잘하는 팀으로 생각되는데 지금 저희 실력도 충분히 그들과 경쟁할 수도 있던 상대라고 생각해서 충분히 좋다고 생각됩니다. 농심은 빠르게 판단해서 공격하는 게 되게 장점인 것 같고요. 각자 선수들이 조금 다들 피지컬이 좀 좋은 편이라서 빠르게 판단이 가능합니다. 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 열심히 좋은 경기력으로 보답하겠습니다.
Emerge where you're needed. Fight separately. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Hello guys, I'm AJ and my agent is AG6 and I'm from Team Elevate, Jungle Role. For our preparations for this tournament, we're scrimming and reading the teams. For me, we need to add something special for our practices and more execute of discipline because sometimes we're struggling of communicating something happen on the map, yeah, something like that. For me, we're not putting any pressure on ourselves. We're just playing good and have fun. I think Blacklist because the community of Blacklist and I think Blacklist is the most favorite winning on this tournament. I think they show Filipino players on Hawk. I think the aggressive plays and the mechanics. Because Filipinos players is the most aggressive in mobile games, I think. For me, it's exciting because there's many Filipino people there that will supporting us. Yeah, so it will boost our confidence and moral.
Hello, my name is Teguh, aka Psycho from BTR Esports. It's good already because we a lot more practice because this is important to us. I feel excited right now because we want to show to our country how strong Indonesia. The preparation more perfect, like more hard, like we scream a lot, like not like before. So we have a new player, like mid laner right now, so we more a lot of practice. AG and Nova because they're so strong. I want to beat them. I think good luck and have fun, guys.
Defeat. Hello guys, welcome back to my
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person, here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
Mabuhay and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3 in the Philippines!
Are looking to kind of equalize in terms of that. Oh my gosh, they're continuing. Oh, big moment. That's a big kill. Danny, he pushes on. He dies for the effort, but as long as they get the kill, this is a big win for the side of RWE Ruffle Era. Rushing in, trying to find him. The world is my board, slowing it down. The battlefield command is going to be just barely enough, but Danny goes down. And it looks like they've got even more with Bilal as well. Dow now just being this monster, chasing it down. They don't care how many towers you have.
Needs the push, and then the side of Genji get this.
Oh my god!
Oh, Mitsuri with the crucial kill pack to improve on Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in that belt? It's definitely a start.
Which is a snip? I found it! The real wire! Don't snip the real wire! Hurry up!
feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
Welcome back. It is day number 2 of our Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3, all the way here in Manila, Philippines. It's a big honor to have the second day. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and today I have someone new with me. It is none other than Sir Cloud. How are you doing, man?
I'm great, man. Well, I kind of defected from the Bahasa stream, but glad to be here. Glad to be here. And we have a lot of amazing matches today. And speaking about amazing, day 1. Man, what a day it was, especially the comeback game.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty heart-wrenching for all the Filipino fans, right? Elevate, I mean, it was a last gasp winner, and then suddenly it was a reverse sweep. And that was the end of Group A. But today we'll be starting with Group D. Now, Group D, we already seen how Nongshim was performing yesterday, and I have to say, they really surprised me, so I have new expectations for them today as they go up against the champion seed from Indonesia, BIGETRON.
Yes, and also we have Elevate that will be playing later today as well, going up against the hometown heroes, Blacklist International. And I must say, their performance yesterday, well, defied odds. They were the ones who came up with the comeback game, and it was, and they awarded themselves as well with extra $500 and also some for the other teams or for the other players. My oh my, I guess there will be a lot more expectation today from them against Blacklist.
Yeah, Mitsura, I mean, with that annihilation of a lifetime, it's just day 1, right? And we have a Dragon Slayer already. But first and foremost, if you want the best quality, let's talk a little bit about Infinix GT20 Pro. This is the official gaming phone that we're using in this competition itself. If you're looking for the best quality, you want to be the top of your game, you have to get this phone, give it a try as well. And if you have some time, you can actually go and buy the phone. I think there's some offers that you can have as well. So with that being said, later on we'll touch a little bit more about what the Dragon Slayer is. But let's talk a bit about the groups first. Group D, of course, starting here. What is your expectation of how that series is going to go?
Ooh, I think this is going to be a pretty tight series, honestly. I know Impunity, they haven't had the best of games before this, but hey, they're not a new name. They have played in the KIC before, as an org at least, and they have that experience of going to offline tournaments, so I believe that they'll be able to pull off a surprise today.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think they have always shown that they are championship material. Now, this is what they're fighting for, right? A total of 300,000 USD as the prize pool. Champions take the lion's share of 100,000 USD. Second place gets 50. Third and fourth get 25. 15 for 58. And of course, 9 to 12, they will get $10,000 worth in USD as well. So that's a lot of money to be given to the team's winners as well. And for every steal that you have of the Tempest Dragon, namely known as the Dragon Slayer, is $500 for the player that makes it and $100 for each of the team members. That's a lot of money.
Oh, that is absolutely a lot of money there. And pretty much every team will get at least a piece of the prize pool. So there's a lot for the teams on the line as well, because you don't want to end up like with 10,000 US dollars when you can go for 100 US dollars. And in case you just join us for whatever reason and you want to know which group is where your favorite team is at, here are our groupings here, Group A, B, C, and D. And just to remind everyone, only the top two from each group will move on to the next round.
Yeah, today Group B will be taking a break. It's going to be Group A, C, and D. We're going to have Impunity against Kagendra from Group C. Group D is going to be our starting game and starting series. It's going to be Nongshim going up against BTR. And finally, we'll close the day with Elevate going up against Blacklist. A classic match, right? All the way from the Philippines qualifier. Now they are on the main stage. So let's see how it's going to go for all three groups.
Oh man, I can't wait for today, especially after watching how some of the teams have performed yesterday, especially NS RedForce, who put on a great performance. These are the timings here on screen in case you want to know exactly when your favorite team will be playing, but it is a rolling schedule. So if games end earlier, we will start the next match earlier. So you might want to stay through the entire broadcast so you don't miss out on some of your favorite games.
Oh, for sure, right? This is not something you want to miss out on, especially if you are a fan of any one of these teams. And of course, who says you have to be a fan of one of these teams? You can be a fan of every team or more than one for sure, right? So first series of the day, Impunity going up against Kagendra. Impunity, of course, champions of the wildcard seed, wildcard region as well. They will be going up against the second seed in Indonesia, which is going to be Kagendra. Now, I think Kagendra has had quite a bit of time and experience already. How does this measure up to the long-standing experience that Impunity already has?
Yeah, this is where I do believe that Impunity can put up a good performance. But before we talk a little bit more about that, this is a bit of a recap of whatever happened yesterday. So the Dragon Slayer that you mentioned earlier on, Mitsura backed himself $500 US, and every of his teammates got $100 US each. And how he got this was because towards the later stages of the game, 20 minutes onwards, he came with a crucial kill theft, or it could be a miraculous comeback, either one of these, and the team and that individual will gain extra moolah.
Yeah, so this legendary play unlocks the Dragon Slayer achievement, right? Earning him and his team the King's Moment rewards. This is something special that we have. It's a program that celebrates game-changing performances in the most critical moments. So 500 for him, $100 each. You know what? I was part of Elevate for a little bit. I'm kidding. So we'll see how their performance is going to be like today, right? First series of the day, what are your expectations?
Oh man, well, we talked about this even before the show started, right? I do believe that Impunity can pull off something this time around, even before the group draw came about. And looking at the group draw, I believe that Impunity can do it. But of course, it's Kagendra that we're talking about. Indonesia, they have a good track record on the international stage. In the last tournament, an Indonesian team went all the way to the grand final, so there will be a certain level of expectation for them to perform as well.
Oh, for sure. I think they don't want to disappoint their home crowd as well. I think a lot of hope has been placed onto KAGENDRA from the home crowd. Let's take a look at the introduction of the teams itself. Impunity Esports, a long-time standing champion all the way from the wildcard region as well. All of their players, very experienced, and I think today is the day they want to prove themselves to the world.
Oh yeah, Impunity Esports, they have to do it. It's been multiple seasons now that the teams have been truly supporting them, but then again, their performance not as consistent as some of the fans would hope for. Here we have them, Impunity Esports players.
Yeah, so they will take the stage. I think they won't be suffering from stage fright, right? They are too experienced to have nerves affected by playing live in front of like hundreds of fans as well. And I think maybe the question is, we need to take a look at their opponents, right? How does their opponent in KAGENDRA deal with the situation? Now they're in a foreign land and going up against a very strong contender.
Yeah, their opponents, KAGENDRA, hailing from Indonesia. Now they have included some new players here, including Lu. They got him on loan from Sem9. Before this, Sem9 unfortunately did not make it to this stage, so the players are obviously available. Hence, they took the opportunity to take Lu as a support player. I believe that he will be playing in the lineup later.
Oh yes, you know what? KAGENDRA is a team that I have had very high expectations. Right, 0-0, I like his Marco Polo, and of course, V-Raw, it's his signature heroes, the Tun, the Luna as well. It's something that I really expect high quality coming out from KAGENDRA. And of course, with that being said, Tengku is actually one of my favorite mid players that has come out of the Indonesia region. Right, his Mai is something that is so spectacular. Hopefully, today we get to see a stellar performance coming out from the boys of KAGENDRA.
Yes, there will be expectations from both of these teams, so it will be interesting to see if they are able to perform. Of course, these two teams, they are no stranger to offline matches, facing a crowd, looking at their fans, supporting them, getting the energy from them. Now it's more of them to be, are they able to translate that energy into their performance in game?
Yeah, and this is heavily affected by the new format, which is going to be the global ban pick, right? This was first forefronted by KPL in 2018, and this time for Season 3 is going to touch our shores here. And with that, what it means is that you can only use a hero once in every series. So if you pick it, you win, or you lose, you can't use it again.
Oh, that is a really good point, right, Ken? Like, we saw how that affected teams yesterday. Like, some of the teams, they put out a comfy draft on game number 1, and then we can see that they start to not be comfortable on game 2 onwards just because they can't pick some of their favorite heroes, or their favorite heroes are being banned out and the hero pool shrank. So this will be a test to all these teams at this stage with this sort of format.
Yeah, every single hero pick needs to hit the mark, right? We've seen teams pick up the Algren yesterday. We've seen them pick up the Arlie, the Lady Sun. Didn't work out, and it did cause them a little bit of pain. So today, I think it's even more important for both Impunity and KAGENDRA to make sure that their liked picks, right, their favorite picks do make the difference in the series itself. They need to make sure they get the wins.
Yep, the wins are definitely important because you don't want to be the team that had to depend onto other teams' performers to see whether you are able to move on to the next stage. So starting it off good is important. The good thing about these two teams is that they start on day number 2, so at least they get to feel how it is on day number 1. They get to see like maybe some of the hot picks or some of the meta picks, or maybe learn a thing or two from the teams that played yesterday.
Yeah. Now, this is the first series for Group C, so it's something that is going to be of utmost importance for Nova. They're third contender in Group C as well. This is going to be a learning experience for them, right? How does Impunity draft? How does KAGENDRA draft? And with these drafts that they have come up for the entire series, how do they execute it? What are the weak points? What are the strengths? And what should they avoid or maybe focus on as well?
Yeah, and just to add on as well, within their group, they have Nova Esports. I mean, Nova Esports, S-tier team, a lot of expectations for them. So for these two teams inside of the same group as Nova Esports, they have to have a really, really good start. So winning between these two teams is going to set the tone for Group C.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I would see it as a death battle at this point, right? Winner of this series essentially locks in their position in the first two spots that will make it over to the knockout stages, right? Because let's be honest, Nova is a hard team to beat.
Yeah, and even if you look at the content that is put out, interviews from the other players as well, everyone looks highly onto Nova Esports. Now, if any of you fans of Nova Esports or you want to check out how Nova Esports will be playing, they are not playing today. They'll be playing tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you check back again by then. But for now, of course, we're going to put focus onto Impunity versus KAGENDRA. What do you think are some of the hot picks that might come up?
I think the hot picks, we might see the Lady Soon and main combination as well. And I think DRNG actually made quite a showing yesterday based on how the teams were playing with them. Right now, the question for me is, since it's day 2, right, everyone has seen the bans, will Mai be finally allowed into the hero pool this day?
Oh man, Mai. Hard ban onto Mai all the way yesterday. And Mai is a very slick character, right? Like, lots of movement, high mobility, able to poke at the mid lane from the early stage, able to rotate really, really fast. It makes absolute sense for teams to ban out Mai.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the new cooldown reduction onto Mai allows her to use Kachosen pretty much almost every single time with no punishment at all. A lot of movement to deal with. So maybe today is still not Mai's day, right? But regardless, I think I want to take a look at how the bans will be like, because we've seen two styles of banning yesterday. Vitality, I think what they did was to ban against the signature heroes of Alpha 7, while other teams focus more on, okay, what affects our draft instead. So let's see how this plays out, right? Impunity and KAGENDRA, what kind of ball game do they want to play?
Yep, and just to point out as well, based on yesterday's games, we saw a lot of Dharma as well, so I expect that to be one of the hot picks. Algran, Yixing is going to be a hot pick as well. Speaking about picks, we're going to go on to the draft for game number 1.
All right, this time it's going to be Impunity on the blue side, meaning they will start the ban first. Impunity, as you all know, long-standing team, right? From the region of Myanmar, coming out of the wildcard qualifiers. I actually have to say, the one player that catches my eyes is X-Hero. I think X-Hero has been very consistent for the side of Impunity, and I think he might be the difference maker for this team if they were to take this series against KAGENDRA. They will start off their first ban with the idea.
Yeah, and there you go. As what we expected, the Mai will not see the light of day again, and it makes absolute sense, like how we have explained earlier on. Some of the other hot bans that I would expect could probably even be the Yixing, but is it going to be worthwhile to ban out the Yixing? Maybe not. If not, then Dharma could be a consideration since it's one of the hot picks yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I think teams would not prefer to ban out the Yixing. Yixing actually is pretty squishy as well, and he's not as mobile, right? So it's pretty easy to catch him if you get your positioning right. Right now, Impunity, they're going to start off with the Dun. This is a very signature pick coming out from Impunity, right? They like to go for the heavy tanks. And with the recent patches as well, Dun is able to sustain so much longer. And knowing the likes of KAGENDRA though, it might be in KAGENDRA's favor because KAGENDRA loves the late game.
Yeah, and if you pick a Dune, basically you have a really, really big, tanky hero, can go onto the front line, can initiate fights. So as a support player, you can pick some other enchanter type of heroes or magical type of heroes. So you can protect from the backline instead. That gives them a bit of flexibility in terms of choosing their next roamer.
Yeah, in fact, all the protection can actually be landing on to their farm lane, right? So this is something that Impunity now has created for themselves. At the same time, it could also be used for the roam to complement that catch mechanic coming out from Dun with the Unruly Blade as well. It looks like Yixing, it will be in the hands of Impunity.
Oh, yep, there you go with the Yixing pick. And it's going to be really, really annoying at the mid lane stage and also at the early stages. And Zhang Fei is being picked up by KAGENDRA, big beefy guy, opening up fights in front with the Unbridled Outburst. But the only thing about the Unbridled Outburst is that it takes so much to have it enabled because you have to complete the Madness stack before he's able to use the Unbridled Outburst. So KAGENDRA, they have to be really, really smart on when they will be able to engage.
Yep, Lu, I think he's definitely needs to save that Leaping Savior or use the Leaping Savior as much as he can before he unleashes the Beast. And of course, with that being said, his prior target will probably be the Lady Sun or maybe even Yixing as well, because I don't think it's a good idea to kind of chase down the Dun. Now, Impunity, they recognize the weakness of their draft, which is huge burst, right? Yixing and Lady Sun can be taken out, so the Garden mode is out of the picture, but there's still potential of big burst heroes coming in from the side of KAGENDRA.
And for KAGENDRA, yeah, I mean, you have a lot of good options, right, for big bursty heroes. Even if you want to go for like the Hano, I would say, or if you want to go for a bit more a safe option, just because you have the Zhang Fei at the front line, you can go for a Moser who's able to dish out stuns from the back just to give extra support towards the front while Ali dishes out the damage. You can go for that as well. But they went for the Shi instead.
Yeah, and to complement that, they actually banned out the Zhuangzi as well. So this means that Impunity, there's no get out of jail free card, right? If Dharma actually gets his Truth Mantra down, that possibly is no escape unless you pick up the Purify common spell, which I don't think is worth it at this point. Now, Impunity, they pick up the Mayin. I like this pick. It's a little bit more robust than what KAGENDRA is offering right now.
Wow, okay, beefy, tanky heroes picked up by Impunity. Not only they have the Dune, but they have the Landfall. Arguably, these are the two tankiest heroes that you could get in a single lineup. So they will be able to sustain in fights very, very well. KAGENDRA, they pick up the Algran. Algran could go for a tanky build as well, so they can match up to Impunity. So he will be matched up, or will be combined together with Zhang Fei's tankiness to try to absorb as much damage as possible.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little bit worried about KAGENDRA's lineup now. I feel like they might not have enough damage, because Impunity's lineup, not only do they have defensive measures, they can turn it straight away into a counter-attack, right? Lianpo, he eats maybe some of the skills coming out from the Dharma, and suddenly he uses that Tremor Smash, gets into the back line, and your defenses really exposed. Impunity, Dun, Ashing can just jump in with Unruly Blade anytime, and if Xiaoling gets the chessboard of a lifetime, it's not going to look pretty for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, and heroes like Zhang Fei, they require to go in and out, and if you get the board in, it's going to be really, really difficult for Zhang Fei to be mobile. Arlie, they have a lot of expectations for Ali this time, for him to dish out all the damage. Yes, Dharma can substitute, but it's not going to be enough if it's only him, so they have to keep Ali as safe as possible. I believe that will be the main purpose of Zhang Fei for KAGENDRA's draft.
Yep, Lu actually has a very tough task. He needs to make sure that Lanfeng actually gets as much farm as possible, because if Lanfeng does not come online, KAGENDRA have no damage, right? They're going to be placing a lot of emphasis and hope for that Truth Mantra, which in the early game might not be as effective, right? We all know the danger of a late game Dharma, but Lanfeng needs to amp up his farm. He needs to make sure he does not die. So Lu needs to take special care with this usage of Zhang Fei as well.
And if you were to look at these two drafts, I would say I do agree with Impunity having the better draft, a little bit more balance onto them, and they have a good lockdown with the Yixing as well. So what do you think? Do you think it's still Impunity based on the draft?
I think this all falls down onto one particular decision, which is the invasion, right? How many camps can you steal away from the opponent? Ogren is best known for being able to enter the jungle early and win in those level 1 fights, right? So if KAGENDRA chooses to take a look at playing to that strength, maybe KAGENDRA can kind of win the early game and snowball out of control before they hit the stride on the side of Impunity. But if that does not happen, and example, Lanfeng dies early in the game, it's not going to be an easy game for KAGENDRA at all.
And that's the fist bump here, ladies and gentlemen. And now, here it is again, the summary of players and also heroes that will be brought into the game. It's going to be a tough fight for sure. Impunity and also KAGENDRA expect it to be big this time. A team that has a lot of experience playing in multiple tournaments as we get into game number 1 of day number 2.
All right, so day number 2, expectations are high for both teams. Now they're representing very different regions, right? This is the wildcard region coming out from Impunity and Indonesia region coming out from KAGENDRA. Now this first skirmish looking a little bit more spicy because Impunity, I think they want to allow as much farm going into Up's hands as possible. And this is one of the big win conditions, right? If you can win that farm lane gold accumulation, essentially you have secured a early to mid game victory.
And the Zhang Fei, we can see him rotating down to the farm lane, so he's just going to play the babysitter role. He's not going to truly help the mid lane. He knows it's a lost cause looking at, oh, okay, the one that show up is Megumi, so you know that you're not going to get much out of the mid lane. Might as well just go to the bottom lane and just try to win it there for your early.
Yeah, for sure. I think Lu taking up the smite as well, he needs to make sure that it is very effective. And here we go. This is the first interaction between the two of them. X-Hero taking quite a bit of damage, right, against Hans. And I think Hans, if he's able to clear the lane earlier, it's going to work much better in his favor. But because of the skill sets on the side of X-Hero, I think that's a difficult task to call for on the side of Hans.
I'm looking at a lot of Impunity players actually grouping up at the top side. Interesting. Okay, so they're going to leave their farm laner exposed for now. Looks like they want to try to win the mid lane again. Bit of an engagement in the middle, but that's just to clear off the minion wave.
Yeah, it is really just to funnel all the farm into Up, right? Right now, Xiaolin's job is just to hold the wave as long as possible so that Up can get as much gold in his pocket. So even though it seems like a very small thing, Lu's positioning here to disallow Up to come down into the farm lane actually matters quite a bit.
Yeah, and we can see this is not your usual play style of like, okay, Lady Sun goes down to the farm lane. Instead, they send Yi Xing down to the farm lane instead. And this is the flexibility that Honor of Kings is able to provide to the players out there. It's just down to the creativity of the players themselves. But speaking about creativity, let's see if they can get something out of this move onto the bottom. But no, it's just to shoo away the players from KAGENDRA.
Okay, now we take a look at the growth of the items, right? Arsing is just a little bit ahead on the side of WeRaw, and that might be a concern for them because if the Toon is able to out-sustain you in the fight, it means your backline is pretty much exposed on the side of KAGENDRA, right? And knowing that they have this composition of Xiaoling with Yi Xing as well, they have to be really careful about how they position in the fights. You can't be dragged too long into a 1v1 fight between tanks.
Oh, but looking at the bottom lane, looks like they're putting a lot of pressure onto Lan Feng, but Lan Feng is well protected. Of course, that is going to be Lu's role to be the bodyguard. As long as he's there, still at the front line, they can't go all in onto Lan Feng.
Yeah, it's one important marker, right? The moment you force Lan Feng to go back home, you won the lane because that's going to be one wave missing, and that's a lot of gold. Hang on.
Oh. X-Hero taking a lot of damage, but he's close with the tower, so should be fine now with that protection. But then again, still a lot of pressure up at the top lane. At the bottom lane, we have Lu here opening up the space, giving information, and they're trying to push back their opponents.
Okay, WeRaw finally has the EXP advantage, and he's making life a little bit difficult for Arsing here. If he gets a steal, that's going to be huge. Right now, I think it's everything hangs in a balance, right? The first mistake made by either side is going to cost them quite a lot. Here we go. This might be the first one.
Yeah, well, it's my board, but looks like they will not continue their engagement. But they managed to bait out the Umbrella Outburst, though, so that is still objective secured, if you ask me. Because right now, the other objectives are up, and the Umbrella Outburst will end its cooldown soon.
Yeah, that's exactly why they didn't go in, right? This is more important than getting a first blood at this point. They need to control the map. And here comes that portal, the teleportation. All 5 members on both sides in this pit.
And here we go. Looking at the movement here by Megumi. Looks like he was at the fight on the front line, goes on to the back line, and Senku has to get away. He cannot be part of the fight again. As Up will get the first blood. Looking at the current situation, Impunity, they lost 2, unfortunately, though Up, he got 1. But they managed to trade it back with Ihans as well. So it's a 2-4-2 without anyone getting the objective.
Yep, so it's a big stalemate at this point, right? But small wins, I think Up, he's the one that got the kills. That's going to amplify his farm quite a lot. Now, they're going to try and put as much pressure as they can onto this farm lane T1. And that's going to create a little bit of space, right? And based on what's happening now, I would say I think Megumi did a very good job with that Tremor Smash as well. Catching the two frontliners, making sure that Shi as well couldn't get off that combination. Now, that's a nice jump by the Dharma as well, but he's caught in the middle of 3 different players on the side of Impunity, and Up is inside those 3 members, which means he's able to deal a ton of damage.
And I really like the Tremor Smash straight onto the back line to control the damage dealers from there, or at least the CCs from the back line. So that was a great move there by Megumi to start it off. And following up from that fight, it looks like they want to try to take that mid tower, but it's not going to be that easy now that they have the rotation coming in from KAGENDRA.
Yeah, once again, they force out the Unbridled Outburst, but KAGENDRA, they've committed. I think they might want to try and force this here. It has to be done. If not, that Unbridled Outburst will be wasted.
Oh, Megumi, he does have the Tremor Smash though. He's going in, and there you go, starting it off, and they'll be able to get one. Looks like Up will get his first kill in this fight. Ashing follows up with another kill. Though KAGENDRA, they got the objective, but they lose so much in this fight.
Dude, Megumi is just so sick, right? He played that to a T simply because he was having control onto reroll. Now, one of the things that's really difficult for Ogryn players is the fact that, hey, you have your Death's Precipice, you have the Path of Passing, you get the heals, you get the Seer State as well. But if you're controlled up, that's actually the biggest weakness of Ogryn. If you get controlled, there's nothing much an Ogryn can do. So Megumi did his job fantastically, took the attention and put it on himself, but at the same time opened so much room for Up to just go and lay the pain.
Now, some people might say that, whether it's worthwhile to go for it and then just to lose 3 players. I would say if you lose up to 3 players, it's definitely not going to be worth it. So it's a great work by Impunity, I must say.
Oh yeah, for sure. And look at the map now, right? Once again, it splits up the lineup of KAGENDRA. They have to try and funnel the farm into whoever is available. At the same time, while they're busy scrambling to try and make sense of the map, Up is already farming lanes up and down.
Oh, here we go. Megumi, he does have the Tremor Smash though. He can U-turn at any point of time. Well, is my board activated? But Shaolin will get it. And now they want to go for another kill. Weira will get Megumi. That is a big target there. So right now, Impurity, they cannot engage. But they still have Ashing though. But if you have only 4 players with other towers to take, why not change the objective?
Yep, Impunity showing off their composure and their experience as well, right? They actually wasted the Unbridled Outburst from Lu. It only hit that Crimson Golem, right? It didn't hit anyone else. And they had this misunderstanding that, you know what, maybe it's time to go all in. And they walked straight into Xiaoling's The World is My Chessboard. And it was a big moment because Impunity, if you give them such a chance, they never miss.
Oh, a bit of a teaser there by X-Hero. But be careful not to be caught. He's giving a lot of vision though towards his other teammates, but look at what's happening at the bottom lane. Up is pressuring the bottom lane together with Ashing, and now they're dominating the bottom jungle side.
Yep, he's 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart Lan Feng here, and it's not looking pretty because the T2 on the mid is going to be taken down. This is a lot of vision taken away from KAGENDRA and a lot of safety as well.
Oh, and here we have it, Xiaolin alone right in front of Lu, but just opening up the vision, opening up the jungle. They're not allowing KAGENDRA to come out. They're choking KAGENDRA back.
Yep, that's a dwindling of resources as well. Every single camp that they take away from the side of KAGENDRA actually amplifies the farm so much. Weeraw now, he's in a very tight position. Yes, he does have Blood Rage, but it's going to take a lot more because Megumi has been on him this entire game.
Now I'm going to put focus onto the top tower. There's nothing much that KAGENDRA can do right now. I mean, you kind of think about it like how KAGENDRA is going to initiate. Yes, you have Lu with the Unbridled Outburst at this moment, but you need to have a good position for him to be able to use the Unbridled Outburst well, and also the position of his other teammates. Without that, it could be wasteful.
Yep, it's difficult, right? Because now Daybreaker has been completed by Up, so that's a ton of damage, right? The 3 core items, Shadow Ripper with the Eternity Blade as well. So he's already having critical damage. He's has a lot of attack speed as well. But more importantly, if we take a look at Megumi's lineup, in terms of itemization, he's really close towards that Frigid Charge, which means his Tremor Smash is going to be evolved into a much more dangerous beast, because when he uses that ultimate, he gets to freeze them at that space as well. So it's not a pretty picture on the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, on top of that, he does have a 1 level gap with Lu as well. So that's a comparison. just to see how big the gap is between the two teams. Now, it looks like they're going to start it off again. And Brighter Outburst will be used. He is tanky enough. He'll be able to withstand inside of the box, but that's as much as he can do.
Yep, Weeraw is going to try, but pushed away once again by Megumi.
Oh, Ashin got it. And now time to engage. Nope, they're going to play the patience game. They're going to wait for the next wave to come up before they push in.
Yep, they're just too tanky, right? On the side of Impunity, not only are they tanky, they have damage as well. Now, Weeraw, he may be getting caught. He has to play this really, really safe. Impunity, 4-man strong on the top lane. This could be the first breaking entry into that T3 on the base of KAGENDRA.
And without the Brighter Outburst, it's going to be hard for Lu to truly engage. At most, he's able to provide shields to his teammates, but that's pretty much about it. He's just a Guardian right now until he's able to stack up his madness.
Yep, the only solution for the side of KAGENDRA now, I think it's really just buy time, right? We want to see that potential comeback, similar to how Elevate did it. Every single minute that they are able to drag is a big marker for a potential turnaround, but it's so difficult.
Oh, and here we go. It's going to be difficult for Weeraw, and Weeraw taken out by Up. And they will take down the tower as well. But from the side, we have IHans all the way in. This is going to be their trump card right now. But IHans is not able to get much out of that engagement. A lot of damage from the side of Impunity. They not only took down the tower, but they took down 2 from KAGENDRA.
Yep, that's a perfect positioning coming out from Impunity, right? Up nowhere to be seen, which at this stage of the game is a beauty, right? At the same time, all the different members on the side of Impunity, they have spaced themselves out so cleanly that you can't really get all of them at one go. Once again, Megumi, the MVP currently in my eyes, managing to control not just Weeraw, but on the back lines, getting Senku as well. So there's no countermeasure available from the side of KAGENDRA. Yes, they can tank through some of the damage, but there's no damage that they can offer on their side as well.
Yeah, Megumi sacrificed himself, which is absolutely fine. I mean, that's what support does, so has to do what he has to do. But anyway, he has the teammates, won the fight, got a couple of kills, so it's worthwhile for Impunity. Now they're going to put focus onto the bottom lane. The tower is open, and they will easily take down the tower unchallenged by KAGENDRA.
Yep, T3 on the bot going to be taken down as well. It needs a little bit more time for the side of KAGENDRA. But with that being said, I think Impunity, they can't be too relaxed as well, right? They need to kind of push them into a very uncomfortable situation here. X-Hero may be playing with fire a little bit too much here.
Oh, from the side! They should be able to get 3 of them. And here's World is my board. Activator managed to get 2 within it. How are the other teammates able to save them? The answer is no. Weeraw will be the one to fall.
Yeah, big moment here. Weeraw being the main tank, and IHans, he tries his best. Not gonna happen here. There is only Lu, the solo tanker for the team. But is he able to take damage from 5 different members on the side of Impunity?
That was IHans just throwing it all on the deck there. They know that it's going to be hard for them to make that comeback. But speaking about comebacks, if there was a moment, it will be right now. But Impunity will say no to it as they take home game number 1.
Beautiful performance by Impunity. They definitely have shown that they still have the standards, still have the composure, and definitely have the experience to take this series against KAGENDRA. Now it's just game number 1, so we don't take a look at, hey, this is the final result. But I think Impunity definitely has shown that they're ready. They came to play.
Oh yeah, Impunity with the draft, and even before we went into the game, we did talk about our predictions on the draft, and you did mention that you're worried the fact that KAGENDRA did not have enough damage, and it was shown inside the game.
That is difficult, right? Because we know Impunity to be a team that is very clean, very calculated. Every single camp that they take it with a calculated risk. They know that, hey, at this point, KAGENDRA shouldn't fight us, or KAGENDRA can't fight us. And if they do, we still win. So I think it's really just a management of risk. And KAGENDRA, if they can identify where that entry point is, to kind of stake their hearts on the side of Impunity, it could be a better series on the side of game number 2.
Yeah, and the tough part is that because they have Megumi, and also they have the Dune, which is 2 tanky heroes. So basically, even if you found an entry point, you need to face off against either one of them. They could put themselves in a position where, okay, you take one side, I take the other side. If I need backup, come in with the Tremor Smash. So it was very, very difficult. We saw how many times that Hans, he tried to go from the back. He tried to find the opening, but the moment he went in, he got deleted.
Yeah, exactly. It also comes down to the positioning on the side of the players on the side of Impunity, right? At any given situation, the maximum number of players you can catch is actually 2 or 3, and most of the time, Up is not there. And Up already has the full 6-stack items, 12,000 in the bank, and still going for defensive measures with the Ominous Premonition as well. So there was a lot of survivability, but a lot of killing ability coming out from Up. So a very impressive game, and actually, the one that dealt the most damage was Xiaolin. 36% with 100,000 worth of hero damage. I mean, that's insane.
Oh yeah, that is a lot. It just shows how involved Xiaolin is within all those team fights. Right? Yes, we did talk a lot about Megumi's involvement, and if we look at his tanked damage, it is obviously a lot, but Xiaolin definitely deserves a mention there. And if we were to look at like the graph here, it was kind of 50-50 at the start, but the moment we saw like I believe it was, the first dragon, then that is where it all went up.
Yeah, the fight where I think Megumi was able to catch up both Weeraw as well as Senku, I think that also gave them a kind of inkling like, hey, we should do this more often, right? So now, the one that's going to do this more often, the MVP, Xiaolin, doing such a good job with the War is My Chessboard. Beautiful plays, catching all 5 members. And if you notice, at that last moment, the members of Kagendra, they were so near yet so far from the fountain, they couldn't go back to base. Called out, deleted, aced right as the game went to an end.
Oh man, that reminds me of my last relationship. So near yet so far. But yeah, I would say my personal MVP would be Megumi as well. I believe not only defensively, but offensively, how he opens up the fight with the Tremor Smash, how he picks his target, how he chooses the backline as his priority target. That was also a very important move for Megumi to allow his other teammates to win fights.
Yep, and if you take a look at it, I think the main concern Impunity were having was actually the amount of control that he had on the side of Kagendra, right? Which was why Megumi was just saving all his skills and common spells primarily to catch Weeraw and Senku. He actually didn't go for Lanfeng at all, and it was the other members' job to actually go for him. You can see X-Hero actually is the one responsible for chasing the backlines, and the rest of the team, it's really just, hey, if you see the opportunity, grab that farm lane, right? And I think we have to give a shout out to Hans. I think we really appreciate his gameplay, right? Hans, he had the idea, but there was just no way to do it.
Yeah, by that time it was too late. I mean, the gold gap, the level gap, it's difficult, even if it engages. Like now we can see on screen here, he got one, which was Megumi, but I mean, that is the role of a tank, right? You have to absorb as much damage as possible, but he's not able to get more out of that. And they have a secondary tank in Asing, and that is how he could not do much, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's a first game of the series here. Impunity taking things, no holds barred, no bosses as well, right? They are the boss, they are the CEO, they dictate what happens in this game. And Kagendra, they need to pull up their socks if they want to change the state, because right now, I think it's looking like Impunity go full throttle. They have so much confidence and very clean gameplay. Kagendra, I think they have a lot of work to do, because now there's no more Organ. There's no more Organ, there's no more Arlie. That's a bunch of tank and burst damage gone.
Yep, and there's no more Lianpo as well. So Megumi, let's see what kind of heroes are they going to pick. They had a double tank composition earlier on. If they want to go for another very tanky composition like how we saw earlier, I don't think there'll be enough heroes. So they might resort to doing something different this time. Maybe more of like assassin-ish, a damage type, fast-paced movement, mobility to the backline, those sort of kind of things.
Yeah, Weeraw, give us your Luna, give us your Jing, give us the Indonesian special, right? We've seen them during the qualifiers, we've seen them since last year, and maybe that could be the formula that brings them one step closer to tying the series up. That's my expectation, that's what I know of Kagendra, and I think this is still some similar points of what we have seen Kagendra from the last time, which is Kagendra likes to play for the late game, right? So let's see if Kagendra does have something up their sleeves, maybe try a different draft, and maybe put a little bit more focus onto just dwindling the amount of farm that Up can get, because he was just bathing in gold the entire match.
If you say that Kagendra likes to play for the late game, maybe Impunity might be thinking the same as well. They might want to go for heroes that dominate like the early to mid game. Heroes like Lam, for example, who's very mobile, who's able to go up and down, even to invade jungles or even to just put mental pressure onto his opponents. So perhaps we might see that sort of pick, maybe like the Lam or the Prince of Landing sort of pick that Impunity might want to go for.
Yeah, maybe someone with huge burst or counter attack measures, right? I think that could be the formula that Kagendra can employ to try and turn the series around against Impunity. But you know what? It's easier said than done because, like we mentioned before, Impunity, long-standing team, they have a lot of experience on their side.
Yeah, so I'm sure they have a lot of different kinds of compositions that they can pull up with. One hero that I would expect to be kind of hot as well is going to be Pei. So we have even seen Pei being played on the farm lane yesterday as well, and it worked out well.
Yeah, it was a very strong composition, right? They were trying to cover that weakness, which was if they fail the early game, at least they end up with the late game with 4 tanky members or 3 tanky members with actually quite a bit of damage, right? With the Dun, with the Sunsa as well, a lot of control as well. So let's see what the formula is on this side of Kagendra because they need to figure something out, but they need to figure it quick. You might be surprised at how fast this series can go.
Yeah, but I think that Kagendra can come up with a surprise. Maybe if you like what you say, right? If they like to play the late game, maybe they will come up with a draggy game just for us to go late. Maybe we might even see the Tempest. But of course, they must hold on against Impunity. Now, in order for them to hold on, I believe that was kind of like their idea earlier on in game number 1, and that's why they picked the Zhang Fei just to give them a bit more tankiness as a team and also to buy a bit more time. But then, of course, that didn't really happen because Impunity, they found a fast way to try to counter that. Other options, maybe the Lianpo might fall into the hands of Kagendra this time.
Yeah, I agree. I think Lianpo might be a good pick for them as well. But in terms of the farm lane, I think the hero that suits their playstyle going way back into the late game is probably heroes like the Mengya or heroes like Soyue. But that also places a lot of emphasis on Lu performing well in this game, right? He needs to be able to make sure that he protects his farm lane. Well, Lan Feng, I think he did what he could, right? But with the oppression coming in from Impunity, I mean, this is their signature style. They like to make life extremely difficult. After you give them a taste of the fruit, you let them invade your jungle once, they know that it's possible, they'll keep doing it over and over again. And I think this is something that Kagendra needs to put a stop to.
Yeah, and you guys discussed a bit about Diren J yesterday as well. So, I personally think that Diren J is a very, very good hero. But the thing about Diren J is that it needs a decent amount of protection. So if they can combo the Diren J together with the Lianpo, I think that would be pretty nice.
Yeah, it really is about his second skill, right? That legal immunity. Once he doesn't have that CC immunity available as a kid during fights, it gets a little bit dicey for the Direns here. So they need to make sure that they have someone to cover that gap as well. Now, there's plenty of ways to cover the gap. You can go for the shields, you can go for the heals, or you can just go flat out counter attack, right? I want to see if Elaine is going to make his way into this draft for this second game as well, because I think we have seen pretty stellar performances from iHans on the Elaine as well. But of course, this all depends what kind of draft does IMP have, right? Impunity, they don't give you things for free.
Especially Mai for free.
Yeah.
Expect that to be banned out later on as well. So let's see if that's going to be the case. But honestly, I'd like to see the Mai being played at this stage of the tournament if it was given the opportunity. But nah, Mai Yuhuan is probably going to be taken out.
Interesting. Kagendra don't ban out the Mai. Are they hoping that they will actually get the Mai slip through from the side of Impunity? I mean, they're on blue side, right? So prio pick.
Yeah, I mean, they can force the hands.
Oh, they let it out.
Okay, Mai, yep.
Okay, yep. We knew it, It's going to be Mai's debut game in this Season 3 Invitationals. And of all the people that he can put their hands on it, it's going to be Senku. His signature pick since Season 2 when they appeared. Senku, let's see, can his Mai take the game away from Impunity?
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised. You did mention that it is his signature pick, but who knows? Maybe they have updated data from scrims or from recent third-party tournaments. We don't know, right? So let's see. I'm sure Impunity, they have something up their sleeves as well. Musashi is going to be the next pick by KAGENDRA, so there's a lot of movement, a lot of mobility here, including the Long as well. Wow. Okay, they're going to play a fast-paced game this time.
Yeah, this is a very strong draft. Actually, on both sides, right? So there's decent amount of control. The idea with the Beta Farewell as well, able to get a lot of control, and now they pair it up with the Dharma. So Impunity, I like the strength that they have. And of course, we know, right? Since Season 2, the classic matchup, Musashi against Ogren. Who gets the short end of the stick between the junglers? That is something that's going to be really important. But at the same time, KAGENDRA, because they've been allowed this long, his positioning is of major importance. Lanfeng, if he gets the correct initiation, he's going to control them for days. Mai on Senku's hands, also going to control them for days. And both of these heroes have massive damage.
Yeah, and the fact that Impunity, they picked their I guess when it comes to protecting the farm lane, it's not going to be as effective as having a tank. So Lung could probably poke the farm lane on Impunity's side even more, and he can dominate the farm lane by himself.
Yeah, it looks a bit scary for the side of Impunity, but let's see. Right now they have certain considerations to go through. There is no Durance here, there is no Arlie as well, so there's not a lot of escape mechanisms available coming out from the side. And KAGENDRA, they're going full on up. They will ban out the Soyur as well. Now, they're going to try and pick up something else. Princess Frost in the mid. I liked it a lot, but it's a high risk, high reward hero because they're so mobile on the side of KAGENDRA.
Oh yeah, they are. And whoever they're going to pick for their farm laner needs to be able to take care of himself. So maybe the Shoyu, who's able to stay far away, that could be a good option as well. But he must have the Dharma and Ogren to protect him. Now, Liu Bang will be the next pick for KAGENDRA, and Sakir, who's able to come up with heals for Long to sustain a lot longer on the laning phase.
This is a pretty scary draft coming out from KAGENDRA. I like the thought process behind it, right? Sakir, with the brush, will actually be able to maneuver in and out of fights really quickly, but at the same time also places an opening for Hans to use the battlefield command to come in, get the stun, get the burst as well with the Dominator's shield. And while this is happening, I think it's going to be a very fun time for Senku as well as Lanfeng because they're able to run around like crazy. Now, they have picked up Defang. I think the iframes from the wheel away is good, but is it enough going up against a very controlling lineup from KAGENDRA?
I guess that would be their best option, right? You fight mobility with mobility because normally your opponent might move first and then you move later. Of course, it's very scenario based on whether you got locked down or not. But at least, like what you said, with the wheel away, gives him that option of disengaging from fights by himself in case Ogren and Dharma, they're occupied with fights at the front.
I mean, it's tough, right? Because you only have two escape mechanisms on the Fang. Number one is the wheel away. The second one is the usage of your flash. And once you have used this tool, you're essentially sitting duck for, 5-6 seconds? Level 1, level 2, you are like 8 seconds cooldown. It's difficult to play around it. So I think KAGENDRA, they need to make sure that they force out the usage of this common spell and skills away from up. And maybe that will guarantee them the first blood.
Okay, I guess based on what you said, you seem to like KAGENDRA's lineup a bit more.
Oh, did it show?
a bit. Honestly, it was me as well. I mean, looking at the fact that they have the Mai, they have the Musashi, I like a composition that is fast, especially in a game like Honor of Kings, where we've seen lots of games end in like less than 10 minutes. So with this kind of composition, KAGENDRA's draft is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really scary. But of course, you can have the best tools, but it really comes down to execution, right? I think to me, it's not really just the equipment, it's the user as well. So right now, KAGENDRA, they need to steal their nerves up, they need to pull up the socks, get this game going, because this is one of the most powerful drafts they've come up with within these 2 games, and they need to make it work.
Yep, and you guys at home don't need to pull out your socks unless it's cold at wherever you're watching this as we head on to game number 2 between KAGENDRA and Impunity.
Yep, a very important one because Impunity, if they beat this draft that KAGENDRA have gotten for themselves in game number 2, it's a very tough situation to come out of.
Yeah, the fact that they let the Mai go, let's see how they're going to deal with this. So far, Mai is not getting much protection at the mid. They're going to let him go and play on his own for now. At most, Musashi is there, but early jungle invasion by Impunity. And they found a Musashi. Where is Wirao going to go? He's not able to get his buff yet for now.
Okay, they actually pushed them out. Interesting. I'm not sure why Impunity was so scared about this, but here comes the damage from Lampung as well. Flash.
Wow, big rotations from the side. Hans will get the first blood. Ashing is in trouble. Last hit by Ashing. And Ashing, Lu will secure that kill. And it is now KAGENDRA to steal their buff away.
Oh, this is not just pain, this is insult to injury. They get the first blood and they steal away the Azure Golem. Now Ashing at level 2, already a level down. And this is only the first and a half minute.
Yeah, the speed of rotation by KAGENDRA, I gotta give it to them as well. The fact that, okay, they know that they're being jungle invaded. They call pretty much everyone except, including Hans as well, made the rotation down to shoo them away. And like what you said, not only securing the first blood, but also taking away their buff. So it's a big boo-boo attempt by Impunity.
Yeah, you know what? I'm expecting this kind of rotation when Hans hits 4. And he wasn't even 4, he was like level 2 or something. No battlefield command. He literally walked his way, healthy lifestyle, walked his way down to try and support the team. They got the kills. Now, Impunity is not the end of the world yet. But hang on.
They engage onto Lu, but Lu, no problem for him to get away. But then again, with this composition that KAGENDRA has put out, right? It makes absolute sense for them to be able to rotate fast because of the level of mobility, but they almost got Wirao, but Wirao is still alright.
I think they need to be a little bit more careful approaching brushes, especially when you have a lineup that is like Impunity. If you get controlled up, it spells almost instant death because you have the Frigid Prison, you have the Path of Passing, Death's Precipice, and the most painful one is the one coming out from X Hero, right? That Truth Mantra. It's a make or break, can kill your whole team or even just you as a singular target as well.
And again, look at the movement here by Senku. He's like everywhere. The only lane that he hasn't touched much is probably the top lane. But we'll see if that happens after this wave is cleared. But speaking about clearing out wave, look at the Flaming Palm by Lan Feng. Puts a decent amount of damage just to shoo away the place of Impunity.
Yep, and I want to talk about the farm on the side of Senku, right? It's not the fastest, he's at close to 2,000. But the Stone of Sorcery, normally what he likes to do is to just get Stone of Sorcery and then go straight for the Savant's Wrath. This time, he's going for the Insatiable Tomb instead. He wants a little bit more sustain so they can last in the fights as well. Making sure that he's able to throw out as many Kachosens, as many Ryu engines, get the stuns, get the damage out as well.
And we can see him trying to do that, rotating onto the bottom lane. Just being annoying. Like Impunity, they're having a hard time even farming on their own jungle side.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Lu is doing a much better job. Looks like game 1 did not affect him at all.
You're absolutely right. The level of confidence that KAGENDRA is having right now is just showing. Now it's about Impunity. Are they able to turn the cards around? But looking at the Tyrant, it's up. But before going for the Tyrant, KAGENDRA tries to go for another kill. They put up a lot of damage, but the rest of Impunity, they make the rotation from the bottom. Wirao is in trouble. Ashing gets the kill.
Oh, Megumi once again, he's playing all the cards right. The Destined Encounter was the one that changed the game. And Ashing, I mean, he happily obliged because when you get reroll out of the picture, no smite, sure, we'll take whatever you give us.
Oh, look at this. Oh, they're going to go in for the chase. And they will manage to steal away the buff. Oh, this is Impunity picking up the momentum again.
Yeah, and it swings back in their favor. Look at that, right? In the space of 3 minutes, suddenly all that advantage they've gotten for themselves, gone.
Okay, Impunity, we can see them getting their momentum, but they have to find a way to maintain it. Now they're about the same when it comes to goal difference, and that is a good mental fortitude that's shown by Impunity.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the byproducts, we didn't really talk about this, is that actually Up has been silently farming during the exchanges. And this allows him to farm up quite well. Once again, wheel away, such a useful skill. dodges everything, the Flaming Palms. No more damage.
Okay, so let's keep an eye on Lu, especially later on. But right now, Impunity, 4 of them grouping up in the middle. They want to take down this tower. If they're able to take down the mid tower, it will open up space for them to invade Kagendra's jungle. There's almost no way, but hey, hang on for a second. Lu comes in from the side, and Lu is the one to get the kill onto Up. Now that main damage dealer is down, but from the top side, the rest of Kagendra comes in. They try to fight back though, but then again, unfortunately for Kagendra, they lost 2 players in this fight. Still, it is for Impunity, but the fight's not over yet. They try to get Xiaolin. Xiaolin takes a lot of damage. Megumi as well, but they step away from the fight. Infinite vastness from Kagendra to disengage.
Yep, too much space in between the fights for the side of Impunity for Kagendra to handle, right? So the heals coming in from Megumi, as well as the positioning of Xiaolin has been pretty on point, right? Allowing him to get the Frigid Prison, get the Shattered Ice as well, but it's not over yet.
Oh, Ashin takes a lot of damage, and Naihan will get Ashin. Now the rest of Impunity, do they want to take revenge? Looks like the answer is no. They are outnumbered. It's not the right time for them to do so.
Oh, so Asing actually gets shut down here. They played to the T on the timing of Xiaolin's Frigid Prison. There was no countermeasure available in the fight itself. So it's a slight mistake on the side of Impunity, but it's not all gone yet. They still have the goal lead, and right now, actually Up has the potential to really just take this Overlord away, in which he does.
Overlord taken down. Looks like Impunity again. They are getting the momentum back. They're starting to have this 1k gap between them and Kagendra. And the fact that they took down the mid tower, Kagendra has not, so Impunity, they have the upper hand.
Yep, Impunity, but it's not a very strong lead just yet, right? Kagendra has a few more chances to really sneak their way back to make things even. It really depends on this next few rotations, right? Who on the side of Impunity can they catch out? They have to do it. If they don't, it's going to be Impunity steamrolling them. But maybe Asing is the victim?
Asing, yeah. But Asing, pretty tanky.
Nice catch.
But here we go. Megumi, 50% of health left. Infinite vastness to disengage again. And right now they know that, okay, no infinite vastness. If they want to jump in onto the Long, if they want to jump in onto the Lamprey, it will be a good time.
Right now, Impunity very hungry, right? They have the ultimates that are relevant towards the fight itself. X-Hero has the Truth Mantra. So Kagendra, they need to be really careful. This is not the time to take a fight. And Impunity, they are trying to force their way. If they can find an angle to go in, especially if they can catch out Lanfeng, he is not in for a good time.
But check out the bottom lane as well. Looks like a 1v1 duel between iHans and X-Hero. And X-Hero is putting a lot of pressure onto the bottom lane, while the rest of them putting pressure onto the mid lane. And right now they are forcing Kagendra back. Kagendra, they no longer have the map control that they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-tower advantage, right? Impunity has taken 3 turrets for themselves, and this opens up the map so much for the side of Impunity, right? Kagendra now, with the lack of vision and just a shy tad bit behind in gold, means items aren't as strong. So they have to be really careful about the fights that they choose to take, which is why I think it's a good decision now, right? Let's not take fights. Let's wait for a perfect opening.
Okay.
I mean, they don't want to lose this.
Oh, looks like an engagement in the middle. Megumi, where's he gonna go? Oh, managed to flash away to safety, but no! Lanfeng with the flaming palm from afar to ensure that Megumi will not run away.
Yeah, that was so important. They needed to get that kill. They committed so much for it. Take a look. 3 ultimates landed down from the side of Kagendra. They need to make sure that it counted. The investment didn't make sense. But right now, Impunity, it doesn't really matter that much to them. They still have so much firepower behind in their draft. And take a look at the wave management, right? Once again, pressure all onto Kagendra's T2 turrets.
So if I want to play the devil's advocate though, at the mid fight, they only got the support. So it's not the highest value type of role that they've got. But anyway, it's better than none. Nevertheless, Kagendra, right now, they are still in a difficult position. But they found their target at the bottom. Look at this. Okay, they wanted to try to catch Asing, but not able to do so.
It's a dangerous position here because if you look at the itemization on the side of Up, he now has the ability to burst heroes down already. And looks like the pressure is going to be put on the top lane.
Asing opening up the space onto the right. And with that, Impunity, they're able to take down the tower. Now they try to make an engagement onto Senku, but Senku, Lu takes 50% of damage. But look at Lu's position all the way in the middle. But he's a Sake. He should be able to get away.
Yeah, it's a lot of mobility. He gives a lot of vision as well, but now they recognize, right? They can't fight. They're 4,000 gold behind on the side of Kagendra. So Impunity definitely have this, they're in the driver's seat. They have a little bit more control. Asing as well as up, they're going to take this with ease. And because it is a Fang along with an Ogren, these objectives are gone within seconds.
Yeah, Overlord in the hands of Impunity now. Well, right now, still, it is on to Impunity to try to push back Kagendra. Now, Kagendra, they might want to challenge the Tyrant, but Impunity, they know that they're around here. They might want to sneak out the Tyrant, so they're not going to give Kagendra the space.
It's very difficult because they don't find the proper targets. Lanfeng tries to go in.
Oh, speaking about going in, looks like one is caught out. Ihans is in trouble! Asing will take down Ihans. This is bad for Kagendra.
Yep, Asing, the main tank, as long as he stays in the front, there's no entry point for the side of Kagendra, right? I think Hans, he did try to identify that maybe this is a point to go in, but you're diving into members like Xiaolin and Up, right, who have so much control and damage at the same time.
Yeah, and the moment he dived in, like, his teammates weren't ready. It's like, dude, don't go in first, but he went in and he was caught alone. There was nothing much he can do to escape from that situation. And now still, Impunity continues to put in pressure. Ihans will be back, but let's see how they'll be able to defend this.
The set encounter actually dropped down, so that's a big element down on the side. Senku actually has quite a lot of damage, right? So if Senku is able to find an entry point, it could be the turn around that Kagendra have been looking for. But Impunity, they definitely recognize this, right? So you see the way they position around the map, they make it so difficult. The only available person in the fights is normally Asing or Megumi, of which they don't care if they get caught, right? Someone else on the side of Impunity will back them up.
Yeah, X-Hero opens up the space in front while the other teammates try to take down the Tyrant. It should be pretty straightforward for them, but Kagendra, they're getting closer and closer. Are they going to go in for it? The answer is going to be no, as Up will be the one to secure the Tyrant.
Yep. Until they can break the formation that Impunity has, I don't think there's a window of opportunity for them, right? Kagendra, once again, they have to buy time. They have to see what kind of entry point they can make for themselves. Because, look, the only options they have right now is if Raw dives in with their duel to the death onto the backlines, and Up at any point in time, I mean, he's the prior target for them, he can just wheel away. And when that happens, you actually pull Raw away from the entire fight. He's going to be in a 1v5 situation.
And look at the bottom as well. Ihans, he tries to go for a split push, but X-Hero sniffed him out, so it's not going to have an easy time. He's forced to go back right now to support his other teammate. Might as well defend from the inner side at this point.
Yeah, he's doing all he can do, right? Ihans, that's the only play that he is available at this point. As long as his battlefield command is up, that's his freedom to go and split push. But at the same time, he needs to be very careful about the timing, because during battlefield command, if you get stunned up, you will be stopped. That ultimate will not take effect. You will be stuck there.
Yeah, and if it's going up against a Dharma, then I guess the answer is going to be obvious. He's not able to escape, then it becomes a 1v1 duel by then. Now, looking at the top lane, looks like they're going to come in. Impunity definitely wants to take down this tower while putting pressure onto the mid lane. X-Hero, as usual, is doing his split push thingy, looking for an opportunity at the bottom.
Yep, Kagendra, they recognize the risk as well. You can take a look at their positioning, right? They try not to group up that well, so that there is no option for X-Hero to really get that master catch that he's looking for. But right now, Lu jumps in.
Oh, here we go. They managed to catch 4 of them, but then again, Asing is tanky enough. He's able to absorb the damage. Lanfeng trades back one. Important crowd control by Ihans, allowing Lanfeng to get the double kill. But Asing, last hit, saved by Megumi.
Oh, this is the region of Indonesia's specialty, right? The ability to fight. That was a nice catch itself. I mean, end of the day, it's a 2-for-2 trade, but Kagendra, they will take all the wins they can get. Right now, though, they're kind of out of position. They are stopped from going back to TP. X-Hero here is just going to keep tabs on what's happening. He knows that 2 of the members on the side of Kagendra are trying to head back home. But more importantly, Impunity now, once they scout out the map, they'll know that, hey, the Overlord is open for the taking. Shadow Overlord, freebie.
Yeah, and Weira is 5 seconds away from coming back. Even if he's back up, it's going to be difficult
There's
for
no
him
time.
to challenge for it. There's not enough time. So like what you said, it's going to be a freebie. And because of that, X-Hero, he shifts to the bottom, shifts to the mid as well, just to put pressure back onto the other lanes, just to keep KAGENDRA in check.
Yep, and based on the gold itself, Impunity, all of their different members are already hitting that 6 slotted itemization. Only just Xiaolin and Megumi left who have not completed the 6 item slots. So KAGENDRA, they have their work cut out for them. Right now, it is of utmost importance. If they get the burst down, Lanfeng is going to try, but it's not going to work out.
Lots of damage at the Megumi, but Megumi is well protected by Asing as well as his other teammate. And they are not able to get the kill. So now it's Impunity playing the patience game, allowing the minions to come in before they make the big engagement.
Yeah, and you know what? Megumi is actually the last person you want to go on, because Megumi, if you don't kill her, or kill him in this case, he has a hard link and he's just going to heal right back up. So it's not the ideal target, but that's the only target they have on the side of KAGENDRA, right? That's how strong and how calculated Impunity have in terms of the way they position themselves right before team fights.
KAGENDRA is going to challenge for the Tyrant. Okay, that's going to be interesting because they don't have everyone. Ihans is kind of busy at the top lane. So right now, they need to back off.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Comes in with the engagement, but the moment Weirang goes in, Weirang gets taken out by X-Hero. They managed to get X-Hero as a trade-off. Asing got Ihans. This could be the defense of a lifetime for KAGENDRA. As Lanfeng lets the double kill. Make that another one for KAGENDRA. But it's a 3-4-3. Oh man, Impunity came up with a triple kill. This could be the end game right now as they will secure the final kill onto Lu. That is going to be a quadra kill for Asing. Ace onto KAGENDRA, and Impunity will take home game number 2.
Cherry on the top, Impunity. This was a very strong draft coming in from the side of KAGENDRA, and Impunity just pushed them out of the way. This is a painful defeat. Right now, it is they're on the cusp of victory, a clean sweep from the side of our Myanmar wildcard representatives here. Impunity 2-0 up.
And then KAGENDRA, based on their draft, we can see their idea, right? We can see what they try to do.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like what you say, right, it's really down to execution, not the execution of one particular player, but the entire team. Still, Impunity, they have good control over the map, and they have very good patience, if you ask me. Like, during the early stages, we saw KAGENDRA kind of winning it, but Impunity, the moment they got, I believe, again, it was the first Tyrant, they just snowballed all the way.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, Up had a very rough early game. He was on the back foot all the way, right? And Lanfeng throwing shots at him left and right with the flaming palms, riding the wind. And like you said, it was a very strong start from KAGENDRA, but they just could not finish it. And once WeRaw was caught out under level, it felt like the game was pretty much over at that point.
Yeah, and what are your comments about Mai then, since it's the first inclusion in this season?
I think Senku had the right idea. He had actually a pretty healthy amount of damage, but simply because he could not survive the fights, it was so hard for KAGENDRA to really just dish out the damage. They were relying on Lanfeng to try and use his skills to get the damage in, but there's so much heals and a lot of iframes coming out from Impunity, right? Specifically Up, take a look, full stack 6 items. He has the lifesteal as well, Blood Weeper, to make sure that he's able to sustain, and he actually went for the Axe of Torment, so there's extra HP involved as well as the Armor Shred. So he did a very good job surviving the early portions of the game, came back to punish the rest of the team, and once again, Xiaolin, 90,000 damage, hero damage to the likes of KAGENDRA. He was on point. Xiaolin was rarely out of position this game.
Oh yeah, and he got a good amount of protection from Asing, especially who's always at the front line, while X-Hero plays the split push sort of strategy. And looking away at the KAGENDRA side, Weirang not able to deal as much damage as he should be capable of, playing the Musashi. 28,000, the lowest of them all. He didn't have a good game.
Yep, it was difficult, right? Because WeRaw, I mean, one of the mainstays for any Musashi player is the ability to dive in and get out, which is due to the extreme speed, right? But simply because Megumi always had the bitter farewell saved up, and the moment WeRaw came in, he's like, hey, I got you. We're gonna play some catching, and we're gonna catch you out. And that's exactly how WeRaw got smacked all around this entire game. He tried, but against Impunity's draft, it's so difficult to execute.
Yeah, and if we were to look at the draft or the graph here, the turning point was during the Tyrant. MVP that awarded to Asing here with a KDA of 8, 2, and 4. Damage taken 32%. So of course, as the Ogren, we saw him going in, taking a lot of damage, absorbing himself, and also opening up fights. And he did a really good work in opening up a lot of these important moments.
Yep. Now, we all know the start of the game was pretty much in Kagendra's favor all the way, right? Getting the first blood, taking away the Azure Golem as well. Everything looked perfect. But here's the start of the turnaround, that destined encounter, healing up the members on the side of IMP and getting them enough damage to go over as well. I think Lu, I have to give him a shout out because I think he did well on the secure to try and get as much CC down as possible. But the amount of sustain they had on the side of Asing, and with the help of control from Xiaoling, it was so hard to make that comeback, right? Because when you dive Asing, even if he dies, there's someone else on the side of Impunity that has an opening.
Yeah, and speaking about opening, look at this dive in here. But unfortunately, Lu did not get much out of it. They did get Xiaolin though, but Asing again showing how tanky it is and keeping the front line in check. So they had a lot of difficulty getting past by Asing.
Yep, the synergy between the members on the side of Impunity, I think top-notch, right? I mean, this is what we expected out of Impunity. They have been in this game for such a long time. They know what are the nuances. They know how to play this game. And Asing, I think his Ogren is really scary because he times his seer state so well, right? He's there when you are close to death, no matter what happens. And to end the game on an ace, it's once again a very scary notion for the side of Kagendra, right? This is a tough spot to come up from 2-0 down. They need to figure something out, man.
Yeah, man. And if you kind of think about it, like, because this is the global ban, I mean, their hero pool is being tested, right? You kind of think about it.
Yeah.
What sort of composition can they come up with? They tried to play a faster paced game in game number 2, but it again didn't truly work out for them. So what sort of strategy can they pull off next?
I mean, they can definitely give the Mankey a try. We're seeing the Mankey, the Toon Jungles coming in, right? So that's something that maybe they can take a page out of Vitality's books. They can take a page out of Nongshim's books as well, right? A 5-man tank and control structure where all 5 members have a CC of their own accord. Maybe they can start the fight that way. And maybe also having some defensive measures. We've seen a couple of games where Mozi was in play as well. Cannon Blast, it helps to set up. We have that huge burst. Mozi, Gun and Mo, simple execution. You get the stun. Hey, freebies, get the huge burst.
And they do have the Lampo as an option though, if they want to pick another tanky frontliner. But because of that, we saw that Impunity, they read the room already. They read the draft. Their only option right now, as a tanky roam that is truly effective, is going to be the Lampo. The moment the Lampo gets banned out, like, what else are they going to pick?
It's a tough one, right? I mean, at the same time, you can take the risk of having the Guan Yu roam. It's not something that I would advise to do, but I think they need to kind of squeeze the Impunity members towards the Kagendra side, right? That has always been the issue from Game 1 and Game 2, which was Impunity gets to choose the way they fight. Kagendra is not forcing them into a tight corner, right? They can't do it. Senku, like I said, this Mai in the second game is actually not bad, but he just didn't have the option. He was never close enough because Impunity, they know how to keep the distance.
Yeah, so that's one, right? And if I want to... Okay, we have not seen the Yu Huan yet. It was banned out earlier on, but we're probably going to see the Yu Huan next because we're at the stage where, okay, you gotta ban certain compositions and you're starting to read like the 2 compositions from your opponent. I think that the Yu Huan, we might see it open next.
Yeah, I mean, Musashi is still available for the side of Impunity if that happens, right? If Kagendra goes for the Yu Huan, there's a lot of counters, let me be clear, because they still have Liang as well, right? So with the power of word control, there's a lot of things that could go wrong. Now, Kagendra, it's I'm not sure what the players are feeling now, but you can definitely see, right? They want to lock in. They want to figure what is that winning formula against a team such as Impunity. I mean, they're champions of the wildcard region for a reason.
Yeah. And they also had, they also played against the other teams as well. After the wildcard series, there was a C series after that. So they have had this feel of like, okay, what other teams around Southeast Asia at least they would play like. So I guess that kind of feeds into their experience as well as compared to KAGENDRA, who did not play that series. And we can clearly see that it is showing, especially with the global ban meta right now.
Yeah, it is. And one of the things that really caught my eye in this entire series is that Hans, his life has been made very difficult. Like, he is able to, he tried to play the catch mechanic with his Clash Lane, didn't work out. He tried to play the save mechanic with the Liu Bang, didn't work out as well. So, I mean, if you're in that position, things look very bleak, right? You can't figure out every single thing that I'm using doesn't work. So what actually works? And I think if they can conquer that kind of deficit, that mindset, maybe they can start to mount a comeback of some sort.
And now that we get to see the global ban and pick summary, KAGENDRA in the previous game, I think they kind of lack like tanky engagers. They took the Sake, which is okay, but how else are they going to engage? Like, it's going to be difficult for them, and that was also with the fact that all the other tanks were banned out. So I would expect Impunity to continue to just try to take out as many tanky or engagers or heroes from the hands of KAGENDRA.
Okay, here's the silver lining, right? Right now, KAGENDRA, they're on the red side, so they get the second pick. So second pick is also known to be the counter pick side, right? So at least they get to see what Impunity wants to show them first and draft based off of that. Now, we have seen the usage of multiple heroes already. This time, KAGENDRA, this is the next form of test. How deep is your hero pool?
Oof, this is going to be tough, right? So we're going to see the first ban by Impunity. Lampo ban, expect that to come out, but before that, the Dia, they can still go for the second ban, which is fine. Looking at the first game, I don't know if KAGENDRA wants to let that one go because Impunity, they might take advantage of it. So, nope, not going to see Mai.
Yeah. Now, Xiaolin has played the Princess Frost, he has played the Yixing, and now there is a potential opening. Maybe this is a draft where Nuwa will come out for the side of Impunity. And based on how Xiaolin has performed, I think almost any mid lane is going to work out well, right? Garden Mo is going to work out favorably for the side of Impunity, knowing that they like to play the control and tank composition. Lady Chen is also very apt at playing the style that Impunity likes to play. But let's see. First pick, it's going to be the Dolia. This opens up, once again, so many different things they can explore.
Oh, I know, right? With Dolia able to refresh ultimates, they have so many options. Okay, but the Lampo is open though. It's not being banned out. Lady Zen gets picked up, probably going to play at the mid lane. KAGENDRA can go for the Lampo, but they can keep that for later. Instead, they go for Yuhuan. Okay, one of our top pick heroes from day one.
Yep. Now, here's one of the win conditions, right? If you can actually force out the early unending sorrow from the Yuhuan, it makes things and fights a lot easier on the side of KAGENDRA. And I think this Elaine pick is extremely smart because you can kind of force your way in with the Meteor kill. And, you know, when things get a little bit spicy, you just head out with the Death at Sunset.
Oh, man. So, Dolia now has two options. You want to reset a lane, you want to reset Shangguan, go ahead. It's fine. But if you, like what you said, I am a fan of the Death by Sunset being resetted. You're able to pull it out twice, so that's going to be really, really dangerous for KAGENDRA. But we're also going to see Marco Polo. So for Marco Polo to be able to engage, they must be able to bait Impunity into like a group that is able to deal out as much damage as possible.
I think it's a smart pick, right? Marco Polo, one of his weaknesses obviously is getting control, getting stuns. There aren't a lot of stuns and CCs coming in from the side of Impunity. I mean, if you want to count the Meteor Q, great, but you have to stick on to this Marco Polo, which might open up your backline on the side of Impunity. At the same time, Dolia you need to have your wave breaker in water for it to stun, right? So I think it's looking good. A good start for KAGENDRA because they also have their own CCs and controls. You have a burst damage from the Tragic Beauty on the side of Yuhuan. And now it really is who's going to be the tank, right? What kind of tanks are we going to see in this game?
The Lampo is still open, but then again, no point for KAGENDRA to pick the Lampo at this point. Charlotte is going to be KAGENDRA's pick. It looks like they want to play a faster game again this time, with Charlotte able to go in onto the back line, able to come in and out of fights, just making those pokes. So that could be what he is going to be tasked to do. Musashi can do the same as well, and we're going to see the inclusion of Ho Yi into the game. Now, with the fact that Dolia is in this as well, so Ho Yi, we might see a double Burning Sun arrow.
Yeah, this is a very scary lineup once again from Impunity. We have seen this draft before, so this is a very utility-based draft, right, on the side of Impunity. They gotta pick and choose their fights really carefully. So unless the situation presents itself, KAGENDRA has to be the one that initiates to be able to get something across the map. Now, with this Charlotte pick on Hans, he is going to try and mirror the move by X-Hero, which is to jump onto the backlines, right? But then we'll see whose execution is better, because there's so many things that could go wrong on either end.
And finally, the Lampo pick comes in for KAGENDRA. I guess that's kind of like the obvious pick, because you pointed out that, okay, they needed a tank hero, and Lampo is definitely the perfect pick here for KAGENDRA. And this is going to be the lineup, ladies and gentlemen, for our game number 3, which is the decider match here and match point for Impunity. So far, based on the draft, Ho Yi is a bit vulnerable. I mean, Ho Yi versus Marco Polo on the lane, early stage, maybe that's all right. But with Lampo in the way, it's going to be hard for Ho Yi to really dominate the lane.
Hear me out. The game is going to be really difficult for KAGENDRA in the mid stages. 10 to 12 minutes, I think Impunity definitely going to hit their stride, because you don't even need to land the Burning Sun arrow. If you take a look at KAGENDRA's draft, right, the Marco Polo is going to be left pretty much exposed, because everyone, I mean, Lu is going to be trying to jump on the backlines. Hans is going to try and jump on the backlines. Yuhuan doesn't have the ability to save Lan Feng if things go awry, right? Everything lands onto Senku. Maybe he wants to use that Destructive Deluge defensively, which is not a situation you want, right? So this game really depends. They need a lead on KAGENDRA. This early game needs to be a win, or else Impunity is just going to steamroll them right at the 12-minute mark.
Like how we have seen in the previous round as well. And I can imagine, like, if Marco Polo goes in with a Fervor Barrage, Death at Sunset comes in just to try to bait it out, and then it's resetted by the Dolia, and he goes back in with Death at Sunset. Match point, ladies and gentlemen, between these two amazing teams, Impunity and KAGENDRA.
Yep, they definitely want to put their best foot forward for both of these teams. And right now, Impunity, one step closer to realizing their dream to be at the top of the group for Group C.
Oh, you can see a very early engagement in the middle. But there's more of like each side trying to poke each other as much as possible. Lu takes a decent amount of damage as well, while Xiaolin heals himself up. But Lu, okay, he puts it in a very dangerous position. Lucky enough for him, he does have the flash, so he's safe for now.
Yeah, has to commit the flash. That's a huge common spell out of the picture. Now, we are all going to come in at level 2. Wants to put a little bit more damage. He's not going to have the skill set available to take the kill just yet. But I like the way KAGENDRA are playing, right? They need to be the enforcer. They need to force things to happen. Because if you allow Impunity some form of control, it's going to go haywire really quickly.
Yeah, you're right. Like, they need to be the one to be in charge, right? They cannot play by the rhythm of Impunity. If Impunity finds the rhythm, like how we saw in the last 2 games, then it's going to be really difficult for them. So far, Impunity is doing what they're doing as well. But we can see the rotation here. From the middle, Senku makes his appearance just to try to shoo away the players of KAGENDRA, but that allowed the middle to continue to farm.
Yeah, and this means that at this point, it's pretty much a big win in the farm lane for the side of Impunity, right? Once again, KAGENDRA, they have to try and force errors out of Impunity, which is really difficult at this point in time until Lanfeng gets his Sparkforge Dagger. I think it's a little difficult because his wave clear isn't as fast as up.
Oh, looks like we're going to see a bit of a clash there at the bottom involving Megumi. But Megumi got away to safety, still okay. But here comes a lane. Here comes X-Hero from the side. Already at level 4. Depth at Sunset is available to use, but it's not going to make the engagement yet.
Okay, Hans, this is a better start than game 1 and 2. If you can get a kill here, it would be great. But Depth at Sunset is available. So I think we are looking at a pillow fight at this point. Hans is going to give up.
I like how you mentioned pillow fight there. It's like, okay, I was just like... soft touches
pillow
to each
can still
other.
hurt, you know?
Okay, when was the last time you had a pillow fight?
Oh, many years ago. Many moons ago.
Okay, I was about to check what sort of pillows you're using, but okay, I'll leave that for later, right? And the last time I had a pillow fight, we were still okay.
Yeah, alright, but you know, oh, hang on, Hans, not okay.
Not at all. Xiaolin came in and X-Hero, together with him, got the kill onto Hans.
Yeah, and this is something that speaks volumes about Impunity, right? Every single rotation has a result. And X-Hero, I think, good that he's the one that gets the benefit of this first rotation, but he's really low as well. Maybe Lanfeng can get a kill.
Oh, okay, Lewis at level 4 right now. He does have the Tremble Smash. But he might want to save it for the big moments and don't want to save it for a small engagement in the middle where you're not sure what you're going to get out of it. Might as well wait for the Tyrant. That could be a better option for Lu.
Not going to use that finishing stroke to get the kill. There's no point wasting that skill here. So with this, I think, you know what? I like the adaptation on the side of Kagendra, right? They're trying to create as much space so that Lanfeng can kind of get farmed into his inventory so they can get the items to really take a proper team fight. But so far, Impunity's rotations, look, they're kind of squeezing Kagendra in the middle and the top as well, opening up the map for up, and look at the result. Now there's a T1 taken away, he has extra farm, and they have the free time for themselves.
And this is the thing about Up's position, right? Like, if you leave him at the lane all alone, he's able to take down the towers really fast. And now they got the bottom tower, which is great. That opened up the jungle for Asing to go in and just steal away the farm.
Yep, trickle down effect as well. Up now has hands on that Crimson Golem buff, and that means he's going to be dealing quite a bit more damage in comparison to what Lanfeng is going to be able to offer. And if this continues, once again, right, it's just simple math. You take something from your opponents, they're going to have lesser to contest with. And at this point, it's already a 2,000 gold lead for the side of Impunity.
Oh, they're going for the chase. Here comes 2v1. Asing is in trouble. He'll definitely not able to survive this. And he'll be taken out. That's going to be one kill, the first kill for Kagendra this round.
He fully commit because they feel like they can take this T1 in the mid. It's not going to happen. So it's a small win for Kagendra, right? They get the shutdown on Asing. It's 1-1 now. And look, they have recovered some farm. It's about 1,000 gold difference, but they need to do more.
Yeah, and they also got the bottom tower as well. So now Kagendra has access to the jungle on Impunity's side. They're trying to get control of the map. And then next objective is going to try to get the mid tower. And look at their position. They are just circling around the bottom. They might go in for a surprise on the Xiaolin.
Well, they're ready. The Burning Sun arrow does not hit. Do they really want to take this fight though?
Ooh, okay, but they got a kill onto Up. And now Impunity, do they really want to go in? Looks like they might go in here. Yes, they will. Onto Hans. Hans will be the one to fall in the middle.
I think it's still a decent win for the side of Kagendra though, because they did control the map. No, hang on, actually. Impunity won that. They got the T1 on the top. It's a big win. So a lot of resources transferred onto the hands of Impunity. They restore that close to 2,000 gold lead. And if this continues, Kagendra, once again, will be in a very tight situation.
Yeah, Impunity is only one hit away from taking down the mid tower. So far so good for Impunity overall, that is. But Kagendra, we can see them trying to get those pickoffs here. Starting from the top, putting pressure back onto Xiaolin, waiting for the others to come. But from the side, we have Asing showing up. So for them to commit all the way onto Xiaolin, they might want to think twice.
Well, I like the positioning of Ludo. If you take a look at what's happening, they're actually keeping tabs on where up is at, so that whenever the Burning Sun arrow actually takes flight, they hope that it's Lu who takes the hit. So in this instance, I think Lu taking the hit was a big win for the side of KAGENDRA. They just need to make sure that they benefit off of it. And once again, X-Hero, he's trying to do the split push, but everything has been shut down by the Clash Laner of KAGENDRA as well. So this is a good effort. Can they do more?
Oh, Lu's waiting at the side. Okay, Tremor Smash is available. Let's see if he's going to go in onto the middle. Looks like no, he's opening up the map on the bottom instead. Now they have information on where the other players of Impunity are at. And at the same time, Alain waiting to come in. He goes in for the bottom fight, but at the middle fight, Ashim puts back pressure on the Weirao. Weirao takes a decent amount of damage. And Impunity playing the discipline game.
I mean, this is why their draft is so strong, right? Because they really get to choose when they get the fights. If the arrow lands, they take the fight. If it doesn't, they just continue as, the day is normal. Business as usual. So KAGENDRA, right now, look, one simple kill and suddenly the map is not in their favor anymore.
Oh yeah, and with that, the whole jungle is open for Impunity now. Try to invade. You see, it's all clear. But we might see an engagement at the top jungle, okay? They're trying to lure each other out. Okay, they see Ashing. Ashing takes a decent amount of damage. Ashing! Nice U-turn by Ashing! But from the back, X-Hero makes his appearance! And Senko will be the one to fall. Now they're going for the chase. Lu is tanking the damage at the front. Takes a bit of damage, but Impunity again showing the level of discipline.
Yeah, it's a classic X-Hero flank, right? Beautiful play. They get the kill, and now the map is open once again. They might not be able to go for that Shadow Overlord, that Overlord just yet, but they take a buff away from the side of KAGENDRA, which is going to cost a lot of time for reroll because now there's lesser gold, there's lesser EXP. They take the Tyrant first. And I think at this point, it's a big win for the side of Impunity. They maintain, in fact, even grow the gold lead now to 3,000. And Xiaoling just got that extra armor pierce, magic pierce.
They're just trying to take the top tower, but looks like it's going to be quite difficult here. Lu is waiting in the bush just to be the bodyguard and also opening up the map. They have the information of where X-Hero is at, but still, they're not able to engage on the X-Hero.
No, there's too many things to consider, right? Right now, you have to consider the Death at Sunset coming in from X-Hero. You also have to care about Xiaolin with that finishing stroke. While all of that is happening, you still have the Arsing duel to the death. So there's so many things that could go wrong. They need to make sure they don't get caught out.
Okay, the arrow did not land though, but we're going to see the Tremor Smash going in. Are they going to get at least one out of it? Looks like the answer is going to be no. And Lu, he has to fall back. He's very low on health right now. They tried to trade another one back, but no targets for KAGENDRA.
That was a necessary move by Lu, right? They needed to make sure that that Crimson Golem goes into the hands on the side of KAGENDRA. More specifically, Reroll needed that. He needed the farm, he needed the EXP. So it's great that they didn't die. And in fact, if they play their cards right, they could play that turnaround and catch Impunity by surprise. Burning Sun Arrow though, it hits!
Oh, it hit by Lanfeng! Whew, that was a close one by Lanfeng. He almost got caught out there. If he gets taken out, that's it. There's no way that KAGENDRA can challenge for this next objective. And with that, KAGENDRA try to go in for Impunity. Still doesn't want to let this one go. They're trying to wait for that right opportunity. And here comes X-Hero from the side as usual. The X-Hero special, like how you like to call it.
Yeah, they have to play very carefully at this point, right? Positioning is very important. They cannot lose this Tyrant. The Tyrant buff is going to cost either team quite dearly. The Clash Laners are going at it.
Yeah, at the same time, look at what's happening at the mid. They try to show away Lu. Lu, again, very, very low. If you're a tank and you're that low, it's going to be hard for him to make those plays. He comes back in though. Okay, back now to 50% of health, pretty decent. But the
just give it up.
Is almost going to be taken out. Like what you said, Impunity, they gave up.
I think there has to be something else at play, right? You don't just give up the Tyrant for no reason. I think they might want to play along with the Primal Bond as well. And at this point, if the map control goes in their favor, I think it definitely benefits them much more with the Shadow Overlord. So this could be the play for the side of Impunity, right? Itemization-wise, look, Alain is really tanky, X-Hero. If he gets the Death at Sunset at the correct timing, not only will he be able to tank so much damage away from KAGENDRA, he's able to kill off a couple of the members on the side of KAGENDRA.
Look at this, Ashing waiting in the bush. Just looking for his next target. Burning Sun Arrow did not connect onto anyone. If it hit onto Weirao, that could have been it for him.
It's a hard situation. They have burned out the unending sorrow. This is a bad fight for the side of KAGENDRA to take, right? Something needs to happen here. And it looks like KAGENDRA, they understand what's at risk. They will give it away.
Oh, here comes the engagement of the X-Hero, but the other players from Impunity shows up. X-Hero is still alive, still okay. Lu takes a lot of damage as usual. Megumi's pretty low. They're going in for the chase. They want to try to get Megumi at least, but Megumi well protected. They still go in all the way to the right line. Finally getting Megumi and first up. No damage dealers. That's Ashik falls. That's only X-Hero, but X-Hero, how long more is he able to withstand this? The answer is not long, leaving Shaolin alone.
That's why they are number 2 seed in Indonesia, right? You don't count them out. KAGENDRA, they've been looking for this chance over and over again for 12.5 minutes in this game. And finally, Impunity, they shaked up a little bit. And it was really obvious, right? Hans was looking for an opening. And I thought, hey, maybe we pay attention to Hans. But it was Lanfeng who was the one that was going to make all the difference in this fight. That fever barrage changed the whole situation for the side of KAGENDRA.
And that was the opportunity that they were looking for, right? Like waiting for Impunity to be funneled in before using the Fever Barrage. That was great timing there by KAGENDRA to engage at the right moment. And plus, Megumi was very, very low. Hans went all the way to the back to make sure that they got that kill. But now they still are in a defensive situation just because of the fact that the Overlord was in the hands of Impunity.
Yep. When We Raw actually used that unending sorrow, I was like, oh no, this fight is so difficult, there's no heals. And somehow they managed to drag Impunity out of the safety zone and just split them apart right in the middle. Now, if you take a look at that, the result of that, 9,500 gold for the side of Lanfeng. So he's pretty stacked already. Also has the defensive capabilities with the Frigid Charge. And this could be the difference maker.
Man, this is going to be real scary now for Impunity. The fact that KAGENDRA, they actually have caught up to the gold value by about 1,000 right now. So they're pretty much on par. Even if we look at like itemization, they are pretty much the same at this moment. Okay, I'm looking at X-Hero right now. He's giving back information to his teammates, but no right opportunity to engage it.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to waste his skills and his life on catching either Hans or Wero at this point, right? The main person they want to catch out is, in fact, Lanfeng. If they can get Lanfeng out, they don't have enough damage on the side of KAGENDRA to finish the fight.
All right, Impunity, they need to play a bit of defensive work at the top. At the same time, they're buying a bit of time here to get the next Tyrant. KAGENDRA is going in. Oh. It's just a matter of time right now. Are they going to go in for it?
No.
Oh, 50% of health. Oh! They caught Hans! That is a big, big target, and Wero is now in trouble. Where are you going to go? Up with the double kill. Impunity. Patience is paid.
And, playing the exact same card that KAGENDRA played against them, they surprised them from the brush. All 5 heroes on to Hans. And I mean, Wero, he felt like he could save his teammate, but actually dove into his death as well.
What a good move there by Impunity. And now KAGENDRA is forced back in. Burning an arrow! It didn't hit. Lanfeng got away to safety just in the right time. And right now, a lot of pressure by Impunity. KAGENDRA, they need to buy time for Wero to come back.
Yep, they're choking them out, right? They actually got Lanfeng to use his Fever Barrage as a defensive measure. So he's out of an ultimate for the next few seconds. It's a tough defense for the side of KAGENDRA. So right now, they managed to hold on. But here comes a second wave of difficulty because Impunity, now they have access into this Shadow Overlord once again. Now, KAGENDRA needs to watch their positioning really carefully because the ultimates are all up on the side of Impunity as well.
And KAGENDRA, they do have the Trumpet Smash though. They might go in from the back. Lu comes in. Is he able to get? He got 4 from the side of Impunity. This is the time for KAGENDRA to come in, but Megumi gets 1 kill. X-Hero still able to dish out the amount of damage needed for them to do the trade back. Senku, run! Senku, run!
Yeah, he has to run for his life here, but it looks like running is the only thing he can do because Impunity, they are at their doorsteps at the T3 in the mid lane. Creep wave crashing in as well. The minions will do their job. He's gonna be a one-man army. He's gonna give it a shot, but Senku cannot do much.
Oh, and the minions are coming in, and Impunity! Clean 3-0 sweep, ladies and gentlemen, for their opening game, winning against KAGENDRA.
Yeah, this is the strength of Impunity, right? A veteran in the Honor of Kings scene, and this is why they have been always at the top of the wildcard region as well. This team from Myanmar, Impunity. I mean, the amount of synergy that they have, the timings that they have, this utility-based draft, so potent on the side. Every single arrow is almost a guaranteed kill.
And at some point, I thought the Tremor Smash at the end, they are able to kind of win that fight, like KAGENDRA is able to win that fight, but they were not able to deal out the right amount of damage. X-Hero, man, what a player this guy is with his rotation that's on point. He knows when to go in, he knows when to stay put. He's just on point with every move.
Yeah, but besides that, I was also looking at Megumi. I think we both play Rome, right? So Megumi actually saved the day down there because he had the Wave Breaker along with the Redemption. So not only did they have the shields, they have the heals as well. So that actually mitigated a lot of the damage that KAGENDRA was about to offer. And the Fever Barrage, let's be honest, it was beautiful. But when there's so much sustain on the side of Impunity, what happens then?
Yeah, especially with a lane, right? And if you kind of think about it, even though he's not able to sustain the Fervor Barrage, but he has the Death at Sunset to get away to safety, so it was still very, very difficult for KAGENDRA to really land those big moves. They got one, but the moment they did that, Impunity, they were smart about their next few moves. It's like, okay, guys, let's remind each other the Fervor Barrage is available, so let's not group up together, or let's not give him that opportunity to land that amount of damage to the entire team.
Yeah, I think this game also puts a lot of hope for the side of KAGENDRA. I think they improved a lot throughout the series, right? They learned really quickly, just not fast enough because Impunity, come on, they're so strong.
Oh yeah, Impunity, man, they were so flexible, right? There were some points like, okay, they start the engagement. There were some other moments that they wait patiently in the bush. So it just shows that it's not only about the drop, it's not only about the deepness of their hero pool, but how they execute stuff in game. They're able to flex it out within the course of the few minutes.
Yeah, take a look at Megumi, man. The Dawnbreaker, Redemption, with the heals as well. There was so much sustain, so much help that he was able to offer the team. So they were totally fine with the Fever Barrage as well. And if you take a look at the itemization on the side of Ashing, I mean, it's a very standard tank build, right? Blood Rage, along with his recovery here. So Duel to the Death was actually one of the main skills that really put a stop into the comeback on the side of KAGENDRA. And Megumi, of course, with the Celestial Melody, refreshing over and over again, be it the finishing stroke, be it the Death at Sunset, or even sometimes that Burning Sun arrow. It all went well for the side of Impunity, so congratulations to them as they sit atop of Group C, while Nova will prepare for their games in the next few days.
Yeah, and we were to look at some of these stats as well. Up came up with the highest damage dealt, which is pretty standard. And that just shows that he is well protected by his other teammates as well. And looking over at the graph, KAGENDRA, they had a good few moments towards the end. I believe that was the Fervor Barrage moment there where we saw KAGENDRA getting a bit more out of the net worth. But that was pretty much the only big moment for KAGENDRA in this round. And Impunity, they just came back after that.
Yeah, it was difficult, right? Illuminating Slash, I think there were a couple of moments that also stopped that potential turnaround. But let's take a look at who the MVP is. And yes, Rome for Rome, it is going to be the Impunity Megumi, this time on the Dolia, 1-1-10. I mean, the amount of support that he gave to the team was really the difference maker, because in any given situation, if you did not have the heals coming out from Megumi, I think that game would have been lost. It would have been a very different result for this third and final game of the series.
Yeah, appreciate your support players, ladies and gentlemen. They may not come up with the sexiest of KDAs, but they impact the game as much as anyone else. And if we were to look at some of the best moments here from the previous game, Hans got caught out in the middle. I was kind of expecting him to be able to escape that just because he's a Charlotte.
Yeah, but it's difficult, right? They actually have that big control coming in from the side of Impunity. And every single time you will see that they have pretty nice catches as well. And it's complemented by the fact that X-Hero is always timing his death at sunsets at a very critical time where he deals damage to almost all of the different members on the side of KAGENDRA. This was just one of the rare moments where the turnaround happened. I mean, Lamfong, that was a beautiful fever barrage, but it was the best thing that could happen because the rest of the game was just Impunities to win.
Yeah, if only KAGENDRA got the Overlord during the turnaround moment, this game could have gone differently. But the fact that they lost the Overlord, they were forced into a defensive stance right after that, so it was really difficult. But this was a 4-man Tremor Smash here. Everyone was kind of expecting that, oh, he landed the 4-man Tremor Smash and then they are able to get a good amount of kills, but unfortunately they were not able to get anyone at all, even though it was a beautiful Tremor Smash.
Yeah, that's why you need the farm, right? In the early game, you need to make sure that you have everything in check. And now let us have everything in check as well. So this is going to be the standings currently. Group C, Impunity sits atop of the trio right here after winning that series. Group D, let us remind you that Nongshim is at the top. The next series will be theirs to watch. BTR against Nongshim. Nongshim have topped their competitors. Can they do it again? Because they're going to be going up against the #1 seed in Indonesia. BIGETRON back on the world stage again, and this time with the global ban pick. How deep is your hero pool? Can you get the win?
Yeah, and Nongshim, they did show a very, very good performance yesterday during their opening game. So the next match, I would say it's going to be pretty tight on paper, that is. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a match that honestly you don't want to miss.
Yeah, Group D. I think we will be going for a short break. When we're back, it is the second series of the day. BIGETRON, they have not stepped onto the main stage yet. Day number 2, this is the first time they'll be stepping on the stage. And let's see if the story is going to be different. Will it be Nongshim or will it be BIGETRON? We'll catch you in a bit.
Which is his name? I found it! The real wire! Those need the real wire! Hurry up!
Defeat.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 HOK 팀에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 육페이라고 합니다. 오랜만에 글로벌 여기 투어에 진출해서 너무 기쁘고요. 다들 잘하는 선수들이랑 겨룰 수 있어서 되게 즐거울 것 기대되는 기분입니다. 일단 HOK 글로벌이 런칭되고 나서 처음으로 나가는 큰 대회라서 사람들의 관심도나 그런 것도 되게 높아진 것 같고 다른 외국 선수들의 실력도 엄청 증가한 것 같아서 되게 재밌을 것 같다고 노바가 가장 어려운 상대일 것 같고요. 6경기 해봤을 때 가장 잘한다고 느껴서 노바가 가장 어렵다고 생각했고 만나고 싶은 상대도 노바인 것 같습니다. 그 두 팀들도 상당히 잘하는 팀으로 생각되는데 지금 저희 실력도 충분히 그들과 경쟁할 수 있는 상대라고 생각해서 충분히 네, 좋다고 생각됩니다. 농심은 빠르게 판단해서 공격하는 게 되게 장점인 것 같고요. 각자 선수들이 조금 다들 피지컬이 좀 좋은 편이라서 빠르게 판단이 가능. 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 열심히 좋은 경기력으로 보답하겠습니다.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
aka Psycho from BTR Esports. It's good already because we a lot more practice because this is important to us. I feel excited right now because we want to show to our country how strong Indonesia. The preparation more perfect, like more hard, like we scream a lot, like not like before. So we have a new player like mid laner right now, so we more a lot of practice. AG and Nova because they're so strong. I want to beat them. I think good luck and have fun, guys.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold and pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down.
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. I am Blam, and with me is your favorite kind of tofu. It's Kin Do-Fu. How are we feeling going into this one, Kin?
Great, huge expectations as well. BIGETRON, first time on the main stage going up against Nongshim, who have definitely proven themselves yesterday, right? And today, it's a new proving grounds because they're going up against the champions of the Indonesian qualifiers.
They are indeed. I mean, they had a solid performance yesterday, but there's not much we've really been seeing of BTR as well. So BIGETRON Sigma seeming to be a little bit of a dark horse within this group. So I'm really excited for this one, especially we just seen a defeat of an Indonesian team as well. We need to see a win for these guys, right?
Yep, we want ZanQ to say thank you to the side of Nongshim, right? They want to get the win, they want to get the series, they want to stay on top of their table as well. That's how important this game is going to be. This series is going to be for BTR because they want to make sure that they secure that top 2 slot going up into the knockout stages as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot riding on this matchup today for both of these teams. If Nongshim manage to get the win, that secures them top place. If BTR get the win, then it's a kind of still a bit of a battle for that second place between BTR and KAGENDRA. So there's still a lot riding on this one, but for Nongshim, it is going to be, after today, they get to just sit back a little bit and enjoy themselves at the event in Philippines. But we do want to give a little bit of a special thanks to our sponsor, Infinix. They do present the device that all these players are playing on in the Season 3 Invitational. It is the official gaming phone sponsor of Honor King Season Invitational 3. It's your time to outplay the rest, championed by you. But it's just the beginning, performance by design. Stay tuned on Infinix social medias as well.
Yep, so it's going to be very important to take the win for this side, right? And like you said, if Nongshim wins this series, I mean, regardless of the score, they're going to sit back for now. So they have the power to now choose. Do they want to sit back with comfort by winning this entire series, or do they want to place their tournament lives in the hands of their opponents if they lose this series?
I mean, I know which one I would prefer. I'd prefer to be standing at the top of my group, because then you're kind of dodging a bit more of a bullet going into that knockout stage, right? You know you're not going to meet Nova Esports there. You know you're not going to meet Team Vitality potentially, because it's all going to be first seeds, then drawn into second seeds. But this is BIGETRON Sigma being introduced here on the VA right now, and they are hailing from Indonesia. A little bit of a solid run to get here as well. I mean, they were able to beat KAGENDRA 4-0, so if that's to go for anything for this team, they are definitely seeming like the stronger competitor coming out of the Indonesian region.
Yep, taking the main stage, in fact, right now. This is going to be a show of power, a display of strength as well. I mean, we have already seen this JPKR region team, Nongshim, do well, right? And this is their challenge right now as we introduce Nongshim RedForce. These 5 members have made it all the way, right? Grown, learned from Season 2, now heading into Season 3 of our Invitationals. I have to say, I really like the growth. And based on yesterday's drafts, we are in for a big match today.
A very big match. I mean, there was a lot of support in the chats online for Faye on the side of Nongshim as well. So But like you were saying earlier, it's really nice to finally see some of these newer teams get to surface onto the global stage and actually try and vie for the championship as well. And Nongshim had a very promising performance yesterday. It was something that you and Hauler were talking about, though, is that their split push, it doesn't seem to be quite there. Like, they generally seem to lack in that one. So maybe this is where BIGETRON Esports comes in, and this is their roster. We have Neil, we have Tufts, we have Zane Q, we have Zion, and then we have Psycho in the support role. So here is the contenders hoping to try and knock Nongshim off the top spot.
Yep, and I think it's no easy feat, right, for either side. I think Nongshim, having the experience from yesterday, definitely going to come in stronger. They will be represented by Illusion, Haku, Fei, Siri, as well as Kyung9. Now, we know how proficient these boys are with pretty much quite a huge number of heroes, right? That's exactly what we want to see, because right now with the global ban pick format that has been adopted from the KPL since 2018, it's an immense challenge. It really requires you to not just have a good drop, you must be able to perform with the heroes. It doesn't mean you get the best heroes, you might be getting the win, right? You need to know how to play your synergies and execution well.
You really do. I mean, it shows evident even in just the qualifiers, because the champions and top two from last year, both Team Secret and BlackShoe Esports, are not even on the stage for Season 3 Invitational. So this is the real shakeup and the reality of the ban and pick that comes through, and we've kind of seen it already being limit tested here on Season 3 as well. Some of the teams not quite thriving as much, whereas other teams are like, hey, our hero pool is huge.
Yeah, and this all affects tremendously, right? Because end of the day, they're playing for a super huge prize. This is a prize pool worth $300,000 USD. Not just that, right? Now we have introduced that Dragon Slayer achievement. Maybe we'll see in this game someone snipes the Tempest Dragon, but it requires a 20-minute game, right? And if you do, you earn yourself a cool $500. The rest of your teammates earn $100 for just being there in person as well.
Yeah, you beat me to that one. I mean, that's still haunting me my dreams. That's not. I'm like, why am I a caster? I should be a pro player if I'm just getting these snipes and earning myself $500. It's like, man, I need to readjust my focus, I think, in reality. But that's what kept me up last night. But for these players on stage at Season 3 Invitational, and it means that it makes more for exciting plays for the viewers at home, because you know that these teams with a bit of green in their eyes want to try and make these outplays come true.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the counterparts in Group A, Elevate, they did make that super godlike play with Mitsura, which allowed them to have the comeback. And wow, we have plenty of Dolias right here. Are we in the ocean?
Yeah, I can say, how many alt resets are we gonna have there? It's like, you get an alt reset, you get an alt reset, you get an alt reset. That's exactly what kind of pick I would like is into my draft. Is too many alt resets, especially on something like an Ogryn, right? So many Death Precipice coming through.
Yeah, 10 Dolias, 10 Celestial Melodies. That's a lot of refreshes coming in. But nonetheless, as the players get ready for this first game of this best of 5 series, I think I want to take a look at the coach on the side of Nongshim. He was locked in yesterday and he was very confident. Feels like this day is of similar caliber from him.
I mean, if you display it once, I mean, class is always permanent, right? With these coaches, they definitely need to be on point, as well as the players, because they are the masterminds behind these teams. I mean, yes, sometimes there is a little bit of negotiation between the players and the coaches, but most of the times it's the coaches that are leading the way. And we always say that in the ban and pick phase, that's where it all starts to form out. This is where the story gets written for the first game of the series.
Yeah, so now they both have different kinds of advantages. So Nongshim, they have the advantage of having the experience of playing on the stage already here in Manila, Philippines at EDSA, right? But on the other hand, BIGETRON, they have the option and the advantage of watching the gameplay from yesterday to kind of formulate what new strats they want to try against Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, they could still be shaken up from, obviously, teams like Alpha 7 that we honestly thought were going to have a bigger performance. And then when they actually finally got on stage, it was kind of just like a bit of a blowback for that team. So I think some of the teams that were actually observing yesterday may have that doubt in their mind as well. But hopefully for BIGETRON Sigma, they are waiting for them to actually... they need this. They need this not for themselves, but also obviously Indonesian region. They want to get at least one of their representatives through to the knockout stage.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I like to look at is actually how the players are feeling on stage right before the game starts. And I feel like both teams, they have a sense of calmness and composure. They're really ready for the match. But once it sets in, it's really about the pressure, right? When you're set back, maybe you lose that first kill, you get first blooded. How is your reaction to that? How do you turn and recover from that? That is what makes champions, right? The ability to adapt. And knowing BIGETRON, they have this very strong resilience that allows them to be the champion in the first place.
I mean, what we were saying quite frequently in KC 2024, Ken, that pressure creates diamonds, and we love pressure. So we like to see when it actually gets put onto these players, because that's when I feel like their true abilities come to shine onto the gorge, right? Is that once they're under pressure, they have to buckle up their ideas pretty quickly, or else they will falter and crack under the weight.
Okay, so let's kind of set the stage as well. I mean, for our viewers, you have definitely seen Nongshim play yesterday. Haku, very prominent with his jungling. And of course, I think one player that really stood out to me yesterday was Kyong9 from this Nongshim RedForce lineup. I think he has been really steady and very consistent in the clash lane so far. And if the stats don't lie, I feel like he's going to have a very stable game today as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he did play very well in his first game of Season 3 Invitational. Oh my god, there's even a mini Dolia as well. It comes in a smaller version. That's very, very cute. But yeah, the Kyong was a real surprise to us on Nongshim. I mean, we've only really seen Nongshim go through like last chance qualifiers and stuff like that. So with the bar not being set too high, obviously the expectations to trying to get into the global stage and then not actually meeting it. But now they're here, I feel like it's a lot more pressure for them to actually perform. And yesterday was a great display of that from Nongshim RedForce, I feel.
Yeah, you know, the pick on Byron, I think at the same time, the Sunsa is his specialty, right? We've seen him play that Sunsa so effectively. And of course, the Dolia pick coming in, I think is actually one of the scariest compositions that they can start off with. And you know we're in for a banger if the first hero on the prior pick on the side of Nongshim RedForce is going to be the Dolia, because that opens so many avenues, so many angles for Nongshim to just go in any direction.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a mixed bag yesterday with a Dolia pick, right? Like, sometimes it actually came out into a great success, and then other times, like when we saw on Gen G, it wasn't quite hitting the pale that we used to, right? Like, I feel like the thing with Dolia is if you don't lock it in with a hero that can really benefit from that second ultimate and that skill refresh, then it's kind of just like unless you're playing on the front foot and playing from a great advantage, it kind of then falls from behind.
Yep. Now, first ban coming out from Nongshim RedForce is going to be the Musashi. Right away, my mind jumps into two big heroes. It's going to be opening up the potential of a Yihuan or maybe even an Ogren in game number 1. I'm very surprised these are the potential picks that we have on the side of Nongshim.
Yes, and there is the Dolia as well getting banned out, as well as the Mai Shiranui. We did actually see Mai come through in the last series as well, so they kind of like, hey, we've saw it, we don't really want to see it for ourselves, maybe not just yet, we don't want to burn all cinders in the first best of 5. And rightfully so for some of these teams, because you got to keep something for those knockout stages. But one of the prominent picks so far within this tournament has been that Diadea, and it's been so effective.
Yes, that Bitter Farewell, I think, already shown in the previous series how effective it can be at catching out very mobile heroes, right? Especially people like Musashi who, you know, really depend on that extreme speed dash to get in and out. Now, BTR, I like the draft already. They're starting with a Liu Bang as well as a Lung. This opens up the doors of the previous combination which we have seen, the Lianpo and Liu Bang combination.
I mean, so far, Nongshim's draft is looking very similar to what their first game of the day yesterday was. They've got the DRNG, they've got the Diadea, and they've got the Ogren. So going for a bit of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But over to the side of BTR, I'm kind of liking how they fleshed out the first pick of being Liu Bang, and then obviously with the Motsu coming into the middle of the draft, we're going to be seeing a lot of those shot calling. I feel like it is going to be Liu Bang up into the clash lane, even though it could have been flexed into the support role. Still could be, because Motsu could go into the mid lane. But pairing that with the Lung, I feel like it's going to give him a little bit more of a safety down into his farm lane.
Yeah, I think Mortar isn't the best at wave clearing, especially in the early parts of the game, right? He needs a couple of items to really get online to be able to provide that wave clear. At the same time, I think it benefits a little bit more if you can allow the Liu Bang to be more aggressive in itemization. So I think definitely yes, Mortar should be going into the roam. Now, I like this strat by both teams. Nongshim, as we all know, they love heroes with a lot of control, a lot of damage, but BTR matches them blow for blow here. Every single one of them has some sort of control as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the, obviously, Battlefield Command, you have the Cannon Blast, you have the Destructive Deluge, and obviously Flying Flow, sorry, on the Lady Gen as well. But it looks like Nongshim are going to change it up a little bit here as well for the first game of the day yesterday. They're looking to flesh it out with the Mayin rather than the Byron and go for the Nua over the Hue 1. And we've already seen those fantastic neutral objective steals from Nua, especially with players like Mitsura yesterday. So it's going to be really interesting to see Nongshim bring out this pick.
Okay, they're going to wrap things up with the Prince of Lanling, the first of this particular season itself for our invitationals. Group stages, right? Can this Prince bring some shadows over the eyes of Nongshim? Because if he does, it's going to end pretty quickly.
Yeah, interesting pick into the jungle role, right? I mean, who's he focusing? Is it going to be looking to trying to silence the Diadea so that counter-engage mechanic or the single target CC is no longer going to be there? I mean, it was drafted before the just after the Mayin was picked as well, so it could be something just to be like a single target silence going into these team fights. We'll have to wait and see, but it does add into effect of BTR's amount of control they have in going into this game one, right?
Yes, it actually covers a couple of situations as well. So if, let's say, you know, Prince of Lanling, he actually gets the kill, a solo kill, and if Nongshim players are around, they will definitely want to gather into that spot to try and punish ZanQ, right? But the way that the draft works on the side of BTR, they are happy to take team fights all the way. They have so much AoE control and damage as well.
Oh yeah, plenty, but all this surmised into the BP is all going to be put onto the Gorge in a few moments. But looking at both of these drafts here with these teams, what we know so far from Nongshim, what we currently don't know about BIGETRON, who are we giving the favor over to? What's looking like it's going to be a desired outcome for either of these teams?
I think it really depends on how the mid laners do in the early parts of the game, right? Wave clear is definitely very important and a strength of both of these members. But I think it's a little bit more difficult for Neil, especially if Illusion can kind of pull the minions away, right? Flowing Side requires the targets to be close to each other. And when that gap is widened, suddenly you will find that, hey, Wave clear isn't as easy because the Flowing Side can't bounce between the targets.
Yeah, no, the whole thing of the flowing sides, they have to be together, right? So they may not want to clump together, but it is going to be the Nua and the Diadea into the mid lane for now. Looking like Lung's actually changed the lane. Don't want to go against the DRNG just yet. A little bit of a pause here for these players, but looking at where these teams are actually going through into the lane so far, it looks like that Lung doesn't necessarily want to go for that one-to-one against the DRNG early on in this game.
I think it's a good idea, right? End of the day, there's a benefit for doing so. Number one, he eats the wave of Neil, which allows his growth in EXP and gold as well, right? And if they time it right, he should be able to return the lane to get the remainder of the farm in his own respective lane as well. So that's 2 waves for him right at the start of the game. And hopefully that early itemization, that first item onto his hands will allow him to kind of edge out that 1v1s. And oh my goodness, this Dolia suit.
There we go, yeah. Say, hey, we've got a bit of a pause. Let's distract them. Bring out the cute thing.
Yeah, but you know what? This is an interesting start. But the other side of the story is also how well does the jungle farm, right? Ogren, we all know he's a level 1 beast. His ability to go in with the path of passing, traverse over obstacles is one of the most valuable skill sets. But of course, level 1, you normally go for the Death's Precipice, right? You get the lifesteal, you get some damage as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what they're going to be looking for here. I mean, I think that's why they paused the match, right? That everyone's just distracted by this Dolia. But looking at those drafts, like you were saying about the Ogren as well, he's going to be able to create such a great momentum for himself. Haku is going to have a whale of a time on this pick because of the path of passing. You are able to kind of just set that pace for yourself. You're not kind of like restricted to any lane in or anything like that.
Yeah, my biggest concern, while I like BTR's draft, is the fact that Prince of Landing isn't very tanky, right? In a straight up 1v1, unless he has a huge goal lead and itemization lead, he's not going to be able to take the fight against BTR's Haku, not BTR, Nongshim's Haku, right? So this game really rides on how much pressure BTR or BIGETRON can put onto Nongshim during the early stages of the game. Because if you allow Haku to get the lead in terms of farm and EXP, I don't think Zankyu is going to have a good time at all.
Oh no, I mean, in terms of like wave clearance and farm clearance, stuff like that, Orgren definitely takes it over the Prince of Landling, because not just because of the path of passing, but just obviously his other abilities as well, just able to kind of just like chain damage onto all the camps, which is something that Prince of Landling can't do. But the same has to go for BTR as well. Like, if you don't give the early game, if you give the early game over to the Lung, you can be in trouble.
Okay, so they're gonna try and give it a start here, but I don't think it's gonna work out. There's not enough burst potential just yet from Zankyu. Pretty healthy damage, but this damage is not enough. I mean, we're only 1.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a mental thing, right? They're just kind of like, hey, well, look, we will actually...
Oh, hang on! They commit a flash! Zan actually gets to kill the first blood, and of all the people, they give it to the farm lane. Looks like they will have to commit another flash. It's a big loss on the side of Nongshim. BTR, they take the lead.
Yes, I mean, I was about to say, maybe it's just a mental thing of them bringing the pressure, saying, hey, we're going to set the momentum of this game, and we're not going to let that slip. And maybe that's what the fear of Nongshim need, is just like, hey, maybe we need to actually toughen up. This is not the same kind of matchup we had yesterday. But here's the replay of that first blood. Those flaming palms hitting beautifully, and what a nice flash.
Yeah, I mean, it was a half a second delay, right? If he had gotten the flash before that situation, hang on, 2v1, is this really the best choice? Kyung9 actually managing to best the two of them in a 2v1, and here comes Haku. I don't think he's gonna get anything at this point, but yeah, it looks like BTR, they have a little bit more composure compared to what Nongshim have performed since yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you were right to pick out Kyung there, Kyung9 into the clash lane. He was playing very well there just to bait off that 2v1, but a lot of pressure going down here into the farm lane on the side of BTR. They are able to use that cannon blast to perfection, as well as those flaming palms. Even just at level 4, they are doing some mighty damage.
Yep, and Zankyu is also farming quite well as well. He's already level 6, right? Keeping pace with Haku, which is not an easy thing to do, especially when you're going up against an Orgren, right? His pacing is definitely a lot faster.
He's pacing a lot faster, but I feel like that's all aided by Neil, the mid laner, right? Like, you can kind of see that they are rotating heavily together just so they can kind of match the pace of Orgren, and that just really pays dividends to Orgren's wave clear. He's just like, hey, we need 2 heroes to match this one guy, but hey, if it's working for BTR, keep it up.
Yep, Illusion actually saves that camp from being stolen away by Zan, and that's a big win for now, right? But it does dwindle Haku's farm a little bit, so Haku might trail in terms of EXP against Zankyu.
Yeah, just for now. We're looking at, what, the matter of a few hundred gold difference here, but I feel like the pressure in the lanes is probably something that's going to pay more dividends. But
oh, hang on, that was a quick kill. Tufts gets the kill against Kyung9, and this is not the performance that Nongshim wanted. And BTR, this is showing signs of why they were champions in the first place of their respective region.
Yeah, I mean, going for the vision score there, Kyung, but was it really what you really want in this game, especially when behind 2 kills and now behind just under 1k gold difference as well? Prince of Landling uses the teleportation mechanic as well to go down into the mid lane. There is a lot of pressure from BTR. They're looking not to turn that down any moment now.
Yeah, Zankyu's damage is starting to pile up at this point. Can they get the steal? They will not. Zankyu gets caught out though, and this is going to be the first kill coming in for the side of Nongshim. Right now, they have to give more. The flash committed by Neil as well, but that's all they can take. Hang on, Illusion jumps in. Can they get the finishing kill? It's another one, a double kill, and right now, ignore whatever happened in the early parts of the game. Nongshim recover immediately.
Yeah, on this new illusion is definitely creating the illusion of safety for BTR, getting a very satisfying double kill into the farm lane, as well as they take the T1 down into the farm lane. So maybe this is the bounce back. This is Nongshim saying, hey, we've listened, we've been in for 4 minutes, we've learned, we are now gonna just apply the pressure.
Yep, and this then shows some of the weaknesses on the side of BTR's draft, right? So they're not very tanky as well. And the moment you get controlled by the likes of Nongshim players, it essentially spells imminent death as well.
Yeah, like you said, they're not really that tanky. So as soon as they start doing the damage, I mean, Nua, as we know, after her rework, does a fantastic amount of damage. And not only that, she can kind of have the same utility as she does, where you can kind of just shift people around to wherever you want to, especially with using those boxes, a little bit of geometry for those players on the Gorge. But definitely does a lot of damage, and that's exactly what they want going against BTR's draft right now.
Yeah, and the catch potential, right? It has to come from Psycho or maybe even ZanQ as well. Without that, the amount of initiation actually quite lacking on the side of BTR.
Yeah. If you start to take out ZanQ and Psycho, then the setup is literally going down the toilet, the proverbial toilet. And right now, there's a lot going on.
Yep, Seaweed gonna be taken down. At the same time, it's a 2-for-1 trade. Looking good for the side of BTR. Here comes ZanQ. He does give them that emotional fear. And it looks like the stun will not hit the mark. Illusion trying to go for the 2v1 along. Ooh. Psycho gets taken down as well. Haku, Seer State activated and kills galore. Right now, 5-4, Nongshim take the lead.
Yeah, a nice little kill lead there for
Nongshim, they're not done yet.
RedForce. And
yep, Kyong9 actually goes for it. ZanQ will manage to make it out with a sliver of health, but there's a lot of damage being done. Azure Golem now in the hands of Nongshim's Haku.
Yes, the Azure Golem being stolen over there is probably a good thing for the side of Nongshim, especially just to try and put the pressure on going into the 7-minute mark now for both of these teams. And Nongshim have done it. They've swung the pendulum of the gold resources over to themselves as well. They are now sitting at a 20k gold compared to the 19k gold on the side of BTR, which is not anything that can kind of like write home about. There is still potential room for error on the side of Nongshim.
I like the way that, Haku is itemizing at this point. He actually just totally ignores the Blazing Cape, goes straight for the Blood Rage instead, right? Because he knows that they won't be fighting face-to-face that much. Haku here going on a 1v2. This is a sight to see as they will try to push them back. Not much action gonna be happening from this point because the waves now just starting to come out from the lanes.
Yeah, it looks like they might be trying to surface around this Overlord as well. It's definitely something, a priority for Nongshim. They've already gotten... They actually haven't had a single neutral objective just yet. So going for this, they don't have the Primal Bond as well, the debuff into the jungle. So they probably could take it pretty easily now. But looking just to give some pressure into the mid lane before they decide to take it. But it looks like both of the teams are formulating around this neutral objective.
Yeah, but it's not a good situation for this other BTR. Actually, at this point, Nongshim, they've definitely hit a power spike. They're a little bit more tanky. And ZanQ, you start to see him falter. Hang on, he's going to try and go in 2v4. And the whole team is here, actually. BTR, they make the first move. They get the reward. But the rest of the map is actually pretty much open. So BTR, what's the choice now?
Yeah, I mean, they got the kill, but look at their T2 down into the farm lane for the side of BTR. It's been absolutely decimated by Nongshim, thanks to Kyung and Haku going down there. It looks like that Azan is looking to play the trade up into the farm lane, the clash lane, onto the side of Nongshim.
This is a big lesson. I mean, Nongshim, this is not the kind of macro play we expected from them based on the performance of yesterday. They have learned really quickly.
Learned really quickly, but they've also maybe seen a little bit of a falter there. They've managed to still trade the T2s though, so I don't feel like that's a positive trade for Nongshim. I feel like that BTR's still been able to punish them.
Oh, ZanQ saved by his teammate there. That would have spelled instant death actually if Kyung9 actually got his hands onto ZanQ. And it looks like they will change the target. Oh, the lockdown. It is going to be a lot of stuns happening, but infinite vastness and turns it around. Here comes the backup from the side of BTR. Indonesians, they love to fight and fight they will as Nongshim, they're starting to come apart. Haku, 1v4. He gets the kill, consolation prize, but that's going to be inevitable. His death comes as tough takes him out. BTR, they restore the lead.
Yeah, solid 3-1 trade from BTR there. Exactly what you said there, kid. Indonesians love to fight, and they have the vanguards as well into the mid lane, so they could potentially take that T1 into the mid lane, start to put a lot more pressure onto the side of Nongshim, because as soon as you start to lose those T1s, I mean, yes, they've lost almost both sides of the gorge as well in their favor, because the T2 is the only thing standing on the side of Nongshim. But if that T1 opens up, it means that ZQ has a whole field day in their side of the jungle.
Yeah, and this is what we want to see, right? And I think this is one of the reasons why BTR has been the champion of their region. They always make the trades. They don't just get the kills, they get something else after that. And that's a prerequisite to be able to have the advantage in games.
I mean, you can't just take your cookie and eat it, right? I mean, they're doing exactly that, so they're putting that rule to bed. But once more, we're seeing multiple factors coming from BTR as well. We see that ZQ's pushing down into the farm lane, as well as Tufts pushing into the clash lane. So they're trying to just basically say to Nongshim, hey, you can try and go for the neutral objective, but we're here too.
Oh, Haku, I think he's just going to make it out safely at this point. But look at the map control. BTR doing so well. What started as a Nongshim aggression into the Tyrant Pit now is reversed. BTR, this could be very well theirs as well, but it's a crucial kill path, and it's Illusion making the difference, killing Zen in the process as well. Did I? My goodness, 3,000 in terms of distance. And here we go. This could be the marker. The lockdown comes in as well. They're looking to go on cycle. For now, he makes it out safely, but the wave is crashing in. This mid T1 looking a little bit dire on the side of BTR, will be given away.
This is definitely the second wing that Nongshim needed. I mean, they had a bit of that in the early game, but that snipe, having that target locked down in your hindsights was just huge for the same as Nongshim. And it's just showing that the potential here for Nua is not just stealing neutral objectives, it's getting those kills from a very safe distance.
Yeah, that's why this draft is so scary, right? So they have the long-range annihilation coming out from Illusion, and they also have the close-range catch with Faye on that bit of farewell as well. Now, ZQ, he's in a little bit of a pinch here. It's 4 different members on the side of the top jungle, and if he gets spotted out, I think it's probably death on its doorstep.
Yeah, no, he looks like he's in very safe hands there. He's able to just manage to go undetected into the clash lane, so fair play to ZQ, able to get out of that predicament, which most players probably wouldn't have. They probably would have head straight for it, but never mind, there is a 2v1 going on.
Yep, ZQ, he survives though. The Battlefield Command does save his life, but he's so low on the backlines. It is going to be a kill. Farm lane takes the kill. Zen takes the kill onto Siwi, and there's 2 members down. Can they get the recovery though? Everyone is trying to make their way out. Can they run away? Zen uses the Rider Wind to push Haku away, and he's pincered in between 3 different members on the side of BTR, and the fight has begun. Blood Rage will be used, but it's not enough. Ultimate committed as well. Neo doesn't even care, but at the same time, the base threatened. Hang on, where's everyone? Chong9 is going to give it a try. I don't think he's going to be able to make it. Neo just on the tip of it gets caught out, and here we go. Destructive Deluge going to be used, but whatever, with the invincibility frames going to help him and aid him in the escape. BTR, they need to keep an eye on the base as well.
I mean, we talk about blind spots frequently on cast, but that is one of the greatest blind spots I've ever seen happen since the KC 2024 with Freddy just running down into the farm lane and taking the crystal. That was almost word for word like a love letter to Freddy there.
Oh yeah, I mean, coming from the Indonesia region, it would be quite funny if BTR loses the first game like that.
It would have been huge. I mean, if that was any other hero, obviously, Mayin can do damage, but not that much damage. Say, for example, if that was the RNG with the attack speed and the damage, I feel like that would have actually just completely wiped it out.
Yeah, and oh, hang on, the flash committed as well. They get the lockdown on the cycle. There is no more stuns available. They're committing. Chong9 gets the kill on Neo. There's not enough damage on the backlines, though. It looks like Zen. He does survive. ZQ just going to show up and make life a little bit more scary at this point. If they can catch him with the Radiance, it's going to spell the end of him. But right now, looks like Nongshim, they want to take the safe route. They will go for the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, I feel like they're taking out one of the good core components, though, of the next team fight is that Neil is now down for another 19 seconds, so they're able to take any of these team fights and probably have less of a threat going on, but there we go. They drop the Shadow Vanguard down into the farm lane to stop that push for ZQ, trying to just pay the same respect to Kyung there, Kyung9 on the side of Nongshim, but take. That's really shaken up BTR, and you could really tell on that last little team fight.
Yeah, this is a result I wasn't expecting at this point. Nongshim actually having a sizable lead against BTR. It's not a huge one, 2,000, but it's enough, significant. Zanku on the back lines. He's looking for the target. Goes in. Gets the shutdown. Is actually given a psycho as well. He's going to give his life. Zanku will not survive at this point. Hang on. He actually makes it out. And in the meantime, Psycho actually stuns them up. Here comes the turnaround. Everything available for Zan as he goes on a rampage. And Nongshim picked apart Siri, running for his life along with Haku. Might not be enough. A double kill. Zan, BTR. This is why they were champions. This is why you won't make it out. Haku in no man's land. As Taos, he's going to charge up. 3-on-1. He gets a consolation prize. But Bigetron, welcome to the world stage. Welcome to the big stage. They ace the opponents.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get any high ground turrets here just yet. Obviously, they don't have the vanguards. I think that's probably one good thing that Nongshim had setting up into that team fight is it's kind of like a bit of a fall save for the side of Nongshim. Is just having that overlord. But it looks like that ZaneQ is going to go for the Tyrant to give a bit of extra damage over to Lung. But my god, Zane don't need that extra damage. He's doing so much damage on those Flaming Palms, not just onto the heroes, but look at that turret. It's literally been deleted.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what I like about BTR's gameplay? They're really safe, right? So after this engagement, he didn't stay. I mean, I personally would have been greedy. I wanted to get that T3, right? But they don't mind playing the late game because at this point, ZaneQ, yes, he falls off a little bit, but they're playing against members like Syria and Direntia. You're playing against members like Illusion. They're not very survivable against the burst potential of a Prince of Lanling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's been many matches so far within the Season 3 Invitational where we can say that the goal lead is very close at 16 minutes. It's normally either the opposite side of the spectrums, right, where teams are being starved by about 5 to 6k gold. But Nongshim are definitely keeping the horse in the race here. I think as long as they don't allow BTR to take any of the higher ground turrets, they've still got the advantage in this one.
Yeah, at this point, it's about timing, right? How long can it survive? Because Zan already has his full 6 slotted items. Right now for Siri, just a little bit shy. Maybe needs probably about 1,000 gold more.
Yeah, I mean, he's just basically a consolation prize at this point. Like you said, he's 6 slotted. He can do as much damage as he wants. He can even change out some of these items as he gets into the late parts of the game. I mean, we're already at the 17-minute mark. If they can't quite find their little push over the line, maybe it is a change of items that they need, but a lot's brewing up onto the farm lane.
ZaneQ looking for an opening in angles here. I don't think they will be able to find anything just yet. The stuns come in, but it's okay.
It's okay, yep. The wave click coming from the Newer is definitely paying well to the side of Nongshim as well. But it's definitely looking like more respect's being given over to both of these teams, right? There's a lot riding on the line on this game one, because most of the times when we've seen these teams take the game one victory, it's been the victor of the whole series. So they need to sort of make their mark early within this series.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't tell me, I thought this would have been the final game of the series, right? They're playing so back and forth, and right now, Bigetron, they will extend the advantage. They take the Shadow Overlord for themselves.
Yeah, so this is going to help them definitely with trying to push the aggression onto the higher ground turrets. I feel like they just need to group up and choose a lane. And right now, the weakest lane on the side of Nongshim is definitely, in terms of health of the turret, is that clash lane. So it looks like Zan here is looking to push that one. I think as long as he gets one minion into that distance, he could just lay the Flaming Palms. It's gone.
Yeah, so this is really the test of quality, right? Well, we know that pressure builds diamonds. Now, this is a super pressurizing situation. Who's going to come up on top? That's a big question. ZaneQ actually healthy damage on Sukyong 9 as well. This is not the best way to start the fight on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, no, they made him look into the clash lane, but it looks like they're going to focus down into the farm lane, especially with the Shadow Vanguard being there as well. We see the Haku is trying to put a bit of pressure into the early part of this team fight that looks like it is going to pop off any moment for the side of BTR.
Yeah, they're choosing going. Nice stuns coming out from Psycho as well. Catches 3. Haku jumps in. Hang on. ZaneQ as well will go for the kill. Pops actually the first one. And this might be the difference maker here as BTR, they are running rampant in the base of Nongshim. It's going to be a trade. Right now, it's 1-for-1, but there's more to come. The minions are marching down. The dragons are here. Vanguard as well. Psycho manages to push the backline away. But it looks like this will be the end of the aggression for the side of BTR. Maybe they want to sneak that T3 on the top.
Will not happen. Saiku, he might be the sacrificial lamb here. Given away. He's going to try and run away. At this point, Haku, Sear State, gets the kill. But Zen, he needs to survive. If he dies here, this could be a very horrible situation. And oh my god, the annihilation. Gets the kill. Second life gone. Destiny use doesn't matter. Nongshim, they buy a lifeline.
I think really well played in all this, though. I mean, yes, the aggression there from Nongshim was fantastic, but the fact that Kyung9 stayed behind, he was like, if I don't stay behind, they could do exactly the same thing as what I tried to do to them, is just try and like backdoor me. And I think that was a really great play, show of ability from this player. But the Tempest Dragon is up, and two of the members of BTR are down. Are they going to try and go for the steal? Do they want that $500 in their back pocket? Only time will tell.
They have to play this really safely. So they need to make sure that they clear the area around, because ZanQ, he can come in with a huge amount of burst. And at the same time, it could go very awry.
It could. They just need to focus. I feel like that's the idea, is hold the objective here. Yep.
Yep, they actually get two different members here. ZanQ pushed away. This could be the perfect situation for Nongshim to win the game here. ZanQ gets taken down by Siri. At the same time, nobody else is looking at the Tempest Dragon. They get another catch. Tufts, he's in no man's land. Okay, they get the burst, but it looks like Tempest Dragon will be given to the side of Nongshim. This is a big advantage. Can they push it forward?
Huge advantage, and as well, Nongshim playing very well within that Tempest Dragon pit as well, because they were playing against a 4v5, because Kyung9 once more just giving that TLC to those lanes, making sure that there's going to be no push here. But Lupang is trying to catch him out in his own game, but I feel like with this Tempest Dragon up and ZanQ down, it's only moments for the side of Nongshim to push this crystal.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming in, and here we go. Annihilation used. Nobody dies just yet, but they do lose that T3 on the top.
We do lose the T3 at the top here, so high ground turrets falling on both of those lanes. So opening up is the base of the side of BTR, but are they going to be able to do what Elevate did yesterday, and is hold off Nongshim for long enough to actually get the strike back?
Okay, Moon Goddess onto Tufts. If he uses the Moon Goddess, he will get an additional health when he comes back. So let's see, is this the difference maker? Tempest Dragons is a hard battle here. The base is barren for the side of BTR.
Yeah, they're just trying to find a way in, but to be honest, to be fair, BTR are just denying them any access at all. They are just trying to stop those minion waves coming through. ZanQ looking for a bit of a push up into the clash lane as well, just trying to get that sizable minion wave. And they've got to be careful, because it is enhanced minions at this point.
Yeah, Faye manages to get the catch, but this is a horrible position. BTR, they can turn this around, but a bit of farewell. That's a nice catch. Tufts, he's on the back lines. Nobody else to save. The members on the side of BIGETRON and Nongshim are making it work. Can they get the kill? Hang on, Zen comes back to life. Second life in hand. Won't push them away, but it's a 4v1. There is no way. The Dragon's coming in. Hang on. Can they actually push it away? Oh no, it's a base race. Can they do it? No, there's no minions. And it is going to be Nongshim. They secure the first game against BIGETRON!
Wow, that was literally a game of a base race. What the? And you can even see on stage that there was clear miscommunication going on there between the team of BTR, but that game has got to have been the closest game so far of the Season 3 Invitational.
I need to take a breather here, because look, Nongshim, I think they have done a great bit of improving, but to go up against the champions of Indonesia region and win in such a fashion, not in my books today.
Not in my books today. I mean, see, I think this all was really well played, set up from obviously Kyung9's play in the early parts of those games, where he was pushing the farm lane all the way to the higher ground turret and even all the way to the crystal. But then, obviously, there was a lot of stalemate. There was a lot of sort of flows going over to the side of BTR, and then it was just a battle of resilience at that point, right? I mean, we saw all the way to the Tempest Dragon. It just got to the final hour, the final minute of that game, and both teams were just trying to base race each other.
Yeah, I think in the battle of wave management, it is definitely in favor of Nongshim as well, right? They had so much damage to be able to clear the wave. This is where Illusion came very much in handy, because Nua, late game, a lot of damage to offer. At the same time, right, I think Siri's positioning was pretty nice, but I really love that combination that Faye offered to the rest of Nongshim. Every single bit of farewell was almost a guaranteed kill onto any of the members on the side of BTR.
Yeah, he's just putting more flavor to his name, right? I mean, we were seeing a lot of support for Faye yesterday in day 1. Day 2 comes around, and he's just proven even more why he deserves that respect on his name and the recognition that he's getting right now. And it's his first international championship. And like you were saying there, Ken, they're going head-to-head against the champions of the qualifiers of Indonesia, which was a fantastic region last year and definitely showing a little bit of weakness here. But BTR, I don't think we should count them out just yet because how close that game 1 was. And you can check here from the stats. It's just so close in terms of team fight participation as well.
Yeah, it really just emphasized the weakness of BTR, right? If you do get the ability to go in the middle of their lineup, they kind of suffer a tough defeat because you need to have space between the members on the side of BTR and Nongshim RedForce to be able to be in a safe position. Example, your Cannon Blast, it must be landed, and then you can get the perfect initiation, Ride the Wind, Flaming Palms. ZanQ gets to throw his daggers as well. But if that situation is not initiated by BIGETRON, Nongshim, they have that advantage all day.
They do have the advantage all day, but I mean, looking at that gold graphic just paints exactly, if you were to say, how did the game go, son? And then someone showed you that graph, you'd be like, okay, it was definitely a hard fought-for game, and I think a hard fought-for position for MVP. There was so many performances, but Illusion getting that crucial kill theft as well, I think definitely added to the tick on the MVP list for Illusion. So game 1 MVP is Illusion, and we're going to see why in these highlights.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Illusion, normally Nuwa, we expect them to have a late game presence. Here, right at the get-go, 4.5 minutes, already getting so much value for the team here with the Annihilation, a double kill right at the start. And I think it was a sticky situation for the side of Nongshim at the start because they couldn't deal with the CC offered by both Zan and the burst potential of ZanQ as well. But somehow they recovered, they held on.
They did hold on. They managed to hold on for until the Tempest Dragon. So I have to give so much respect over to BTR and Nongshim as well because it was played so beautifully. There it was, the golden moment, the golden hour for the side of Nongshim. That crucial kill theft was beautiful.
Yeah, and this is the moment where everyone was so focused on fighting the battles on the side of BTR that they completely forgot about Kyung9, allowed him to get that T3 on the bottom, and right, suddenly everyone had to TP back. They lost that aggressive advantage that they had fought so hard for, and suddenly the game was going in the direction of Nongshim.
Yeah, no, at that point where Kyung9 was pushing the crystal there, it was definitely like that meme where it's like the big red button and the guy's like, go back, go back, go back. Everybody was just clicking recall in hopes to actually make it there in time. But to be fair, to the side of BTR, they almost paid back that same kind of respect though, especially ZanQ towards the latter part of that game. We honestly thought that he was going to get the secured base race, but just more show played here for Illusion. Those newer ultimates, the snipes coming from this hero is great.
Yeah, I mean, Faye, definitely my second MVP contender as well.
Yeah.
He did a very good job. The Bitter Farewell and the Destined Encounter, these two moves really changed the state of the game here. And you know what? That's the benefit of having a Tempest Dragon as well. They had the potential to end the game there on the side of BIGETRON, but unfortunately, the Tempest Dragon took that last cannon card out, and there was no way to come back into that series.
No, yeah, they had the guard dog. The Tempest Dragon Vanguards was just basically acting like the guard dog there for the side of Nongshim, and Nongshim played that very well, whether it was a known fact or it was just complete coincidence that it spawned at that time. But if it didn't, it would have been a completely different 1-0 going on the board now. It would be BTR going through strong into game 2, but we've got to look at those drafts, right? I mean, there was a lot of big stops called out on the side of BTR. We could say the same for Nongshim as well, especially the likes of Diadea, Orgren. I feel like those two picks are quite the monumental picks within the Season 3 Invitational so far, so they know that that's now being kind of rendered. They can't pick that, so maybe we're going to see quite a bit of prio bans for those two picks. But over the side of BTR, they've lost the use of Long, Motsu, Lady Chen, Lu Bang as well has been a big pick so far within Season 3, so a lot's already been exhausted on the side of BTR as well as Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, this opens up the doors for the Byrons, the Sunsun as well in the Clash game, right? I don't think we're going to be too diluted in the farm lane. We do have the RLE available, Lady Sun. There's still the Lady Sun main combination, and even we've seen yesterday, there is a potential of a DUNC and main combination that either team can pick up, or in this case, at least for BTR. And the tanky boys, Menki, Tun, they're still available on the side of BTR and Nongshim as well. So we could very well see a beefy boy battle.
Beefy boy battle. I think that should be the rebranding of this series. It's got a ring to it. But to be honest, I expect from BTR, especially ZaneQ, I feel like a more assassin orientated roles picks will come through, because we've seen him quite a bit on Hanshin as well as the Luna, so maybe we'll see that come through in this best of 5. But I don't feel like this is going to be a straight 3-0 for either side of these teams, especially how Nongshim was kind of playing back towards the rope in that whole series.
Yeah, I think they just need to make sure that they have a tank to complement the playstyle or hero picks of ZaneQ. If he really is going to full-on go and commit to the assassin-style jungler role, then there needs to be someone that needs to cover, you know, the tracks or the gaps that he leaves behind.
Yes, absolutely. That's definitely what they want to do. I mean, I think they'll have learned that lesson very well. I mean, they even showed it on the side of BTR that they learned that lesson within that game 1, is that they can't make sure that they need to know where Kyung9 is going to be at all times, because he may be running down one of your lanes to the high ground turrets.
Yeah, tunnel vision is, you know, we always talk about it, but when it happens, it happens. You don't really take notice because something as important is happening as well.
Yeah, exactly. You don't keep the eyes off the prize. And that's the beautiful thing about Honor of Kings, is that it's not just a one-directional kind of objective. There's many parts at play, many moving mechanics that you have to consider in these matches, especially at this stage. And there we are. There's the lovely wave of Dolias coming through.
Yeah. A lot of refreshes. Hopefully they can refresh the inventory available for the side of BTR. Let's see what they can bring up against Nongshim, because it has been an impressive performance thus far. It's just game 1, but, you know, I think we give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, just game 1, and I mean, it's already heated up so much to the fact that there was both of these teams base racing on game 1. Like you were saying towards the end of that one, it's like, I thought we were seeing the last game of the series, but no, it only can go better, like higher from here, right?
Yeah, now they know like the little nicks and gaps that they can pick on. I think this game will be even tighter, and maybe we might see a very decisive move that will kill off the game pretty fast.
I mean, I want to kind of pay attention to BIGETRON Sigma's clash lane there. Obviously, they picked out the Lubang, but if we look back over to the qualifiers, especially the grand finals going against KAGENDRA, they didn't even pick that pick once. They went for Sunset, they went for Elaine, they went for Dharma, they went for Mayin. So maybe this is the thing that we're going to be waiting for to see on the side of BIGETRON Sigma, is those better clash lane picks or something that's more suited to his playstyle.
Yeah, it's kind of like casting a fishing net, right? That's what we expect, especially with a Dharma pick. That's you want to create a situation where Dharma has ease of access into finding as many members as possible on the opposite end.
Yeah, exactly. We want to be seeing somebody on the side of BIGETRON Sigma that kind of still keeps that same presence on the Gorge like we see from the Lubang, but maybe someone that's a bit more aggressive, a little bit more like initiation orientated, like the Dharma, like the Elaine, just open up those big sort of like accesses into the backline, but also a little bit of CC on the side of BIGETRON Sigma. I think like that's what was maybe, other than the Prince of Landling with the single target CC, they needed just a little bit more of that flavor, I feel.
To be honest, I really like the Prince of Landing pick. I think if you actually get the formula right, he's pretty hard to deal with, because you have to always be careful about where he is. I think that was the threat that ZaneQ was offering. But at the same time, because they're dealing against an Allgren, right? Allgren does have the ability to survive that huge burst. And as long as you stay around him, they can kind of do the cleanup after that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we started to see the Prince of Landling come through into fruition, especially at the EWC mid-season invitational, right? I believe it was one of the KPL teams that actually, the KPL Dream team, sorry, that actually picked it. And now we're kind of seeing why, especially now that Orgrim was released at that same time, and then we randomly saw the Prince of Langley come through, which normally wasn't the case. Obviously, back then we didn't have the global ban pick as well, so it's really exciting to see it come in for the global teams, and they made it work. I think ZaneQ had a fantastic performance on that pick, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I want to turn the attention back into Nongshim here, specifically in the mid lane Illusion.
Yes.
Will we see a easing game again from him, right? He had a very fantastic easing game yesterday, and MVP, if I'm not wrong. And this time, if he can replicate that performance today, BTR may be in for a shock result today.
I mean, that's why they banned him in game 1, right? It was the third ban, so they did leave room for it to be open, but they knew that there were bigger picks at stake, like the Diadea, like the Orgrin, so they knew that Yixing wasn't going to be the prio pick. But it could come through in game 2, or they could stick to it being a prio ban in the first stage of the draft. But then that means if they do prio that ban, like the last game, BTR banned out Mai and Ali, it could give over to one of those to Nongshim, and we don't really want to be seeing Sirion and Ali, right?
Yeah, he's quite the beast with it. And let's see, first ban going to come out from BTR. Is it going to be a roam, or is it going to be the mid laner, right? I think it would be surprising if BTR allows the Mai through. They will ban out the Dharma instead.
Yeah, I think the Dharma ban's probably a good one for both of the clash lanes of these teams. They don't want to let that pick come through, especially if they decide to go for a tanky jungle as well, because if they lock in a Dune and also get the Dharma, it's double trouble.
Yeah, and now Nongshim, they understand the power of the Diadea. They will take it out of the hands on the side of BTR as well. Now, the big question is, will they allow the Mai through? Because if I'm Nongshim, I actually want to pay attention to the Nuwa. I would rather not deal with a Nuwa.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is the Liang ban, right? So prio Liang ban, does this mean that BTR are going to go for another assassin-orientated jungle pick? Because that's generally where this pick is drafted into, right? Is to counter those high-frame picks.
Highly likely, but Mai is of the priority for the side of BIGETRON. And I like this pick as well, right? Mai going in, very good burst, early game, a lot of pressure being put down, especially not just clearing the waves, but also stealing the Lizard Camp away. Task Force in that case.
Yeah, I mean, Orgrim being banned out for the side of Nongshim, they played these two picks, like I said in the post of the last game. They know that these two picks are just such power picks within the Season 3 Invitational, but we're actually going to get the Dolia. So the Dolia in the audiences are going to be very happy that their hero is on the Gorge. Pairing that with Lung as well, you get in that second infinite vastness, but it could still be fleshed out by something more.
Yeah, actually, I would expect that Nongshim are going to go for the Dun. Dun and maybe Sunsa as well, right? It fits the bill. You get a choice of the Celestial Melody as well. BTR, now I'm just curious, are they going to pick a Ming into this Lady Sun to deal with the high amount of burst that the Lung will be offering in the hands of Lung, in the hands of Siri, but at this point, looks like Zhang Fei will be the roam of choice.
Yeah, I mean, when they give up kind of like when they give the assassin over into the mid lane as well, right? Like that's when you kind of need to start putting a support into a tank into the support role, because maybe they're looking at something like the Byron up into the clash lane, or maybe in the Sunset, which is not necessarily as tanky as some other of the clash lanes, especially comparing that to Lu Bang, and Tufts' playstyle is going to be a little bit different going into this one. But if you look over to the side of Nongshim, they have gone for a little bit of a flex pick here as well. So the Huan can still be put into the mid lane. It could go into the jungle for Haku. But giving Dolia over with the Huan, it's been a deadly combo for the previous year as well.
Yeah, in the farm lane, if they were to go blow for blow with the Zhang Fei and Lady Sun, I think it's a win for Nongshim's farm lane instead, because the amount of sustain that the Dolia offers to Lung, Fei giving the Siri, I think it's much more valuable compared to what BTR has, right? Because the burst damage coming out from Siri's Lung is going to be significant, and if he gets a lane advantage, it's not going to be fun to play.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, they played against it last game, and they definitely struggled against it. I mean, Azan in the farm lane for BTR, those flaming palms towards the end were just melting anything in their path. Like, even the higher ground turrets were just getting rinsed down. But let's look at the second part of the banning phase. We're getting the Monkey ban, we're getting the Masashi ban. So we're already seeing something coming into fruition for the side of Nongshim, saying like, hey, we don't want any of that single target CC from the duel at death or the dream roll here from the monkey, so being able to get access into the backline. So they're really showing they're going to be heavily dependent onto the backline of Nongshim.
Yeah, BTR, I think they need a little bit more. They need something, they need the extreme of both ends, right? So do you want to just commit, go for maximum damage? Because right now, if you go for maximum damage, that means Zen is going to be on his own because everyone's kit is to dive in. So Zen needs to play really careful on this lady soon. And Nongshim, I think right now their draft makes a little bit more sense to me because they have escape mechanisms. You have the Unending Sorrow from Illusion as well, or maybe even Haku if he's using it in the jungle. You have the Infinite Vastness and Force Field Suppression coming in from the Byron. So there's many areas of survivability that Nongshim have offered for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the Liang picks making sense now, or a band making sense now, right? I mean, they have like 3, we can put Mayini into that bucket as well. 3 very high frame heroes, right? You've got the Luna, you've got Mayine, and you've got Mai Shiranui. The one thing you don't want is a suppression. So now there's going to be a lot of kind of like Nongshim's eyes are going to be all over the place in this game too, right? They've got to keep hold and track off 3 very fast-paced heroes, and then matching it with the pay.
Okay, I'm going to be honest here. I very much prefer Nongshim's draft. I think it's very dangerous for Zanky to go in as a Luna, especially when you have the riding the wind from Siri on the Loom, right? There's a lot of disengage available on the side of Nongshim, and it requires Zanky to really dive into the heart of Nongshim. So unless that situation is picture perfect, meaning Tufts on this Mayine gets the perfect whatever or gets serious, I actually think they are diving to their depths here. So BTR, I think this is a very difficult game for them.
We'll have to wait and see if they can actually formulate it a little bit better than what we're seeing here on the draft, because on paper, like you said, Nongshim has definitely got a lot more going for them here. Oh, wait, no, where's the Dune come from? The Dune came from... Oh,
last pick.
Last pick, so it wasn't pay, so it is going to be Dune here, so okay. Makes a little bit more sense. It's a little bit more safer for me now, I would say, on the side of Nongshim, is that now got a tank, because if they went for the pay, it would have been a bit of a... Not much in terms of tankiness, right? You'd be giving it all over to Huan and the Dolia to hope to soak up that damage, right?
I mean, BTR has have the best game ever. Nongshim, they're playing their stock standard, right? Major tank, a lot of survivability, some control. It's a tough nut to crack. But BTR, I think if they can win this game early, yeah, it could spell a very much favored result and tie the series up 1-1.
We're going to be seeing a lot of kind of denial of the Azure Golem here, especially seeing that Luna being drafted once more, because we saw it yesterday. I believe it was Gen G that they were just completely just getting rid of Roche's or Rock's Azure Golem majority of the match. Do we feel like we're going to be seeing that same kind of flavor here come from Nongshim, just to kind of hold the optimal performance of the Luna?
I think we definitely will. It's one of the win conditions, right? Whenever a Luna does not have MP or mana, dead game, dead situation, right? We've seen the Lunas yesterday run out of mana and just they get cremated on the spot. So Nongshim RedForce, I think they have a pretty strong draft, but once again, it's not just the equipment that you're given, it's how you use them, right? So let's see how this BTR fare against Nongshim in game number 2.
I mean, they have the component to cremate people, right? They've got the Loong, they've got the Flaming Palms. I mean, if there's any kind of flame move on this game over than Zhou Yu, it's definitely going to be the Loong, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to turn them to ash, man. But we'll see, right? It's opinions. The facts will be known later.
They will be known later. Only time will tell. Only time will tell to see what happens in this game. But already we're seeing quite a lot of performance and pressure being put onto the mid lane, onto the Mai Shiranui. They don't want to let this lady grow, right?
Yep, as expected, right? Oh, hang on. That's a nice re-engine here, but I don't think there's enough damage at this point. So it's going to be a trade of blows, but it's a win. for Nongshim, because right now it's going to be Kyung9 who has eyes on which buff is available. Azure Golem is going to be available. I don't think he will go in for the steal. It's more information for Nongshim.
Yeah, just let them know where the Luna is at. I mean, Luna's already gone for the Crimson Golem, so they know they can't really... There's no point going in and invading onto the Crimson Golem now because it's gone. And it would just be a bit of a waste of time for Nongshim here. But here, the Flaming Palms are already connecting. We see Huan with a bit of a rotation down into the farm lane, just trying to stunt the growth of the Lady Sun, but Tufts.
Oh no, first blood. It's a trade, but it's a win for Nongshim, right? At this point, it's going to be EXP denial for the side of BTR. Tufts is not going to have as much EXP as Kyung9. It's going to be a small lead.
A small lead, yeah. But hey, they're trading blows 1-for-1 already at the scoreboard here in terms of the kills for both of these teams. And they're slightly ahead of gold, Nongshim, right now. They're only a few hundred, which was more so the favor of BTR last game. But it's still early game. We don't need to be looking at the gold resources just yet. It's pretty much equalized.
Yep, right now, pretty much even, I think, across the board, right? They're really neck and neck with each other. The only slight differentiation is in the clash lane, simply because of that first blood.
Yeah, first blood being taken up into the clash lane is pretty huge for the side of Nongshim. They do obviously get the bonus gold for getting the first blood as well. But right now, we're kind of seeing just a bit more respect being paid for both of these teams, it seems. Like, yes, they've had the first blood clash up into the clash lane, but other than that, they're kind of just like right, okay. I'm just going to retract that statement now. We see that Nongshim are just entering their enemy jungle and just taking their camps. There's no respect.
It has to work now. They will die 4-on-1 here. It is going to be Zankyu. He is going to lose his Azure Golem on the backline. Tufts comes in. I don't think that's the correct decision at this point. Wind Slash going to be used, and Tufts, he makes it out just by a little bit here. And once again, it is going to be Saiku who tries to recover some form of ego. But Nongshim, they take the win and they walk out.
Some kind of ego or some kind of madness, right? I mean, he's not level 5 just yet, so he can't use his ultimate, but he has all the madness there stored up waiting to be used once he gets to that level. But Luna looking pretty battle-scarred there, having to go and take the health from the farm lane turret.
Yep, and that's my worry, right? Because end of the day, when you lose that Azure Golem, that's the first problem. There's a lot of CC coming out from Nongshim, and I don't see how they're supposed to handle that on the side of BTR.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not handling it that well so far in the early game, right? I mean, we're now seeing that 1k gold difference go over to the side of Nongshim, and those Flaming Palms are hitting even more harder for Siri right now. And I feel like if they're able to get this game 2 lead for Nongshim, it's going to be very good for them. But Mike coming in with a bit of a gank here, just trying to sort of equalize that difference in the farm lane.
Tufts on the top in a tough spot as well. This first Tyrant might set the tone for the rest of the game, at least until the mid stages. And Zankyu is going to keep it up first. Stomp comes in from the Tyrant. Potential stun happening as well. A lot of control on the backlines. It is going to be Zan. He secures it for the team, but can they make it out? That's the big thing. Zankyu, he is on the backlines against Kyung9, but here comes the first punishment. Saiku already down. Neil will get the trade kill. It is on to Siri. That's a big one. As long as Zan doesn't die, it is a decent result. But Nongshim, they still have the lead.
Nongshim still do have the lead. I mean, I would have said that was a bad trade if it was only 1 kill, but they're able to claim the 2 kills there for Nongshim. It kind of softens the blow that they lost the neutral objective down to the bottom side of the map, but they could still go for this Overlord. It looks like they're going to help themselves to Luna's Azure Golem once more, just really trying to stop the growth of Luna into these team fights.
I mean, I hate to be in Zankyu's shoes right now. He has nothing to offer. There is no Azure buff available. He's going to jump in as well. Give it a try. It's not going to be the killing blow. And right now, you take a look at the lead. The refresh comes in. It is going to be Haku coming in with the Unruly Blade as well, trying to get some stuns. Zankyu running out of mana. I don't think this is a fight they will complete. So Nongshim, they just poke them out and go back, return into their own jungle to secure their own Azure Golem.
That's it, just apply a bit of pressure, and then once we've scared them a little bit, let's just go back to basics and just farm up, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Nongshim, and it's working pretty well into this game too. We're almost at the 6-minute mark, but we're seeing a difference of about 1.2k gold, but 2v1 here.
Alright, Kyung9, I don't think he's gonna die here. In fact, he is just a distraction because Siri on the bot lane takes out the T1 in the farm lane. It is gonna be a potential trade. No, it's not. No minions to speak of on the top in the Clash lane. The only prize to claim is just a Space Sprite.
I mean, another prize to claim is on the side of Nongshim, right? They may be able to get this T2, but it is going to be Luda going in. Infinite Vastness is just going to be there to get out of jail card for the side of Nongshim. Siri escaping.
Yeah, but he does have the freedom of time, right? And look, Haku is just going to pressure and push them down. There's nothing much that BIGETRON can offer right now. In fact, the pincer move might be coming in as well. Neil, he needs to be careful on the back lines. Haku catches eyes onto Zen. Zen cannot die here. It's a tough situation. Azure Golem being threatened right now. I don't think this is a big one. Hang on. Beast is unleashed. But that's all they're going to get. Nothing more.
I mean, the fact that BTR and Nongshim were very tactful on how they approach that team fight really shows the caliber of skill on these two teams, right? Like, there was plenty of times that both of these teams could have just gone in and tried to get one up over the other, but they were like, no, let's just bait out, let's see what happens, and just like ride the waves.
Oh, this is a tough situation. Does he actually get it? No, Zen actually secures the Crimson Golem for himself. Low on mana though, he needs to be very careful how they take this fight. There is no Manus on the side of Cycle, so there is no Unbridled Outburst as well. So it's a tough position to be in, and I just want to highlight, I think Kyung, best game of his life so far.
So far, yeah, absolutely. He's all across the map. He is making his presence known. He's just making his presence felt as well, especially being able to get those minion waves into the bot lane, taking that T2 for the side of Nongshim. We did see that Tufts is able to secure the T1, though, into the Clash lane as a bit of a trade, but I would take a T2 any day on one of the side lanes for the T1 up into the Clash lane.
Yep, everywhere that, you know, BTR tries to delegate someone to go to, he's there. Kyung9 is there to cut that attempt.
Yeah, we can kind of see here that they're just slowly pushing, slowly trying to get those minions just a little bit closer to those turret objectives, just trying to gain a bit more dominance on this map. It's not like they are starving of dominance here on the side of Nongshim. They are definitely pushing and doing very well in this game too. It's a lot cleaner for the side of Nongshim, I feel.
Yep, and once again, they're looking at the Azure Golem, so no blue buff for the side of ZanQ, and this is hurting him so much. Nice knockup, but the shield comes in, Leaping Savior. I don't think they will overcommit at this point. Flaming Palm is going to be laid down as well. It is all just simple aggression. Once again, the beast is unleashed, but I think it's a little bit premature.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, I was thinking that my face when he used his ultimate, I was kind of like, there's not much you're really going to gain from this, and your cooldown is actually going to be quite a while as well. So at least Nongshim know now that they have the intel that the next team fights, if they take it early, that Zhongfei Psycho is not going to have that ultimate.
Yeah, feels like the stress is getting to them. I mean, ZanQ is going to give it a try, but there's not enough damage. BIGETRON, they might have overcommitted here. This could be the marker to jump in. The stun's coming in as well.
Yeah, stun's coming in as well. BTR is just trying to just keep away the takedown of this T1 in the mid lane because they've already lost the T2s in the side lane. So opening up that T1 is just the golden key that they need, the golden ticket to get into the chocolate factory of the side of BTR. All that minion, I mean, it's not stopped them this far. Nongshim have just been helping themselves to the enemy jungle anyway.
Yep, it's a tough situation here. Okay, Illusion is falling a bit low. This could be the opening they're looking for. They dive in, they do not get the kill though. They make it out, but can they? Yes, Zed will get that kill onto Faye. It's a consolation prize, and I think that's all they're gonna get here. Nongshim still pretty much in control.
Pretty much in control. We do have some minions down into the higher turret grounds there in the farm lane for the side of BTR, so they've got to be careful there. We do see that Neil is giving a bit of TLC down to that lane just to make sure that that push doesn't come through. But we can kind of still see that Kyung is just going to fight on two fronts here. There's the Unbridled Outburst.
Okay, this is the big one. They get the lockdown. Siri gets taken out as well. This could be the best opening just yet for BTR, but that window has closed. Right now, the big objective is that Shadow Overlord.
Shadow Overlord, yes. We can see that ZanQ is looking to go for the Tyrant, though. Looking to give a bit of extra damage over to his team, which I really feel like at this 10-minute mark could really help them just skew the scale into their favor, especially the fact that the resources are going over to the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, they're going to pull away here. Now that Nongshim knows about the Tyrant take, they will make a beeline for that Shadow Overlord. So Tufts, as well as Neil, they need to make it out of here safely. They can't overstep their boundaries.
Yeah, we see the Eternity Blade being built already on Zane, and he's just gone for the Shadow Ripper as well, so quite a bit of crit and attack speed coming through now for the Lady Sun. And giving over the Crimson Golem is going to be a bit of a damage buff, as well as the Tyrant as well. They're really trying to amp up Zane's optimal efficiency.
Yep, I have to give a quick congratulations to Zanq. Finally, a Azure Golem gets in, looks onto Kyung9. Can he get it? Zan gets the kill as well. Suddenly, Nongshim looking a little bit shaky at this point. And it is going to be all 3 lanes being pressured. No, just the 2. Bot lane still in need of some protection, but Zan, he immediately melts down that T2 in the mid, and they get the T2 on the top as well.
Yeah, BTR basically just saying there to Nongshim, saying that, hey, we've seen you, we've noticed you eyeing up our T1 in the mid lane. Let's show you how to do it, and we'll take your T2 at the same time.
Yep, I don't know what's happening. Nongshim, they had the lead, right? And they just gave it away.
Yeah, gave too much room over to BTR, I feel like. They just... What we always fear with these teams that are in front, if they give the losing team any room to breathe, we've seen it time and time again, and it's happening here. BTR are coming back in their stride.
Yep, Neo though being the silent assassin, that's someone we need to watch out for. I think the final bond is ended. So BTR, they have the option to try and go in here. Zanq just priding himself in this position.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a fight around here.
Hang on, Neo is very low. On the backlines, they're looking for it as well. Zanq gets the kill on the Siri. There's a lot of damage gone, but Zanq, he gives his life, tries to get out. Oh, he slides out of it. And right now, Saiku, he secures the kill for Bigetron. This was the window they're waiting for in the backline space, trying to make the save for his teammate. But it kicks. Zan is going to complete the kill. It's an ace. And BTR, they come back.
Back to reality. I mean, I'm guessing that's what BTR stands for, it seems like, going into this game too, taking a round off of Nongshim. I mean, Nongshim haven't had the perfect run yet. I mean, they did win 3-1 yesterday, and they've just lost another round. That was another beautiful display there by BTR. Very shaky early game. Mid-game, there was like, hey, you gave us enough room to give us everything that we need to take that victory, and it all happened in that mid lane.
Yeah, so BTR, they tie this series up 1-1. Not the result that Nongshim was expecting, but I feel like they kind of gave the key over to BTR for a moment.
Yes, just for a moment. And I think like that's the beautiful thing about Honor of Kings is everything happens just in a moment. If you feel like you are ahead of everybody into this game too, and then you give them enough room to just breathe and then think, you know what? We can do this. And then we saw it. BTR's Azam was able to get every bit of itemization over to the Lady Sun, get over the Crimson Golem, as well as a Shadow Tyrant, which was just enough damage to mean that BTR could tip the scales of victory for themselves.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? So at this point, I think TR.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was brilliantly displayed there by BTR. They took a lot of batterings in the early game, and it really just paid off towards that mid to late game, which we saw. I feel like if we saw another game 2 going into the Tempest Dragon, it would have been a different story for the side of BTR, but Nongshim was able to, at their own fault, give BTR too much room to breathe. And here we are, we're just looking at the post-analytics as well. You can kind of see here that Zanq actually dropped a lot of Azure Golems, but not a single death in this game too. Looking at the 11.66k goal difference to Haku's 7.31 as well. So there was a lot of gaps there in terms of the resources, which we didn't see much within the game popping up in the UI. But it seems like that was one of their key victories as well. The fact that they was able to secure so much gold over to Zanq meant that they could get that lead that they needed, especially at that middle point, the battle at the mid lane there. But if we look over to the damage dealt as well, obviously Zan there with the 94k damage as well as Zanq, you could see that those pressures was there. Honestly, Neil on the Mai really shined in the early game, not too much within that latter part of the game. And you can kind of tell by the team participation as well, 50% compared to the others.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My internet got ganked there. And at this point, I think BTR, this is good showing, right? So we expected a tight series, but I expected BTR to be in the lead because they were the champions of their own region, and I think it's an impressive result that Nongshim actually forced this kind of performance out from BTR. Now the question is, how much have they learned from each other? And is BTR going to continue with this kind of assassin-style jungle, of which Zankyu, if you give it to him, MVP, guaranteed.
I mean, I did say past the post games of game 1, right, that we were going to see more assassins for Zankyu. From just what we know of the qualifiers of Indonesia, is that he was more sort of susceptible to those picks than the tank picks, and it really showed here with the Luna. Even though back towards the wall, starved of those Azure Golems, he was still able to bring out such a performance like this.
Yeah, and there were a couple of tight moments, right? I mean, bear in mind that Zankyu on the Luna actually unexpectedly tanky at times, but the composition that they have on the side of BIGETRON, it benefits off of surprise attacks and, you know, surprise bursts. There were a couple of moments in this game where it looks so cool because Zankyu was actually able to get the kill onto Siri multiple times in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Siri was caught out one too many times, I feel like, for Nongshim, because that's just what happens when you kind of leave them alone. When the Unbridled Outburst actually connects as well, really opened up those team fights for the side of BTR. We saw some very sloppy ones from the side of Psycho, but when they did hit, they hit very hard.
Oh yeah, they did. I feel like maybe this is a stamina issue here. It does take a toll on you because best of 5, they're not that easy. You have the potential of playing all 5 games. And with this new global ban pick format, I think it puts a tremendous amount of strain. It requires you to be at your best all the way. And I mean, we're all human, right? It's difficult to maintain 100% all the time.
I mean, how many supports could you link with Execute, Kin? I mean, I think there's an infinite pool there, but how well they actually would do at the best of 5 is definitely a test.
Well, okay, I'll be honest. I think I had some success with the Execute in Rome, and guys, it's a joke, right? I'm just testing things out. But yeah, it does work. Not 100%.
It does work. It does work in Kin's corner of the world and in his chaos. It does work sometimes, but that's just like the global ban picks, right? It works sometimes, other times it doesn't work as well. But looking at that, they now falter and dwindle down the side of BTR as well as Nongshim, some of those power picks as well. Obviously, Loon's off the table, Dolia is now gone, Q1 Byron, which was a big pick for Kyung9 in his last series in the Season 3 Invitational, as well as Doing as well. So some mighty picks was exhausted, not so much in Game 1, obviously Orgren and Diadea, which was their result in prior bans, but this Game 2 has definitely dwindled their pool of heroes.
No, so it makes it very exciting, right? Because now we take a look at all the meta picks, the usual suspects in the ranked games and competitive scene as well. So we are definitely in store for something of new flavors coming into the later stages of this series. So I'm super excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, I feel like Nongshim definitely needs to pull something out of the ranks, right? They need to try and secure Game 3. They don't want to let BTR go 2-1 because at that point, that mental boom just starts to kick in for some of these teams. Like we were saying, the best of 5 is hard to come around.
All right, so we'll give it a bit of time. BTR against Nongshim. Momentum swing, do you feel like it's going to affect the morale of BTR and Nongshim, or status quo for everyone? Well, I think we have to take a minute here. So BTR, I think if we take a look at the gameplay, right? So far, if the stats hold true, I think Zankyu will definitely go for another assassin jungler. But Nongshim, knowing how they can adapt, I'm just wondering if that is the correct move, because Nongshim adapts really quickly. And if they pull out a Sun Ce, bear in mind they have not pulled out this ship captain yet. It might spell disaster for BTR because he is one of the members that is able to control the backlines. We've yet to see the lane as well from either side, so this could be the Death at Sunset that affects both parties towards the mid and the late game as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? Like, we say that what happened there in terms of adaptation for the side of Nongshim, he's just going for a little taunt there. But anyway, for Nongshim, it was the adaptation. I don't feel like it was the adaptation that was the problem. It's the fact that they gave BTR too much room to breathe there. It was... I think that was down to the fault. Like, Nongshim had a very strong early game, and going into the mid game, they had the T2s gone down into the side lanes. They were just looking to try and pry open that mid lane, but the fact that they were giving too much time and pressure over to try and get that T1 in the mid lane, it meant that Zane Q could farm up. It meant that Zane could farm up as well. So ultimately, it meant that they gave too much room to the side of BTR. So adaptation, draft wasn't the issue. It's the fact that they gave BTR too much room.
Yeah, I think it all started with the Azure Golem, right? So they managed to stave ZenQ off. They forced him on a diet. No Azure Golem for you for 12 whole minutes. And the moment they allowed that one Golem to go into the hands of BTR, specifically ZenQ, that was the downfall, right? Because ZenQ Luna with that Azure Golem, you know how dangerous that can be. Opens up so many avenues. And more importantly, right after that moment, that was the first unbridled outburst that hit its mark.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like I said in the in the outro, there's a few sloppy unbridled outbursts, but when it counts and when he really needed to, he definitely landed it and opened up the victory for the side of BTR. But hey, that's no longer a problem now for the side of Nongshim. They know they don't have to go against the Zhongfei anymore. Both teams have exhausted the Mayin as well. Both teams have exhausted the Lung. So now, getting into the middle part of this series, they really need to start to bring out things that maybe we've not seen before, or maybe some power picks that we have seen, but implement them and not give either of their teams too much room to breathe.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Liang come in too often just yet. Yesterday, we did see one instance of the Liang, I think, at least once. So maybe this series will allow us to see more of that mystical guy. And from what I can tell, I think both teams actually still pretty comfortable. It is 1-1, so not too big of a loss on either end.
Yeah, it's not. There's so much more for victory here for both of these teams. It's not like the next game's going to mean the be-all or end-all, but it does mean that both of these teams, whoever wins this next game, is going to be a little bit closer to victory. And yeah, that's what it's all going to come down to: the draft, the execution, but then what also happens on the gorge. Like, we saw a fantastic performance from Nongshim in the early game, but BTR was just like, hey, we can match your early game with our mid game, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and you know what? It follows suit from yesterday's performances. Whoever takes the lead here should be able to close the series out as well, right? And it's a very scary notion for either of these teams, because it really feels like one mistake could cost you the game.
It can, absolutely. Everything happens in a moment on Honor of Kings, right? Like, there is just like no time for mistakes, no time for hesitation, which is what we kind of saw towards the Azure Golem when I was saying that both of these teams are actually like approaching this team fight very respectfully. But maybe that was the downfall of Nongshim in that one. Maybe if they just committed and tried to take that fight on the one front that they had, but because they gave so much time over, it meant that BTR was able to come from behind and actually get like another fight on at another front. So I feel like it's down to Nongshim just to be like, hey, we see what we need to do. The victory is there. We can take this fight, take it, rather than like, let's not take it.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit more about the strategy that has been very apparent coming in from BTR, right? That assassin jungle. What's next, man? Do you think Nako Ruru could come out on the stage?
I think that's a little bit copium there. I don't think we've seen Nakaruru for some time, and I don't think we will for quite some time as well. I think we're going to more likely see something like the Han Shin. Obviously, we saw it in KC 2024 where it started to be built tank, but because of its new rework a little bit there and its buff, I feel like we could see the Han Shin come through and do quite a bit of damage for Zane Q.
Right, I'm just gonna hope, but we'll see. Yes, I agree. Hansing definitely a much more viable pick compared to a Nako Ruru, but it does fit the style of BTR very well, right? Assassin, very high mobility, huge burst as well, depending on how you want to build it. And right now, Nongshim, I think we might see that Sun Ce combination again.
We could potentially, I mean, they need to pull something out so they can get another win on the board, right? Because as you were saying earlier, from what we've seen historically in Season 3 Invitational, those that take the game 3-point generally go on to be the victor. So that's definitely what's on the prizes in the eyes of Nongshim and BTR at this point. Banning at the Dolia and the Diadem means that Orgrin is open for first pick, but they lock in the Arlie, so it's going to be Zan going for another late game marksman.
Okay, so one of the benefits of Arlie is that she's pretty survivable on her own as long as she works well with her cooldowns, right? So it gives a lot of space to the side of BTR to make a more aggressive draft. But look at Nongshim, they take up the Mai, and this time we're gonna see how Illusion performs. I think we've seen shades of perfection coming in from Illusion in Season 2 with his Mai as well. And there we go, Sun Ce, one of the specialties of Gyeongnam.
Yeah, I think this is beautifully paired together, right? I mean, Sunset with his set sail means that he can be very proactive down into the mid lane, as well as a knock-on effect for Mai. We know that Mai Shiranui, when players pick this hero, she's very focused down into the farm lane, especially when you got like a late-game hero like the Ali, something you want to stunt the growth of. So there could be like a bit of a chain reaction. Mai rotates down to the bot lane. We see Sunset rotate down to the mid lane. But Byron and Liam Poe here, could we be propping up an Orgrim pick here?
It could be, right? Frontline tanks, this is really scary. At the same time, there's a very high potential of outplay with Byron, especially when he uses his skills effectively. If you're patient, right, force field suppression can be a singular skill that can turn the entire battlefield around. At the same time, Liempo with the Tremor Smash, Burst Ram, I think is a good combination to catch out the backlines as well. Because what Nongshim have is a very dive-heavy composition.
Yeah, Psycho generally going for the more tankier heroes into the support role, and it suited him really well, especially on the Zhongfei, right? He definitely played a lot better with that one compared to the Motsu of the first game, even though it was a shot calling kind of like set up the initiations. The Zhongfei, the tankier kind of heroes down into the support role definitely was something better suited for Psycho, sorry. But it looks like BTR are going to look at focusing some of the marksman picks here, like the Lady Sun in the ban phase, and then over to the side of Nongshim, they're looking to focus those jungle picks. So if they take enough assassins off the cards here, maybe it kind of forces the Orgrim.
Yeah, you know what? There is still the potential to Hansing as well. And actually, in the mid lane, I think BTR definitely can pick up Nuwa. I think Coalescence is definitely going to hurt the gameplay of Nongshim, right? Because if she places down the Matrixes at the correct timing, at the correct place, it really messes up the set sail and even the jumping ability for the Leaping Savior or Unbridled Outburst. So you're going to be the pick of choice for Nongshim. Very late game heavy.
I feel like this hero has been one of the only picks that Nongshim have gone for. I think no other teams actually picked up the Shoyu so far in Season 3 Invitational, right?
With success.
With success, yes, yeah.
And here we go. BTR, they lock in the gun and Mo. Looks like the huge burst potential as well. So this means Siri needs to be really careful, because I think at this point, Neil might be in charge of looking for Siri instead in lane. That first rotation, very important.
Very, very important. But there it is. There's the Orgrim getting locked in. So they do have that solid front line there from the Byron, the Liam Poe, and the Orgrim. They have the burst of the Ali and the Ganon Mo. And it's actually going to be a little bit of a love letter to the Brazilian region, which we know Danny loves to play the high note jungle, going over to Haku on the side of Nongshim. Something I think we haven't seen much of recently. Like, this was very big in like mid-season invitational, but then fell off after a while. And now it's come back as a ghost of the past of Honor of Kings 2024. And let's see what Nongshim can do with this.
Yeah, you know what? I like the sustain coming out from Haino, but the burst, I mean, this game, if Neil plays well, it's a complete shutdown on the side of Nongshim.
Oh, absolutely. The burst damage coming through on the side of BTR, all they need to do is make sure that they take down the Mai Shiranui first, try and get locked down onto the Shoyu, but having Ganamo and the couple blades is definitely going to be able to reach that hero, because he's always going to be sat quite far in the back line. It's going to be really interesting, these team fights, because BTR, for me, take the team fights 60-40, personally.
Yeah, I think it's a better initiation coming out from the side of BTR, right? Liempo can jump in, you can have Byron jump in as well, and the ever stock standard Orgrim path of passing entry. I think it creates a very good situation for BTR to benefit off of. On the other hand, if you take a look at what they have on the side of Nongshim, it's kind of like, hey, I'm gonna come and find you. Here's the announcement that set sail is coming, right? You kind of see where they're coming from right off the bat.
Oh yeah, I mean, you hear it before you see it, right?
Yeah.
So it's definitely not a sneaky ability in certain terms, but I'm really looking forward to this pair up of Liempo and Orgrim. It's something I've been waiting for since day one, because I know it's such a frightful combo, especially Tremor Smash and then obviously Death Precipice. If you can land that huge AoE from Liempo and then set it up with the Death Precipice AoE from the Orgrim, it could be massive.
Yep, it definitely could. And Illusion definitely going to start off with a good, nice Kachosen there, right in the face of Zanky as well.
Hey, why not? Why not start the fight? Why not start the fight off in game 3 with a bit of disrespect, right? Do a bit of damage into the mid lane, just get some priority, throw a bit of disrespect there. But like I said in the post analytics, I think game 3 is just about Nongshim proving that they need to take the fights when they see clear success, right? They can't just be like dithering in delay.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of pressure on the Clash laners as well. Kyung-Nai needs to be able to hold his own against Tufts, because if he lags in farm, yes, he does have the set sail fast rotation as well, but if Tuff has a better wave clear, it's tough for him to get that set sail at the correct timing as well.
It's tough for tough, right? But we know that Kyung can actually perform on the Sunset, so I feel like he can go neck for neck against Tufts in this 1v1, but most times, historically, with Byron going 1-for-1 with most of the Clash laners, it's generally Byron coming out on top. I mean, he has the same kind of kit as Sunset. Obviously, he doesn't have the boat, but he does have the knockups and he has the dashes.
Yeah, I agree. I like this, and you know what? This small behavior that Neo is displaying that I really like, and that is the assistance to go into the jungle and help ZanQ. They want to make sure that ZanQ gets as much farm and EXP as early as possible.
I mean, we saw this with some of the earlier games, especially game 1 when he played Prince of Lanling and Neo was actually Lady Chen, and he was very much focused on and being stuck to him like glue as if he was playing Ming in the mid lane. But it works well. It gives him free time. It makes sure that his rotations are a lot faster.
Yeah, this 1v1, seemingly 1v1 between Zan and Siri seems a bit interesting, right? Siri has managed to land a couple of snipes so far. Zan, of course, able to use the Maple Dance to kind of negate some of the damage. But more importantly, there's a lot more pressure put down on the Clash lane, and this might be the difference maker right here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to give pressure onto one of these lanes, because I think that's one of the weaknesses of BTR. They're not necessarily the first team to take the first turret, so I feel like if they make that change of pace, we could be seeing a much more frightful BTR in this game 3.
Yep, so many things could go wrong for either end here. In the farm lane, if Siri or Zan die first, that's the end of the lane for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got the first blood if it actually goes on into the farm lane, and that's a bit of a Brucey bonus in terms of the gold. But it is going to be Illusion here, trying to help out Kyung, trying to get more pressure into the Clash lane, trying to just recall.
Yeah, but that's a good situation, right? Means the early rotation is going to take effect, set sail is going to be available, and with this positioning by Haku, it's perfect.
Yeah, position of Haku here is just, he's waiting. He's just trying to get intel for his teams, making sure those lanes are pushed, or at least at equal fronts here. But going into the 3-minute mark, we're almost getting to those neutral objectives. I feel like it's going to be at this point, if any, where we're going to start to see the scales tip in the favors of these lanes.
Yeah, both teams are really fishing for an opening, right? And they're not letting up. Right now, Siri being threatened as well. And they're trying to make a difference in the Clash lane with the rotation by Illusion. But nothing is going for both of these ends. So it might be that first neutral objective that makes the difference.
And we've seen as well, in this series alone, BTR love to try and get those first neutral objectives in their belt, right? I'm pretty sure they got first turret in game 1, game 2 as well. And I don't see it being any different in game 3, because if you look at the roster here and the draft going on, Ali's going to benefit greatly from it, and Ganamo as well. So the burst damage is only going to be more intense, but Nongshim know that.
Yeah, stage is going to be set here. The Tyrant is down to less than half its health. Who's going to get this? Bridal Outburst going to be landed. Haku actually gets it, and this could be the marker to break that barrier. And Nongshim do strike first blood. It is going to be kills after kills. Kyung-Nai settles the second kill of the game for the side of Nongshim. A big advantage for the JPKR region.
Yeah, huge focus there from the side of Nongshim. Illusion actually really doing well to take Byron off the side of the backline there. So using the Mai Shirunui as a denial of access onto the Shou-Yu, was a fantastic play here. As you can see, Shou-Yu's up to the side of the Azure Golem. We saw that Tufts was trying to go for it, but Illusion was like, denied. You don't know the password, you're not getting it onto my carry.
Yeah, and you know, Illusion also pushed Zan away, and that was a huge marker because there was no damage offered on the side of BTR. That was one of the main reasons why they won that fight so hard.
Yeah, Illusion playing this Mighty Shirunoi very, very well. I'd probably say better than Neil played it in game 2, but it's all down to how comfortable you are with this hero, right?
Yep. Zankyu now, he's trying to recover some farm. I don't think he's going to be able to steal this Azure Golem away. So attempt toward it, and advantage still in the hands of Nongshim.
Yeah, thwarted, and you can kind of see here that he needs to make up that XP lead as well, because Haku is level 9, whilst we see that Zankyu is actually level 8, so struggling to maintain the XP levels here, and potential dive between these three, not quite committing just yet, because they sense that Illusion was missing from lane.
Yeah, very scary, right? Right now, he's like level 7 only, but his burst potential is pretty high as well.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get his hands on Ganemo, that's it. All he has to save himself is guard his grave, and hey, here we go.
Yep, it is going to be tough. He's in a spicy situation, but the backup is here as well. Can they get the kill before Zankyu makes it? And they will. And so Tufts takes the fall. It looks like Nongshim, they're going to establish a more dominant lead right now.
More dominantly by taking the T1 and keeping the pressure on the Zankyu, so he can't even push and deny those minion waves from taking the T1 up into the clash lane. So Nongshim already getting the first neutral objective as well as the first turret on the board, but Zankyu is here to soak up that damage, trying to take his own Azure Golem from himself. But it is going to be Nongshim's Haku that gets that Azure Golem, so Orgrin is missing out on that lovely CDR.
Okay, so this is an exact repeat of game number 2. Does Nongshim hold on? Because it's 6.5 minutes in, they have a 3,000 gold lead, they're looking for more, and this Crimson Golem definitely not going to be in the hands of BTR.
Oh, they need to look for walks. I mean, Nongshim's helping themselves to BTR's jungle right now, so they need to start to try and find the resources on the Gorge, because they're not just going to get presented them, they're not just going to be applied on a silver plate, but it looks like Nongshim's here for the full world buffet.
Yep, and the positioning, Neo is nowhere to be found. They're going to go on the backlines as well. Zankyu uses his ultimate, but they have escape mechanisms left and right. And Nongshim, they push them back, and Haku joins the fray. He's right in the middle of 4. He does not care. At this point, the Scepter of Fate doing so much work. He's tanking so much. And Nongshim, I think if there is a fight on the backlines, no, they would just scurry their way out. Scot-free. Nongshim looking for that pressure. And I think right now, BTR is struggling to keep up.
They are struggling. I mean, if we recall just a few moments ago, Zankyu was level 9, Haku was level 11. And we saw from the sustain of the Hino pick, right? Like, that's showing even the same standards of the sustainability of the Orgrin, and it's been played beautifully here by Nongshim for now. But yeah, like you said, BTR just need to try and find some resources for themselves, because it is going to be Nongshim that is putting off all the heads of the Hydra right now.
They can't, right? At this point, it's about 1,000 gold ahead for Haku, and he already has the Eye of the Phoenix, so his lifesteal and sustenance is insane.
Yeah, that health regen.
Yeah, they're going to make a defense on the top, and it looks like Nongshim have learned the lesson from the previous game. They will not press too hard.
They shouldn't. I mean, they shouldn't press too hard, but they shouldn't give enough room to breathe. But I feel like with the lack of resources, the only person that's getting any kind of resources, which they got to make sure they check, is Zayn on the Ali. Ali's just been left down there into the bot lane, able to clear up a full minion wave, get it to the T1 as well, so, and take the Crimson Golem. So they're doing bits. They're trying to do the same thing as they did with Lady Sun in game 2. It's just try and funnel the resources where they can into this pick.
Yeah, but she doesn't have enough damage just yet, right? Just the Shadow Reaper as well as Doomsday. I don't think it's going to be enough damage in comparison. Eternity Blade in the hands of Siri already. So they claim a tower on the backlines though. They do have the knock-up Unbridled Outburst as they look for more. Faye going to try and set the scene. Radiant's going to be committed as well. But it's going to be the first kill onto Neil. That's a lot of damage out of the picture as BTR, they struggle to keep up. Okay, maybe Zankyu will change the game. Siri gets taken out. So that's a huge amount of damage taken away from both sides. But it looks like Nongshim, they have the advantage. The lifesteal coming in from Haku. Eye of the Phoenix doing so much work in the middle of 3. They cannot kill him. And it is BTR suffering at the hands of Nongshim. As Nongshim, they are pushing all 3 lanes at the same time.
That was like the golden carrot being dangled in the face of BTR. Was this absolutely sustainable tank that is Haku on this Hino, right? It just enabled Kyong just to push the farm lane all the way to the high ground turret as well, gaining him some more resources. And if we look at the overall resources, they're ahead by about 4k gold, which going into the 10-minute mark is not where you want to be if you're BTR.
Yeah, but it's difficult, right? Because Neil, I mean, he's not going to have the ability to one-shot Haku, and that's a big problem because until you can force Haku to use his Fate Rewind, he's not going to care. and Zen is nowhere near having the itemization to be able to take Haku one-on-one.
Oh yeah, unfortunately for the Zen, right? He's not be able to take any of these 1v1, even if they had Zen there. But a little bit of engage here into the backline, ZQ.
Yep, he's gonna give it a try, but Haku, you can see how strong he is. Set Seal gonna be just landing onto Psycho, not too big of a damage dealer on this side. Right now, it's just the neutral objectives that are gonna be up for contest, and it looks like Nongshim, they want to settle this Tyrant first.
Yeah, but I mean, BTR is definitely trying to match that pace right there. Still saying, hey, look, even though you've got our lanes push, and we can kind of see that Kyung is trying to push the Clash lane as well, we're still going to try and stop those neutral objective takedowns. But we're kind of seeing Nongshim falling at the same kind of hurdle once more. They're constantly stuck around this mid lane T1. They struggle to get it.
I think they need to, right? Because at the end of the day, if they can have that vision taken away from BTR, it's going to matter a lot, because then they can come in for the surprise ganks.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, like, most teams, they would definitely tip the scales, especially being this far ahead in terms of resources and team fights, but maybe they'll still reach the objective. It resets.
Yep, resets, and this is a horrible situation here. They will commit the ultimates as well. Kyung9 manages to get the stun in. At the back line, can they get in? Tremor Smash once again. How many can he catch? He's going to catch no one here. The reset, and BTR gets broken apart here. ZenQ all alone. Zen left alone as well, but Psycho is so low. This mid T1 going to be taken apart. And this is opening up the jungle. BTR on the back foot.
Yeah, it looks like BTR gets second place prize there, able to get the Shadow Tyrant, but it then means that first place prize, that mid T1, looking at the T2 as well. Nongshim not stopping there, paying some respect from that game too, that BTR did the same tactic. They just opened that mid lane straight up, but now Nongshim getting a little bit of their neutral objective goodiness, which is going to be that Shadow Overlord.
Yep, big benefits to the team, and this is a very nice draft coming on from the side of Nongshim, right? So Haku is this unkillable tank, and then you have a monster of damage coming in from both Siri and Illusion, and Faye just happily providing shields.
Happily providing shields, a lot of sustain as well. I mean, there's a lot going well here for Nongshim in terms of resources, in terms of turrets. They are absolutely owning the Gorge in this one, but we've been at this point before with BTR, and they fought back well. What do you think it takes for them to fight back?
Siri will, if Siri gets taken out, I think that possibly could be the opening, but take a look at the positioning of ZenQ. I think they want to go for the pincer.
Yeah,
they want to go for the pincer, but ZenQ is the one that gets pincered as well. He does have the Blood Rage open, but he is dead. And at this point, Illusion credited with the kill as well. Haku working hard on the backlines. At this point, he's cutting through a very thick piece of bread here. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. So Nongshim, they have the advantage. All three lanes pushing in, right? And with that, the Overlord marching down on the top lane as well. Siri working hard. They will get the T3 on the top. The base is exposed. What can he do for Nongshim?
I mean, a very big piece of bread with a blunt knife, and they're not stopping there, it seems. They're looking to try and get this push with the Vanguard, right?
Yep, and it's not going to happen, right? Look at the burst potential coming in from Neil. Even with the couple blades, with being reforged, it's not enough damage. Haku is only down to half his health.
I think BTR was let off lightly there as well. I mean, the fact that they dropped ZenQ, he was into the back line, obviously trying to do a bit of a lane freeze, but the fact that Orgrim was down and they only managed to get one higher ground turret, I feel like it is a little bit of a breeze there for BTR. A little bit of a second win that potentially could push their sails and try and get a bit of victory here. We see the Daybreaker for Zane as well, so Ali is now getting that kind of late game items come through. So the damage, if put onto the right side of Nongshim, could do bits.
Until Siri dies, it is Nongshim all the way, right? So they're going to give it a try. This is a very good defense so far. They managed to clear out the waves as well. But how many waves can you hold? Because Nongshim, they could do this all day. Look at it go. Siri already at 10,500.
I don't know, how big are BTR's hands? I mean, that's the real question. If they were, how many lanes can they hold, right? Is how big is BTR's hands?
Well, not big enough, because ZenQ, take a look at that. The Scepter of Fate just providing so much value. The amount of shred, compounding damage. How do they deal with this?
I mean, all they can do is try for the best offense and the good defense, right? And it's looking like BTR trying to just keep those minion lanes freezed. We do see some breakthrough to the crystal as well, so... But BTR are definitely doing a great defense, which if they just keep funneling these minions through to the base, do you think that BTR will get enough resources to actually clap back?
BTR's chance only comes with the Tempest Dragon, right? And of course, if they catch out Siri. But here we go, Kyung9 on the back foot, waiting for that opening, looking for it. It is going to be Zen. He gets caught out, and it's going to be a killing spree. Kyung9 starts the fight, and Nongshim will finish it. It is going to be Siri who gets taken down as well, but everyone else, they will make it out safely. ZanQ caught in the middle of two. At this point, Haku is trying to hold attention on the two tankiest members as the rest of Nongshim clean them out. Neo, ZanQ, and Saiku are the only ones left on the side of BTR.
That felt personal. The amount of CC going onto the Ali there was absolutely dire, but it was what Nongshim needed to open up this team fight, right? They're able to get the high ground straight down into the farm lane as well, so it's going to be much, much harder for BTR to try and clap back here. But like you said earlier, it's down to the Tempest. Can they hold off for another 3 minutes and 40 seconds?
I mean, if they can repeat this performance of catching out Siri, maybe yes. Right now, I think still shy of quite a bit of gold, though. I think Neil is suffering quite a bit. 8,000. There is a big discrepancy between the itemization and gold, and you can see it translate onto the Gorge as well. Illusion doing so much better.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about that big discrepancy in mid lane, but I mean, look at it into the farm lane. There's not much difference between these two players, and it's a good display here from Zen.
Yeah, and later on, I think they might be the telltale sign of how the fight will go, right? Any one of these farm laner dies, I think that team is up at risk.
Oh yeah, because I mean, that's a lot of damage gone for both of these teams. I mean, if both the Ali and the Ganonmo fall, that's pretty much night-night for the side of BTR. They only have the defense available, but it looks like Nongshim's going to try and go for the last Shadow Overlord before the Tempest comes through, trying to wrap it up before that Tempest.
Yep, this is the ideal situation for the side of Nongshim, right? So as the Vanguards lay waste to whatever that's left of the base on the side of BTR, they're just looking for that T3 in the mid. If they can break that, the super minions will be definitely, I think, too much for BTR to handle.
I mean, super minions on all three lanes is definitely not the cylinders that you want to be sort of facing against when you are BTR, but it's what you need on the side of Nongshim to propel you for this Game 3 victory. And we see the Vanguards rocking through. ZanQ just trying to freeze the lane as well as Psycho. It could be the death here of ZanQ.
Oh, ZanQ, yeah, he's falling a bit low. There is too much damage. Haku is chasing in. Will be able to finish the job just yet? Not yet. ZanQ actually makes it out, but the rest of the team does not. Neil falls first as ZanQ being chased down. It is going to be a potential recovery here, but with the Vanguards marching down, Siri, oh no, he gets caught out. And right now, it is surviving. They bought themselves another lifeline. Anyone to save ZanQ? It is going to be the rest on the side. Saiku manages to get that defensive deterrence, and Haku all of a sudden going to be left alone with Faye.
Left alone, I mean, they lost a lot on the side of Nongshim, but they have the room to breathe that part. They have the dividends. They have the difference between them, so they can actually lose a few of those deaths. But onto the side of BTR, they are down the higher ground turrets, but they are holding out for a dream, right?
Yeah, they have to hold out. And here, once again, this is access into the jungle. Crimson Golem going into the hands of ZanQ. Previous game, he took the Azure Golem and made it work. This time, he's going to take the Crimson Golem. Can he make it work again?
We can only hope, right? We can only hope to see if BTR can bring this back, because, I mean, this means that it is definitely down to a stamina issue on the side of Nongshim, because we get so far with Nongshim in all these games, and it's just kind of like the Gen G repeat, getting to that late game, and they just can't finish it off.
Yep, finally they have the firepower to deal with Haku, and now with the Tyrant buff, maybe they will look to try and get BTR into a very dire position. ZanQ going to use the powerful passing to get out. Unbridled outburst. Everyone focusing onto ZanQ, but ZanQ is surviving. At the same time, the farm laners, Siri, he's looking good. He's dealing a lot of damage. Will be provided a space, and at this point, BTR, they're struggling. Saiku, the main tank, taken down. If ZanQ dies here, it is all over for BTR. Nongshim, they smell blood. They might be a little bit more patient here, because the Tempest Dragon is going to be coming out in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, did they decide to push here and maybe lose a teammate or so? Or did they just let the minions rock through, let BTR just claim a little bit more gold here? But it looks like Tufts is just trying to keep a bit of intel on the side of Nongshim, knowing they haven't straight gone for the Tempest means that the side of BTR can now just formulate. It is going to be a 4v5, however, if they decide to take the Tempest fight.
They can't kill Faye just yet, and this is valuable information for the side of Nongshim. So you can see they start running in. Haku is looking for an opening. If he gets a Scepter of Fate, it's a horrible situation. Set Sail does not hit its mark. Zankyu will tank for the team, but it's 4 members right in the front. The knockup comes in. Unbridled outburst as well. There's a lot of damage coming in. First life gone for the side of Siri. As he comes back, Zankyu gets rid of Illusion as well. He will not make it. Zankyu, the main tank, going to be taken out. And it looks like Nongshim, this is the best position to be in. But Haku, he gets taken down as well. So now they are playing on even playing field. BTR, they're struggling to keep up, but somehow they are.
They are struggling, but they are definitely giving it a darn good try on the side of BTR. They've able to bring the gold difference to around about 1k gold now. And like you said, they've equalized it to the point where neither of these teams have a jungle. So if they decide to go for the Tempest Dragon, they've got to rely on that last hit, and that's crucial.
Okay, but Faye does have a smite as well.
Oh, yes.
This could be something that is a game changer. Siri gets caught out. They want to dive in. Can they get the lockdown? Yes, they do. It is a brilliant lockup. Destiny activated for Siri, but it's not enough. And this is a horrendous situation for BTR. But they also have to deal with the base. Kyung9 is doing his best to put some attention onto that bot lane as well. Zankyu is here to save the day. And as Haku approaches that Tempest Dragon, can BTR figure a way out? They have been given a window. Can they cross through it?
They've been given a window, but will they get faced straight into a wall? We see that Kyung is away from this Tempest fight, so he's looking to try and get a bit of a macro push into the base, but there's so much going on here. We see the Magma Slam come through there, just trying to stop it, but hey, Path of Passage.
Yeah, knock up as well. He catches the backline. Right now, Illusion looking for the steal. Can he manage? He's going to push them away. Who has a smite? Haku takes it away from the side of BTR, and this could be the killing blow as well. Neo. But there's a lot of damage coming out from BTR, but the base is suffering. Neo is not healthy as well. He has to defend this all alone as the rest of the members of BTR, BIGETRON, they're going to try and rush back. Neo, he needs to hold on. The rest of BTR finally arrive, but Nongshim, they're prepping their comeback.
They are plotting their comeback, and I feel like this is going to be, if they don't close it out now, then it's going to be a struggle for them later on. And BTR have just kind of got all the resources that they need to try and fight this one last defense, but it's not like it's going to go in their favor with Zen looking pretty low. The set sail.
Oh, the knockup as well. This is beautiful from Illusion. Kyung9 gets rid of Psycho. Zankyu will not be able to survive for long. Gets taken out as well. The light is dimming. It is going to be Nongshim. The crystal is down. And it is Nongshim that take the lead. 2-1.
I don't know about those guys on stage, but I feel like I need a nap after that one. That one was so back and forth, especially towards the end. And BTR really need to give themselves a pat on the back for this, right? Like, they've gotten to this point in all 3 games, bar game 2 where they dominated in the mid-game, but game 1 and game 3 where it wasn't looking like it was actually going to go in their favor, they managed to come back somehow.
I mean, I definitely would have not expected this. Nongshim, they're holding up so well against the champions from Indonesia. And now they have secured that 2-1 lead. And if all the stories stay true according to what happened yesterday, we could see Nongshim knock BTR down.
Oh, absolutely. They could absolutely knock BTR down. So they go from the top spot, and Nongshim claim their top spot, which again is a bullet dodged by them in the knockout stage. That's how confused I am. That's how tired I am from watching that game. It was just so much like back and forth. I felt like I was the rope, and both of these teams were pulling me to their sides.
Yeah, JPKR region, what a surprise today. And it's just day 2, right? So with that being said, I think this pick onto Heino, I think we didn't expect it today, but we were reminded of why Heino was a prio pick since KC 2024, right? The amount of tankiness he had, take a look at it. He just went straight in for the Eye of Phoenix as well, and so much survivability. At the same time, this provided so much room for Siri. Siri had a lot of items such as the Sage of Sanctuary, the Destiny, and this time, at the end of the game, he just went full damage.
Yeah, full damage. I mean, with the Hino pick, I feel like he's the only jungler that kind of matches on par with Orgrin in terms of sustainability. Yeah, you can kind of have the Dune as well, but I don't think to that point that you could go like a 1v4 and see him pretty much 3/4 of health still. It's pretty crazy, but no, it's nice to be seeing that goes from the past and seeing that it works.
Yeah, definitely. I think Haku is my personal MVP in this game. And here's how Nongshim was able to win the entire game. They provided so much space for Siri to get free hits, right? There was a particular moment where it felt like Siri was going to be caught out, and suddenly he just turned around with a sliver of health and he started melting the members of BTR.
Yeah, I feel like what the problem was with BTR is like what was their win condition and their comeback condition in that late game is where they was taking out Siri and focusing Siri. If they were starting to do that in the earlier game, I think we'll be seeing a different outcome of this one. But MVP, like you said there, Kin, your MVP was Haku, and the overall MVP of this game 3 is Haku. I mean, damage taken, 36%, damage dealt, 28%, and he only died once. This is how sustainable this pick is into the jungle, and we'll be seeing it here in the highlights.
Yeah, so take a look at Siri's positioning, right? This is the benefit of having Haku being so tanky. He was never, at least in the early stages of the game, never really threatened. And at the same time, it provided so much room for the rest of his members, like Illusion, as well as Kyung9, to really get the appropriate catches to land themselves the perfect kill as well.
Absolutely, they were able to pick up these kills quite frequently on the side of Nongshim, whereas BTR was definitely struggling in the early game. I mean, they were sat on 1 kill for so long. I feel like they only started to get kills when it got to the base grounds as well. So once past the higher ground turrets, that's when we started to see kills come through for BTR. But just the relenting pressure of Nongshim really showed that they can do it. But even then, going into that 20-minute mark, they still kind of struggle to kind of run the game out.
Yeah, I think they need to close the games a little bit faster. This was a little bit too close for comfort if you're a Nongshim RedForce fan, right? But nonetheless, a win is a win. I just have to give a very quick shout out to Psycho because I think Psycho played really well this game. His Tremor Smashes were on point, but it was just that there wasn't enough damage onto Zan, or it was a bit too dangerous for Zan to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, there's many times, I think that's a great call as well for Psycho, and a big shout out, because there's many times in KC 2024 where Liam Poe would come through as a substitute for the Zhang Fei, and it didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to. But this performance from BTR Psycho was to perfection, and it's everything that I wanted to see when I was hoping for a Liam Poe pick to come out in day 2, especially paired with the Orc.
Yeah, for sure. The way they controlled Zanq here was really important because they didn't really allow him to maximize the use of the Death's Precipice, and that's what allowed them to come into the series and finish it off. So they have finally found a formula to end the game. Can they do it one more time?
I mean, that's the golden prize, right? That's what Nongshim are wanting to do to finish it off in the same kind of fashion they did yesterday, where they managed to beat Rough World Era 3-1. But are they going to be able to do it? I mean, BTR, they've exhausted the Orgrim pick now. They've exhausted a lot more in terms of the meta tankier picks as well. You've got Byron being taken off, Ganon Mo, but they still have the likes of the Yixing. They still have Princess Frost. So I feel like these maybe will be the go-fors into the mid lane, or we could see a surprise gang of the Shang1.
Maybe, and you know what? They could also take a page out of BTR's book and go for the assassin-style jungles as well. So, I mean, this is all up in the air. They have about a minute to rest. So BTR against Nongshim. BTR now, I can't imagine the pressure they're facing because this is not the result they expected, right? They expected a fight, but not to be battered like that.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I mean, I would go ahead and say this. Obviously, if Global Ban Pick wasn't here, I feel like BTR would have been winning this one very, very quickly. But because it just tests your hero pool, your skill on all these heroes, it means that in order to be successful in the stage of Honor of Kings now, on the global stage at least, you need to have a solid hero pool. You can't just be a 1-trick. You need to be a 10-trick at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And to understand the need to recognize moments, I think that's one of the biggest skill sets that professional players need to have here. And Nongshim definitely displayed that, right? They were waiting for markers like the use of the Tremor Smash, knowing that they won't be interrupted from the usage of their skills or going for the kills was paramount in the way they won this game as well. So, Nongshim, of course, looking to repeat that performance from game 1 and 2. BTR looking to not have the same result here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's all on the cards, right? Is BTR, if they're able to take this game, they know that they can go for another round. But can Nongshim actually go for a full best of 5? And I feel like this is where we're kind of seeing the limit test of this team. Yesterday, we were kind of like shaken up at the fact that their split push wasn't always the best. I feel like they've kind of taken that on stride and learned that and applied that today. But the thing that they are struggling with today is just the stamina aspect, right? They're getting this. There's been so many games within this series, and we're not even done yet, that we've gotten to the 10+ dragon.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lapse at certain points of the game, right? As the game goes later, it starts to get a little bit shaky on their end. But this is also something that maybe BTR, they can use to their advantage. And I mean, for all BIGETRON fans out there, this is the first time they are here on the main stage for Honor of Kings, and they definitely want to be represented well. So there is a lot of pressure on BIGETRON to not just win this next game, but to win the entire series as well. And this is too close for comfort for either of these sides.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams, it's their first time being on a global stage, but what a fantastic debut from both of these teams. Like, they really they've put the boxing gloves on, they've gone head to head, they've butted heads as well. And I don't think we're done just yet. Like, they're still going to go down swinging, and I can imagine they've gotten this far within the series. They are still going to go down, not go down without a fight, but it all depends on what these VPs are going to look like now, because there is a lot of heroes, as you've just seen on the board there, been taken away. I mean, we still have the likes of the Marco Polo down into the farm lane. We have Garo, we have Mungia as well. So still quite a little bit in the actual farm role, but in terms of the jungle, it's definitely going down in an earlier round.
Well, we could definitely still explore the option of having a Hansing coming in for the side of BTR. We could see the Jing, it was banned out in the previous game. And maybe if they want to switch it all up and just go full blow for blow, the Tianwei is available as well, right? True damage, fast movement speed, why not?
Yeah, I mean, the DMWay was the thing that enabled Elevate to finish off their series against Gen G yesterday, right? I mean, the Jizzix on that pick was a fantastic finisher for the team of the Philippine region. But now here we are, we're getting into what could potentially be the final BP, and they are sticking to the Dia ban, and I do not blame Nongshim.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the fact that BTR now chooses to go onto the red side to try and make full use of the counter pick strategy, I think they definitely need this advantage for themselves.
Yeah, red ban going into what could potentially be your last game is probably a great call. I mean, yes, you get the prio pick of blue, but it all depends on what gets banned out in this early stage of the game. And getting into the 4th game, blue prio pick, what would you be looking at going for here?
I mean, oh my god, you're testing me now. I'm not a coach, dude. but.
Coach Kim, what happened?
I would go for something tanky, right? I would go for Minky. I would go for Agudo. I think things that make life really difficult for a assassin roam jungler.
Okay, so you'd focus into the jungle as your prio pick rather than maybe like locking in the farm lane, so you've locked in something good. Oh, it's actually going to be a Kyung pick here with the Dharma, and we were saying that this was going to be monstrable if coming through in the earlier game, in the earlier series, but now it's coming through. They are looking to try and seal this deal.
Yeah, not many people win that overall matchup against the Dharma, and it looks like BTR, they're going to take this with Princess Frost as the ideal target along with the Dune. So there is a little bit of tankiness, there's very good control, but the way Dharma plays, it's Dharma catches you, not you catch Dharma. So they need to figure something else out.
Yeah, I mean, I can see this being paired with like a Yi Xing or something. Like if you get the welcome, the world is your board, and then you've got Dharma going in there to get the truth mantras as well. There we go. Beautiful. So we're going to see Illusion on that fantastic pick, as well as Kyung on his Dharma. So like I said, they are trying to just seal this one out. They take the Liam Po for Faye as well. So great engage, great control already showing on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, this is everything against a controlling lineup, right? They want to be, they want to have this Lianpo in the faces of BTR. They want to force out the Princess Frost Frigid Prison, the waste that skill so they can jump into the backlines as well. So I like the Liang pick coming out from BTR. Suppression definitely is going to be the answer, but I don't think it's enough because almost everyone, again on the side of Nongshim, has something that will disrupt you.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's like, who do you try and disrupt as well, right? Like, do you decide to, if Dharma goes in for the initiate, do you try and just hope that Liang's there to catch him? There's plenty of responsibility going onto this pick, and it kind of means that you're not going to get as much tankier front line on the side of BTR. Yes, they've got the Dune, but it means that their support is going to be a mage, so will we see like a Clash Lane tank as well?
I don't know. They have many options, right? BTR, they can just try to go for the major aggression. Tank threats, maybe. That's one of the potential options that they can explore. But at the same time, I think because they have picked the Liang, I think they need someone to be able to hold the fort defensively. Give them some kind of countermeasure against the likes of Nongshim, because based on just these 3 picks that Nongshim have picked up for themselves, it's really hard to fight into this tree. The jungler isn't even picked yet.
Yeah, jungler being down to the second part of the big pick phase is pretty crazy here. We're going for a Fong pick into the farm lane as well, so hopefully trying to shred down the damage with the damage over time from this pick. We know that it's a great split push as well. Like, if you leave Fong alone with those turrets, you use his second ability, get that procs, boom, turret's gone. But
no,
it's going to be the consort you coming through, so the physical immunity, if you get dived in onto, is going to be hard to encounter and outranges the Fong in many ways.
Look, Siri against Zen, I think they're pretty much evenly matched.
Ooh.
But Consort Yu, the usage of protecting winds only at the end of the usage of target sided is going to be so huge. You negate the entire damage that Fang is able to do to you.
Absolutely. I mean, and we see, I mean, my response there is that Ukyo Tachiaban, that's going to be pretty wild because, again, great CC. He has the health regen as well, so he can be single target. He can really stop most of these heroes on the side of BTR. He can go in for Princess Frost. He can go in for the Fang. He's got to be making sure that the Liang doesn't catch him out, though. But like you were saying earlier in the draft, that they have so many things on the side of Nongshim that can just disrupt his suppression.
Yep, this is a tough one to call, man. I mean, BTR, I can definitely see, yes, the benefits of their draft. There is huge burst coming out from the Fang. There is a potential of a very messy fight, right? If Zankyu is able to jump in when Nongshim is not expecting it. And Tufts will complement that move with the Death at Sunset as well, allowing space for Liang as well as Niu to really just get the control down as and when they need. But because of the positioning that Nongshim have showcased in the first 3 games in this series, I don't think it's going to happen as easily.
No, I mean, they've got so much control on their roster, right? They've got the World is My Board, they've got the Truth Mantras, they've got the Tremor Smash, as well as obviously Consort U's Ultimate, being able to just kind of like keep them in place for a while. But then on top of that, if they decide to like dive in onto Consort U, they have the physical immunity. But then you have the samurai himself, Mr. Ukyo Tachiabana, who can just, you'll think you're safe, you'll just go over the wall, lock you into place, do so much damage, but then also get the HP regen on top of that. So there is a lot going for Nongshim here, picking out the Ukyo Tachiaban. I'm very excited to see this pick finally come through for quite some time in a competitive series.
Yep, it is a debut pick here, and I believe it should go into the jungle, right? So Haku now in charge of this Ukyo pick, going up against BTR's Zankyu Dun. Slight difference in terms of the playstyle. So it's not really an assassin style this time from Zankyu, which is kind of fresh. In fact, it is Haku this time who takes that mantle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely like assassin style as well with Ukyo. I feel like he can be quite tanky and have quite a bit of sustain as long as you land his abilities right. But Zankyu might get caught out here level 1. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, it's not going to be a kill just yet, right? Yes, there is a huge amount of burst, but they need to make sure that Haku doesn't steal this cap away.
I mean, they haven't done a good job of that because he has.
Yeah, so Haku gets a good start, but okay, I like this response. BTR, they will be able to steal that away as well. And it goes into the hands of Zen, so that's a good start.
A very good start. Trying to get that experience lead so he can get all those abilities on the board as well, so he can make the most out of his second ability, trying to proc those stacks. But there we go.
Yep, Zan secures it for himself. Now, this is going to be a very interesting farm lane exchange here. As long as Zan doesn't get caught out, I think this should be a pretty simple lane. But here we go, one-on-one. Tavs not doing too well against Kyung's.
No, I mean, Kyung on this pick is something we've been frightful and scared of for the entire series, and not just the players being frightful, but we have been very excited to see this actually come through, and for it to come through on the 4th game, which is potential match point for Nongshim, and we're already seeing Tough struggling as a 1v1 against Kyung on the Dharma. It's scary.
Okay, Haku maybe getting caught out. Will be using the Unruly Blade. Zanq, can he get the first blood? The lifesteal comes in as well. The flash committed, but they cannot get the kill. Haku, he makes it out. This is going to be huge if they can get the return kill. Taking liberties, put down first blood. Haku, this is a huge start for Nongshim. They want to win the series, and this is the way to do it.
Yeah, that rotation couldn't have happened any more perfectly from Lianpo and the Dharma. So both of Faye and Kyung just really supporting Aku there, because I feel like if they were able to claim that first kill onto the side of BTR, it's a different story and a different pacing for Nongshim.
Yeah, and now the fact that they are leading 2-0, this is picture perfect for the KPJR region.
The JPKR region.
Yeah, I'm confused.
We got it. We got it. In the end, we got it. But yeah, it's really well played. I mean, you can see why this pick was going for, because he can just parkour over walls. Like, you think you've locked down Yukio Tachibana? It's like, nah, mate, I've got double backflips. I've got some backup come through, as you can see here from Lianpo and the Dharma. So teammates playing very well.
Okay, they drop down the control, everything thrown onto the support. Faye will give his life at this point, but Siri is able to get a healthy amount of damage down onto Zen as well. Zen has to commit the flash. This could be the return fire, and Haku, everything is being funneled into him.
Yeah, I mean, they sacrificed Faye, but they were able to get something in vain as well. But Zane Q here may be in trouble as well.
Yep, I think he has to make sure that he does not get caught out here. He already is behind Haku in terms of EXP just by a little bit. And right now, you know, there's no steals to be happening on the camps.
No, yeah, all the camps have been taken. I mean, what we're getting into the close to the 4-minute mark, so we can see that those neutral objectives are going to pop up anytime soon. But I think it's a good job here from Zane that has actually managed to keep Ziri locked down and leashed on this console U.
I mean, that's the important marker, right? He needs to do that because they're already trailing by about close to 2,000 gold on the side of BTR. So Nongshim, very comfortable with what they have. BTR, they need to find an opening somewhere. Can they get extra gold from anywhere else in the map?
I mean, historically, it's never really been in the early game where they find that opening, right? Maybe at the neutral objective, maybe in the mid game where we saw them fight back at the T1 in the mid lane. But right now, we can be seeing a neutral objective going over here.
Nice catch. Faye is the bait though. They will get the kill, but it is going to be Nongshim that gets the kill test. And with that, Zanq actually gets caught out. Can they get the kill? A lot of sustain coming out. Wind Slash not going to hit the mark on the backlines. Kyung9 has arrived from the clash lane, but there's not enough damage. And it is going to be Haku. If the shutdown happens, it's big. BTR Tufts this time. He gets the credit, and all the fame goes into his hands. The gold as well. Neil destroys Siri, and all of a sudden, BTR back in the game.
Yeah, back in the game is BTR, and I feel like that Fang, if given the time here, can take this T1 and may actually do it. Proc in the passive does a lot of damage, and Lianpo is not going to be the one that you want to go head-to-head with there. He takes the T1, so great waves there made by BTR. Getting the neutral objective, getting some domination in those lanes. The World is my board is here.
Yep, Zanq, I don't think he's gonna die from that, right? There's 4 men strong on the side of BTR there. They will just walk away scot-free, and a little bit more pressure this time. So all of the efforts that Nongshim have had, gone.
Yeah, the wind in their sail has definitely been knocked out here. They need to regain that confidence and regain that motion of the ocean, right?
Yeah, at this point, I think as long as Zen is able to get a couple of free hits onto the turrets with target sighted, I mean, Fang is the one hero you want if you are talking about taking objectives like the towers.
Yeah, that's what like in the draft I said, like, if you let this hero, this little cute hero, have their way with the turrets, it's donezo. Like, that's gone. You can blink and it's pretty much bye-bye to your T1s, your T2s.
Okay, but Nongshim, they're wrestling back control. They have a little bit of a goal lead, about what, 500 negligible. But map control, BTR doing well to control the map after taking that T1 on the bot.
Yeah, Tubbs playing very much more, a much better macro game in this one, I feel. He's definitely making his presence known on the Gorge, able to clear those minion waves into the bot lane, just trying to put more pressure and keeping Siri kind of locked in the box.
Yep, Zankyu taking quite a lot of damage as well. He is leading the EXP game. Haku is trailing by about half a level.
Half a level, but is that all you need? Half a level and a dream. They're at the Azure Golem of the enemy team. They're able to get it.
Oh, he will try to make it out, but Death at Sunset going to be committed as well. Haku running in circles. They want to bait them into the chessboard. Not going to happen at this point. Haku will survive, but the rest of the team hang on. Tubbs falling low. Siri cannot finish the job. No more stuns. They need to back out. Winter this year is going to be put down as well. New. Now, there's a little bit more pressure coming in from BTR. If they can secure this mid T1, it's going to be good for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely huge. I mean, they're able to clean up the mid lane very early. This could be the comeback of BTR. They're able to clean up all the T1s in the Gorge for themselves. So that's all they need to do is just to keep applying this pressure with this not quite orthodox draft.
Yup, got a nice catch though to get the knockback. It is going to be Kyung9. He changes the whole game. He gets 3 in one box. And Zankyu left all alone as Tubbs, he's nowhere near to be found. And this is a big moment. Nongshim regained the lead.
Yeah, all my boxing analogies in that draft is coming true because Kyung there just knocked the wind with that punch to BTR. That's a 4-1 trade in total. That is huge for Nongshim to come back here. And here's that replay just to watch that unfold. Suppression comes through very early, but there we see Haku come through. And Kyung as well just lands on the corner of the wall of the Overlord, which is huge for the side of Nongshim coming back here.
This is why Faye is such a good role. He knew he had to give his life and burn out the usage of control from Psycho. Smart play there. And you know what? Hyung just obliged and said, thank you very much, my brother. I will win the game for you.
I feel like this is going to be your excuse when we play games together now and you're going to be roaming. You're like, hey, I gave my life. I gave my life. You just didn't do anything with it.
Yep, exactly. Okay, nonetheless, at this point, BTR, they're trying to salvage something from across the map. They do have a little bit more map control, taking up 3 different turrets for themselves already, but they have not successfully converted into a huge advantage because they're still kind of trailing on gold as well.
Yeah, trading behind on gold. I mean, 3K is still very frightful at this point in the game. If it was like later on, sure, probably not, but the Tremor Smash doesn't hit on anybody. The Wind Slash CCMU from the Magma Slam was very well cancelled there by Faye.
Yeah, and I don't think they want to over-push their boundaries here. It's not welcome. Haku can try to get some poke damage in, but yeah, that was not a good situation to go in. So I like the patience that they have. Nongshim, they have a pretty decent lead. They need to keep at it.
Yeah, they just need to keep that pressure on, which we know historically from just this series alone, they do struggle with going into the late game. So they just make sure they're being very dominant with this pressure and just making sure that they don't slip up, because that's all it takes in Honor of Kings, right? Is just one slip up, and BTR know that they will punish their enemies if they do so.
Okay, they get the lockdown onto Faye, but he's so tanky on the backline again. Kyung, what a catch! The savior of Nongshim, and they might get wiped out. Zankyu 1v5. He's gonna try and tank. He's not gonna be able to do it. Blood Rage used. So what? Kyung, they want to give it to him. Hang on, hey, there's not enough damage here. Kyung9 will have to deal with it. He wants to stop that TP. Zankyu, all you can do is run and watch as Nongshim decimate your T3 at the top.
Oh, that's going to be like a horrible motion to be in, right? He's like, oh, I want to go back. I need to go back. And he just got Kyung like, no, we're battering you. And it looks like it is going to be Nongshim taking out and rolling out the 3-1 once more for the side of Nongshim, actually taking top spot in their group.
Wow, wow, wow. JPKR region, Nongshim, I mean, this is a journey to be had. They top the group now of Group D, and they will be very happy with this result because I think the consensus was this was not supposed to happen.
No, I mean, this is the team's first international tournament. they've come, they came, they conquered, right? This is definitely the motion that Nongshim are going to be carrying forward into the knockout stage because they're done. Their group stage is over and they've won with 2 victories.
Yep, so big congratulations. They make it out into the knockout stages as well. And I think we will be having an interview with them. But of course, props to BTR. But now they have the very stressful test of going up against the remainder of the group Rough World era and see who is going to join Nongshim, RedForce in that knockout stage.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a beautiful rematch to actually even witness in the knockout stage. Obviously, it wouldn't be the first part of the knockout stage because of the same group rule that applies when they do get drawn into the knockout stage. But it would be great to see them meet somewhere in the knockout stage, right? Like, this has been such a great series. Like, so far in the Season 3 Invitational, we've had some really shaky starts, some really stomps. But this is going to be going down as one of my favorite series, I think, in history.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think this was very exciting. I mean, we saw the gameplay of Vitality and Alpha 7 yesterday, pure class. Today, this was a fist fight, right? Bare knuckle fight. Everyone was throwing blows. It was back and forth. And that's exactly what we want to see here in the Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 3. So I will not have it any other way. Congratulations once again to Nongshim RedForce. What a performance.
Yeah, Nongshim going bar for bar, win for win, punch for punch in this series against BTR, the champions of the Indonesian region going into the Season 3 Invitational. And I feel like they definitely owe it to themselves, and they definitely give themselves a pat on the back and a relax for the 2 days after that fantastic performance.
Yep. Now, with that being said, this is going to be the end of the series, but let's take a look at the itemization. Wait, they have so little items.
What happened? Where's all the items gone? I mean, that's what happens when the game finishes so quickly. I feel like this is probably the quickest game within the series, I'd have to say.
Yeah, very quick, but it was very exciting, right? I like the fact that number 1, okay, take a look at it. Haku playing, this is a debut pick on Ukyo. Plenty of damage, right? They showed that synergy, that synchronization between the team, knowing when to catch. And this also displays something that I'm very proud of as a Rome player. Faye, he sacrificed himself for the team multiple times. Guys, that's what you need to do.
There we go. We heard it here first, guys. If you catch Kindo Foodie games, guarantee they'll be flaming in the chat saying, hey, I sacrificed my life, but you didn't do anything with it. That's the problem here. But all jokes aside, looking at this is actually really good here. So a 10-minute match for Nongshim. So not actually, well, getting to the shadow variants of the neutral objectives, but none of them being taken. But the usefulness of the Overlord's Wall for Kyung to get that stun was really the turnaround for Nongshim in this game 4.
Yeah, this time they managed to stifle the growth of BTR, BIGETRON really well, right? There was moments where it could have been a comeback for the side of BIGETRON, but Nongshim now, after, 4 games? They realized how to shut them down. And I think, look, their ability to learn is so scary. Yes, fully deserved as well. Kyung9, this is his game. I mean, whatever highlights you want of Kyung9, this game has it all.
Oh, absolutely. The highlight reels are just going to be full of Dharma, just getting those multiple crucial crowd controls as well. That 5-0-4, damage taken 15%, but then also doing 25% of his overall team damage. If he didn't get the MVP, I feel like Hauler would have rioted as well watching this.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, there were a couple of moments that kind of defined the series, and that is that attempt on the first blood coming in from ZanQ. And unfortunately for him, right, Haku hit level 4, and with that snowfall slash, just too much.
Oh yeah, absolutely, the CC, but also the slipperiness of the Yukio Tachibana as well. It's just so great into this team comp. But here it is, the crucial crowd control that really turned the tide there by Kyung was fantastic, man.
Yep, and one time is not enough, right?
No.
If it's gonna happen once, it's gonna happen twice. Once again, the sacrificial play by Faye and the jump in. I mean, you didn't even know where to look, right? Like, there's so many things you need to consider. The tunnel vision that they forced onto BIGETRON, that was a big play. So, I mean, Nongshim, they were not the top of my list, but hey, this time I have to pay attention to them.
Oh yeah, they're definitely making their voices heard and their plays heard, but it's now going to be their proven point into the knockout stages, right? Like, what else can they bring to make sure that they get further into the knockouts and not just into the top 8, but looking at that, a 6-2 win difference in this whole Group D. And there are 2 wins up, and it's going to be the battle of second place that takes place between Rough World Era and BIGETRON Sigma that's going to define who goes through as the second place.
Yeah, now everything is really tense because they have the exact same score. Now, moving on to Group C as well, KAGENDRA, IMPUNITY, Nova this time. Let's see how their performance is going to be like over the next 2 days. But of course, we have to turn our attention to the last series of the day. Group A, Elevate against Blacklist International. Rematch of that qualifiers.
Yeah, I want to see the crowd at home going crazy for this one because it is PH against PH. So there's going to be a lot of like, hey, who's your favorite Filipino here? That's going to be the question going into this one. And it is Blacklist's debut game in Season 3 Invitational.
All right, let's go to the interviews.
By the first team to secure their spots, it's Nongshim RedForce joined by the manager Tony and Haku the jungler. So I want to head over to the questions. On game number 1, there was a ping pong battle going on. How did the team feel unlike trying to secure that win on game 1?
게임 1에서 핑퐁이 상당히 많이 있었는데 어떤 기분과 어떤 얘기가 인게임에서 있었는지.
처음 백도 실패했을 때 첫 백도 실패 때 되게 아쉬웠는데 그 다음에 서로 엘리전이 때 사실 저희가 진 줄 알았는데 저희가 이겨가지고 되게 끝났을 때 팔이 벌벌 떨리면서 제가 연습 경기 때 이런 걸 한 번도 못 해봤거든요. 그래가지고 진짜 신났던 것 같습니다.
So at the first our backdooring and then we didn't think at the first backdooring failing and we thought we would lose. So after that, we are very, how can I say?
An intense moment over there. Yeah.
So, yeah, we are very, how can I say?
Stressful.
Stressful, yeah. So stressful.
Yeah.
And then after the game, our hand is so
shaking and everything. Yeah.
There was, he never felt like that.
Yeah. Now, how about this one? Just a follow-up to this question. On this final match in this series, you decided to just go for the back door. Who made that call, and why did the team just go for it?
백도어 콜을 누가 했는지, 누가 했는지, 그리고 누가 했는지, 그다음 그 백그라운드를 좀 설명해 주세요.
첫 번째는 경구 선수가 이거 집에 아무도 안 부르면 끝낼 수 있다라고 해가지고 다 같이 기한에 막았는데 실패했고. 그 다음에는 저희 다 같이 이거 지금 못 끝내면 우리가 먼저 터진다라고 서로 빠르게 밀자고 콜했던 것 같아요.
So the first decision was Kyung 9, and then that was the time we need to and we should to end this time.
Yeah.
So that was the background story.
All right, Chuchu, anything else?
Of course, I mean, like, congratulations for Nongshim RedForce, the first team also to get yourself a slot in the elimination rounds, which you're gonna head to as a playoff after this, right? But if you can choose one team to fight in the first round of the eliminations to get into the playoff, which team do you pick and why?
8강에서 만나고 싶은 팀과 그리고 만나고 싶은 이유를 설명해 주세요.
엘리베이트나 BHK 둘 중 하나 만나고 싶은데 그 이유가 예전부터 같이 많이 만나던 상대가 많이 있어가지고 같이 하면은 재밌을 것 같아서 그 두 팀과 좀 해보고 싶습니다.
엘리베이터하고 BHK. So we'd like to compete with Elevate and BLCK.
Okay, a challenge.
상대로 많이 만났던 친구들이라 가지고.
So we've been competing with them so long.
Yeah.
So that's why we want to compete again.
A rivalry brewing up here on the group stages on season 1. But Chuchu,
This gets spiced up because after this, yes, we're gonna have Elevate to fight. Whether they will be waiting by Nongshim RedForce or not is down to their own respective decision. But for now, we're gonna head over to the casters because right now we are looking for whether Nongshim managed to get to fight Elevate or not, because the question right now is up to them. So we're back to HOK. Okay.
slip. I found it. The real wire. Those need the real wire. Hurry up!
Defeat.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 HOK 팀에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 육페이라고 합니다. 오랜만에 글로벌 여기 투어에 진출해서 너무 기쁘고요. 다들 잘하는 선수들이랑 겨룰 수 있어서 되게 즐거울 것 기대되는 기분입니다. 일단 HOK 글로벌이 런칭되고 나서 처음으로 나가는 큰 대회라서 사람들의 관심도나 그런 것도 되게 높아진 것 같고 다른 외국 선수들의 실력도 엄청 증가한 것 같아서 되게 재밌을 것 같다고 생각해요. 노바가 가장 어려운 상대일 것 같고요. 6경기 해봤을 때 가장 잘한다고 느껴서 노바가 가장 어렵다고 생각했고 만나고 싶은 상대도 노바인 것 같습니다. 그 두 팀들도 상당히 잘하는 팀으로 생각되는데 지금 저희 실력도 충분히 그들과 경쟁할 수 있는 상대라고 생각해서 충분히 좋다고 생각됩니다. 저희 농심은 빠르게 판단해서 공격하는 게 되게 장점인 것 같고요. 각자 선수들이 조금 다들 피지컬이 좀 좋은 편이라서 빠르게 판단이 가능. 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 열심히 좋은 경기력으로 보답하겠습니다.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
but we do see Azar up in the sky with the Infinite Bastards. Come back down to try and protect the T2. Nice set sail into the backline there for Elevate. There's Burst Blood going over to Clue. Clue down, Ray down. That is a collapsing onto Wen, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Oh, knock up Wen. He's going to get a flaming fall, but he's going to survive. Danny's not going to be as lucky. He's going to get guillotined. Allow trying to get over the wall, does not have that cooldown ready.
Allow the needs to push, and then the side of Genji get this.
Oh my god!
Oh, Mitsuri with the crucial kill back to improve from Elevate. Is this going to be enough to get game 2 in that?
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest
far can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming tired of your cold. It's my kingdom fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ipusan ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas ang digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugod na ng patago hanggat di pabasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Bubugaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung Asta Boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung Prince of Landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na bo, kanda na pita, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punsa, la kanda na pita, la kanda na punda, la kinda na bu. Se lo topira da pi, se lo topira da bu. Se lo topila da kulo, sorpela da kalita pila dun. Pero mang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon. Siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong komedyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng
ang Pinas! Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas!
Tayo ang papisa Pinas! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Order of Kings Invitational Season 3. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Blab, will be casters for game number 3. Can't wait to see what's going to happen next because it's going to be a derby match.
It is going to be a great match. To be honest, it's a rematch of the Philippine qualifiers as well. It is going to be Blacklist against Elevator. There's been a few scores that's already been thrown around historically between these two teams, so we could be seeing a full best of 5. I know I sound like a broken record saying this over and time again, but I feel like with this one we may actually see it.
Yeah, based on the record, well, both teams did play to 5 games in their upper bracket finals, and in the grand finals, it was a 3-1. So expect a lot of games to be played in this final match.
Absolutely. I mean, if anything's to go by, if Elevate gets the 2-0, it doesn't mean the Blacklist is out, because in their upper bracket finals, they did go 2-0, which were Elevate, but then Blacklist came with the reverse sweep. So anything can happen in this matchup, and to be honest, the crowd at the venue should be buzzing because these both teams are from the home grounds.
Yes, and if we want to talk about like the grouping, at this moment, Gen.G, they are at the bottom just because they lost yesterday to Elevate. So to a certain extent, Gen.G is kind of hoping for perhaps a Blacklist to win this, or at least they kind of even up the scores, giving them a chance to move on to the next round. But speaking about the teams, here we have them, Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate coming through, having a solid victory against Gen.G after a very questionable first game that was looking like a huge stump. Jizzix coming through with the Dion Way at the last game of the series, really closing it out strong for Elevate.
One of the best comeback games so far that we have witnessed yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the players of Elevate right on stage right now for our final matchup for today. Elevate, they are on a high right now, especially after the comeback game yesterday, but they are facing off against the giants of the Philippines, Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, this team comprises of like previous Philippine teams as well. So you have a few members from Boom Esports and a few from Excretion Esports as well. But this is going to be their contender, the champions of the qualifiers, seed number 1, Blacklist International.
Yeah, and being on a stage like this is no stranger to them. We got Chami, Jushi, Dragon, Golden Kite, and Chaz on their lineup, and they have experience playing on this sort of stage offline. But this time, they are playing in front of their home crowd where they can feed the energy to translate it into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, those new to Honor Kings Esports in 2025, this is one of 3 of the only teams that actually got to the 2024 championship. So Blacklist has put their respect on the name already in 2024, but they're here to put some more in this year.
Yeah, and they were the team to take down Team Secret during the last HOK Championship as well. So lots of eyes on to Blacklist. But before we go on to Blacklist, this is Elevate, represented by Mitsura, Hyde, Ajizix, Azar, and Ivalis.
Yep, this is the team that took Gen.G to 3-1 yesterday, and I'm going to be surprised to see how they do with Blacklist going forward.
Yep, and speaking about Blacklist, introducing the lineup as well again, a Dragon, Chami, Jushi, Chaz, as well as Golden Kai, the winners of their qualifiers. They are the kings of Philippines, so there will be a lot of expectation for them. And plus, they get to see Elevate's game yesterday, so they could take that as an advantage, knowing what kind of draft that Elevate might come up with.
I mean, they could have been paying very close attention, or they may have been very surprised and just rooting on for their brothers within the Philippines, right? So just giving that homegrown support over to Elevate. But a little bit of a roster change there for Blacklist, obviously within KC 2024. It wasn't Dragon in the mid lane. They've acquired him from Boom Esports. So we've now got the twins back on the same roster. So it's still all manned and all brained by the Dr. TG, their coach.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, it's also a battle of who's the better boom player, right? Because Elevate also got Azar as well. So it's a bit of a bragging right, between these two teams. And it's not the first time that they meet with each other, obviously. And besides meeting in tournaments, I'm pretty sure they do scrim with each other as well within the same region. So they have a lot of information between these two. Now, the biggest, I would say, the biggest factor right here would be the global ban pick. It will really test the players on their how depth their hero pool is.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the greatest test up until now, right? I mean, I do keep battering this one home, so that's why I keep saying I sound like a broken record player, but we don't know who's new tuning in. But for those top champion teams we had from last year, we only really have one of them, which is Nova Esports. So even the 2024 championship team fell short to the challenge of the global ban pick. So it really shows how big your hero pool needs to be.
Yeah. BSE, Team Secret, both fell, did not manage to make it through, so it really shook up the competitive world of Honor of Kings. Now, these teams are getting prepped up right now. Looking at how Elevate has performed yesterday, do you think they will be able to do a reverse against Blacklist International?
I think after that last series that me and Kim just casted, I feel like anything is possible because BTR coming from the realms of defeat many a times in that best of 5, I feel like anything can go forward between Elevate and Blacklist. And the historical scoreboards show that it can happen as well, but it can happen on the reverse side, that we can see elevate to the top spot of 2-0 and then get taken the reverse sweep from Blacklist. That's just how good both of these teams are. So I don't think anybody should be sort of underestimating these PH teams.
Yeah, and that's a good point, right? Even if we look at the other groups as well, tons of surprises like the Alpha 7 versus Team Vitality score.
Yeah.
Even to a certain extent, Nongshim RedForce as well with their very, very good performance, putting them on top of Group D, being the first team to qualify directly onto the next round. Truly, because of the global ban pick, that has disrupted a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, just to coin back on the efforts about Nongshim, even though we're talking about Elevate and Blacklist, but whoever manages to get a top spot at this group dodges the bullet of Nongshim, the unknown that we've been seeing on their global stage debut. But we are going to get into the ban phase here, and I can imagine we're going to be seeing some of those prio bans that we've been seeing frequently, especially the Mai Shiranui, right?
Yeah, the Mai was let go in one of the games earlier today, but did not turn into a win. So yeah, a bit of a respect there, but I do expect Mai to still be a top band hero. Other than that, perhaps to be considered Yuhuan, another top picked hero. Algran is pretty top pick as well to get with the Dharma, and that's why Dharma is banned out. One more ban for the side of Blacklist. So if we want to go by stats, it could either be Algran, Yuhuan, or well, maybe even Low.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we've been seeing as well that some of these teams actually go for those pocket picks, but there we go. It is the Huan, like you were saying there, Cloud. It does come through. But interestingly, we're going to be seeing that Elevate are going to be given Ali, and that's going to be given over to Azar. So first game of this best of 5, and one of his best picks is Ali.
Oh, and the idea is being picked up by Blacklist. So Arlie, very mobile, need to be able to catch her and not allow her to skate towards the late game. Now, Direnje, I've noticed that there's a lot of debate about how good Direnje is at the competitive level. Right? I personally think that Direnje is really, really good. But just like any other farm laner, you always need somebody to back him up. As long as you can back him up, he can dish out a lot of damage, especially with his attack speed.
Yeah, he's heavily reliant on his passive, right? Like being able to get that movement speed, but also attack speed increase, and you've got to keep that passive stacked up, because if you don't, you may falter to a gank, and if you don't have your cleanse on cooldown, off cooldown, sorry, you may actually just fall short there. But looking over to Elevate draft, it is getting thickened out here by the Sakia, so I feel like this is the second time this hero has actually graced the Gorge in Season 3, so those Fireflies are going to be in full effect with heals and damage, and paired with the Mayin up in the Clash lane, Hyde may have a great game on his hands here.
And so far, no big tanky heroes yet. Oh, but just as I mentioned it, Sanche is picked up. Now, Elevate, what they could use is that they could pick a tanky hero. I mean, the Dune is open though, so that's an option for them that they can consider to pick up. The Algran is open as well, so considering that Elevate will be looking at tanky heroes, Blacklist, International, might want to ban them off.
Yeah, I mean, coming back on that point there about the Orgrin, I mean, we're getting into the second part of the ban phase, and Orgrin hasn't surfaced on the ban, so it's clearly something that the teams aren't too afraid of. And we've known from previous games that all you need to have is some very heavy CC, and that's a great counter for this jungle pick. But they're looking to ban off the pay, so they're much more afraid of these aggressive early game heroes.
Perhaps like how we have seen having the pay on the lineup, how he has been played, and it can be very, very dangerous, especially towards the later stages of the game as well. The Musashi is taken out, so no Musashi for Blacklist, and they will go for the Orgran instead, a pick that we kind of discussed that will be picked up by any of these teams, preferably for Elevate, but Blacklist, maybe they read that and they took it away.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite bizarre that the fact that Elevate banned out the Musashi and then knowing that the next pick would go over to Blacklist really just opened up the Orgran. So whether it was actually a pure coincidence or a fault of their draft, I'm going to edge to more coincidence, because you don't normally give over a pick like the Orgran without having a backup, right?
Oh yeah, so I don't know, was that deliberate or not? Because the Mankey pick and Lazy Zenfei was pretty fast as well, so perhaps they already have a form of strategy that they want to bring forward to. Angela will be the mid laner for Blacklist International, will provide a lot of damage from the back and also a good amount of CC as well. But what they need to take care of is the Renjie. So if we were to look at Elevate's lineup, heroes like Menki or even Mayin can be very disruptive to the backline.
Yeah, even Sakir as well, obviously with the knock-up ability, quite a lot like the Wind Slash from Dune. He gets a massive knock-up. He's, depending on his stacks of his Fireflies as well, depends on the range of that knock-up also. So I feel like there's a way in onto the Durenge, but they do have the idea to deny access to the Durenge. So we've seen that bit of farewell be so brutally used in Season 3 Invitational already. And for Blacklist to bring it out in Game 1, we're kind of seeing this as a staple within the drafts of these best of fives, right? Bring out Orgran, bring out Diadea in Game 1, get Game 1 victory in our pockets, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, so let's see if the victory will be brought to Blacklist International or Elevate. I expect Sanchi to play a big role as well to start off fights. Obviously with set sail, he's going to go in, but it also depends on who has better control of the map or the situation overall, because if Elevate is the one pressing on the Blacklist International, Sanchi might not get that chance, but if Blacklist gets the chance, they will be able to truly press Elevate with Sanche just going in all the time, choking down Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see it already. It's not even played out on the Gorge yet, but you can imagine that Chami 1 is going to go down and rotate with the set sail, then you can see Dragon pop the Blazing Brilliance and just have a great start to a team fight and already kind of just like wipe out a few of the members of Elevate. So you can kind of see what they're formulating and what was going on in TG's mind, the coach of Blacklist going into this draft. But this is Game 1. This is a best of 5 between both of these Philippine representatives, and I'm very excited for this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. This is the local derby here between these two teams, Elevate and Blacklist International. The game that many local fans will be looking forward to as we head on to the first game between Elevate and Blacklist International.
Yeah, only time will tell to see who comes out on top of this one. But looking at these drafts, who have you got favored here, Cloud?
Ooh. I do like Blacklist. I think that they are rather balanced. They have a good engagement. Not to say that Elevate does not have good engagement. They do have it in the Menki, right? But Sanche, he's able to go straight to the back. Like, just turn around. Gotta get creative with the route, right? Turn around, go back, find whoever's on the back line. And ideally, if they can get Azar, then they will be able to win fights easily.
Yeah, I mean, we missed a bit of a brawl there up into the Clash lane. I mean, Mayin's taken a lot of damage from the Sunset. So again, level 1, these heroes, I feel like the matchup always favors the Sunset in this one because he has so much damage. He has physical defense reduction as well, coming through with those swings of his second ability. So 1-to-1, Mai Yin definitely struggles here, but we're seeing a bit of a push in the farm lane with Diadea and the DRNG. The bit of farewell does come through, but nothing comes into fruition. Just a little bit of mental mind games, it seems.
Yeah, but it's still the laning phase, right? So as long as you're able to poke your opponent, you push them back, and it allows you access to more farm, that will be good enough. But we do have a rotation here from the middle. It's not going to impact too much, but the idea, again, is, like what you said, just to play the mind games with them.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Dragon rotating down into the mid lane, it gives over that farm mid lane to Orgren as well. And I mean, we know 1 or 2 things from Orgren is that he does need a few items, but the engage is going on up into the clash lane between Chami and Hyde. There is no jungles around them, so it could be a solid 1v1 here. He does able to escape. Hyde barely just getting out of there.
Yeah, it's a mine, so he should be able to get away to safety, but he's not level 4 yet. We can see how Chami is really putting in the pressure onto him, and now they have a 1-level gap very, very early on. And coming back down to the bottom lane, looks like Dragon. He left back onto the mid lane. So what does this mean is that Blacklist, they might see the opportunity.
Yeah, they do get a knockup from the Sakir here, so well played by Everlist, trying to set up an engage, but Dragon has come straight back down to his teammates. We do see the Burning Cinders come through as well, just trying to catch anybody in the brush as a phase check. And even Chami, he was trigger happy on that Sunset, set sail on the Sunset.
And looking at the current situation at the bottom lane, 4 players from Elevate gathered there for nothing. So that gave the opportunity for Blacklist International to farm on other lanes. And if we were to look at the goal difference right now, it's about 1k to about 2k. And that is the gap that the Blacklist International has created. They did that by just pulling the attention of the Elevate players to one lane, and they were happily farming on the other lanes.
Yeah, I kind of want to play the devil's advocate because I feel like the history between these 2 teams, I feel like Elevate knows that Chami1 is probably one of the stronger players within Blacklist. So for them to leave him secluded up into the clash lane, I feel like it's intentional. They've got to be brewing something here.
Let's see what sort of tea would they be brewing there. But what we're sure is that Blacklist, they're brewing Juche right now. He has been given the mid lane for the longest time. So he has been having a good time here farming. And he's already at level 8 as compared to Ajizix, who's at level 7 still.
Yeah, I mean, Juicy here on the Orgren is kind of like Blam at a buffet. I'd be very happy just sat there in mid lane, just nomming away at this food. They need to make sure they don't let him get too fat because he won't fit through the doors on the way out.
Oh man, it's dinner time at where I am, and now I'm feeling hungry. Thanks for the reminder. But anyway, things are going to change right now with the rotation by Blacklist.
Yes, we do have the Death Precipice comes through. The Dream Roll as well, set a little bit too early. The set sail connects, getting the first blood onto Blacklist as they can set up a convincing Tyrant here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with Ajizix down, the Tyrant is up for grabs for free. Not only the Tyrant, look at this. They're trying to get the buff together. So it's a 2-for-1 for Blacklist International. Elevate is not going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, no stopping at all. They have no smite. They don't even have a Zhong Fei on the roster as well that normally takes a smite as a support to even stop it. But Hyde was making a little bit of a leeway up into the clash lane before we get into this replay. But here we go. Set up beautifully is that set sail straight onto the back of Monkey. He was not even recognizing what hit him.
Yeah, that's the thing about, like, if you're alone on the lane very, very long, your teammates will need to have good comms here. They need to remind that, hey guys, like, bottom is missing, they're probably making the rotation. He probably overextended himself on the mid lane, hence he was punished for it.
Absolutely. I mean, they should be shouting on the cast, hey guys, the guy with the boat's missing. Where's he going? Watch out, watch your backs. But they do take the T1 down into the farm lane. So some huge movements here for Blacklist.
Yeah, great move there. Still, Blacklist having the advantage, but they're making the rotation down to the bottom.
Yeah, down to the bottom, there's a lot going on here. We may see that Golden Kite gets caught out there, so it's going to be D-Ranger that gets caught out, but it is a trade for the farm lane as Zar goes down, but it's not quite done yet. We see Dragon claims the kill onto Mitsura. Mitsura being that crucial kill threat from yesterday, earning himself an extra $500 in his back pocket just for hitting a well-timed ultimate.
Wow, what a good rotation there by Blacklist. Yes, They lost one player, but then again, they traded back with two, so it's a good one here. Elevate managed to get one out of the fight because they know that Blacklist, they're all kind of busy there at the bottom lane. But if we look at the current map control, Blacklist, they just want to deny everything in the bottom jungle from the hands of Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it quite a lot today as well. Just the enemy teams just helping themselves to their enemy's jungle and just making sure that they're not paying any kind of respects to their enemies, but just making sure they get as much resources as quick as possible. And it's reflecting in the overall gold lead. I mean, about 3k gold right now for Blacklist as we're approaching that 7-minute mark. We do get hit with the Burning Cinders and the Blazing Brilliance. Hyde was caught out. He was definitely not a good hide-and-seek player.
Yeah, he wouldn't do too well in Kindy there. Well, he stayed too long in the bush though. I guess it was kind of like an obvious position, but anyway, in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle we do see a bit of a knock up here, and straight in with the set sail is setting it all up with the slam dunk from Juicy. It's going to be the 5th kill going over to Blacklist. So again, we see kills going in the mid lane, and T2's been taken up in the clash lane.
All right, Blam, who's the tankiest hero for Elevate? It is the Mankey. If the Mankey is able to be taken down as quickly as what we saw, I'm a little bit worried for Elevate now.
It's a different playstyle for Agizzix, because I don't think he played the Monkey yesterday. So again, kind of like the DRNG, you have to get that bubble up and the barrier up, but we're seeing a bit of a 3v1 here. But Orgrin is not the buddy you want to be 3v1 in. He can take the sustain, but Chami unfortunately lands into the Destructive Deluge. I think that was a bit of a mistake there from Chami 1.
Yeah, clearly, especially when he's underneath his own tower, right? So you don't want to make that big engagement. Plus, he does have a level gap, he does have a gold gap, so they probably expended all their skills at the wrong place.
Yeah, the wrong place. But speaking of wrong place, it's definitely Elevate not defending that T1 in the mid lane. The Destiny encounter from Chaz coming through a little bit early there. I'm not too sure what the point of that was other than to try and phase check. But that's a good bit of intel for Elevate, though. They know that the Destiny encounters are on cooldown.
And they know where the position of the players of Elevate are, and they will go in.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's a little bit tip-tat here. I think it's a bit coy for the time being, but Monkey does go in with the engage. We are seeing Hyde get a little bit lost in the source there, and it is all falling apart at the waist of Elevate. That is a triple kill going over to Juicy in the jungle, and now they have the minions at the high ground turret.
Oh yeah, and there's nothing that Agizzix can do about it. Like, he can't even come out. The moment he shows himself, that's it. So this round definitely goes to Blacklist International, but Agizzix still tries.
Yeah, Blacklist with a bit of a love letter there for Team Vitality. They were like, hey, you've done it in 8 minutes and 36 seconds. We're going to try and beat it. They didn't. They were just a little bit off the tail there, but very, very impressive. First game under the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, very convincing win. 10 minutes. I wonder if this is the fastest game so far that we have gotten in this tournament. But it was controlled pretty much from start to end for Blacklist International against Elevate. I mean, this is a result that probably a lot didn't expect because they went like, what, 3-2 during their qualifiers. So fans would expect a little bit more fight.
Yeah, just a little bit more fight. I mean, maybe it's just Elevate kind of just warming up to the temperament at the top of the peak of that mountain that's on the logo of their shirt. But it is seeming like a Control-Alt-Delete there for Blacklist. They were able to clean that up in probably the second fastest game of Season 3 so far. But that's what happens when you get picks like the Orgrin, the Diadea come onto the stage as well, and then giving Chami one of his greater picks, the Sunset. It was kind of just written in the stars.
Yeah, and if I were to summarize, right, it was Blacklist International setting the tone and Elevate, they played by their tone. There wasn't a real moment where Elevate was truly in control. Like, they were just following the footsteps of Blacklist International. Like, they got pulled, like, what, 3-4 players down at the bottom lane, and they got nothing for the longest time. And we saw how long the other lanes were open, especially the mid lane. And the true elevated moment actually shown when the Mankey was actually picked out in the middle, which I thought honestly was a bit of an overextension, and it could have been better done if they were to communicate the fact that the players from both lanes were missing.
Yeah, I think you can kind of only hope for the side of Elevate that this is just a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a learning curve. I mean, it is going in the same way as what happened with them against Gen G. First game was an absolute bit of a stomp, but now they can come back and be like, right, okay, we've taken off some of their sort of like main picks. We haven't really gotten our true roster in true form yet. So other than Azar expanding and exhausting the Ali and Hyde exhausting the Mayeen, I feel like the other picks aren't that quite detriment to the side of Elevate. They still have so much more to pull from. But if we look at the resources here, I mean, Juicy 6-0-2 getting that triple kill towards the end. No death run for the guy in the jungle.
Yeah, I noticed that Azar didn't have a good time. Like his goal was about 1,000 lesser than Ajizix. So that's also to show that he was not able to pop at all at the bottom lane with Blacklist International putting the pressure there. And if we were to look at some of these other stats as well, Juche came in with the highest damage dealt, and it wasn't even the Angela with the Blazing Brilliance.
No, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that was just basically used as a bit of a deterrent, a little bit of an early team fight setup. But looking at that gold graph, if you gave that to an infant child and said who won, and they'd be able to basically see that Blacklist won that very easily, unfortunately for the side of Elevate. But I do want to keep batting on that sentiment that this is exactly the same thing that happened to Elevate against Gen G yesterday, and they did come back with a solid 3-1 victory. So let's hope that Elevate pull up their bootstraps. But speaking of bootstraps being pulled up, it is going to be Dragon getting the MVP of Game 1. A little bit unsuspected there. I honestly thought it would have gone for either Juicy or Chami, but to be honest, the early game rotations, hey, I'll give it to him. I'll give it to Dragon.
Yeah, I gotta give him because I would give him because of that as well. I mean, frankly speaking, I would think that the Sanche did better because of his rotations, but hey, not going to take the MVP away from Dragon. He did make a good rotation down to the bottom lane. He allowed the other players, especially the Ogran, to farm on the middle. And it's because of him doing that, his other teammates are able to scale faster than their opponent. So this is, I would say that his playstyle was more like a sacrifice in the previous round to allow his other teammates to reach the height of their performance.
Yeah, I mean, even though he was basically being used as kind of like a pawn, he was still able to get those 3 kills on the board and actually not die. So, to be honest, in terms of pawns, he's pretty good.
Yeah, and this was the first blood, and it was a pretty straightforward kill there, given towards Blacklist International because of the rotation and a bit of an overextension by RG6. Follow up by a couple of other fights. Yes, there were trade-offs, but at the end of the day, Blacklist International, they traded back hard.
Yeah, I'm going to say, looking back at some of these highlights, you are seeing some of the obvious mistakes here by Elevate. You saw that Azar was kind of caught out in the brush, just trying to get the claim onto Golden Kite there. It was kind of like a notoriety kill rather than actually a tactical kill on the side of Elevate, but it was all here around the Azure Golem as well. The team fight potential of the roster that Blacklist put first was absolutely phenomenal, and hey, finishing off the game with a triple kill and just wiping them out over the Monkey just being the last man standing was a great way for Blacklist to finish off that Game 1.
Yeah, steamroll all the way, and the game ended in about 8 minutes 50 seconds. But at least right now, Elevate is able to have a feel of Blacklist International of, okay, this is the tone that they're going to play. But of course, because of the global ban, things would absolutely change, but it's better than nothing, right? Blacklist International, obviously, they got to see the games yesterday, so they had the opportunity to try to read out some of the strats from Elevate, and I guess it's done really well by Blacklist.
Very, very well. I mean, if they can focus with how rowdy that crowd was yesterday, I've got to give it to them because my concentration is not to that level. I would be there just like going with them, like, yeah, woo, let's go. I would have no concentration, wouldn't be able to focus on what's going on in the match, but clearly Blacklist are of a different caliber. But it goes without saying, the Orgrid and the Diadea have now been exhausted on the side of Blacklist, which have been 2 really big picks so far within Season 3.
Yeah, the Sanche as well is out. So there are other options. We still have the Dharma, we still have Yuhuan, if it's not bad. We still have the Zhang Fei though. Very, very big out from the Zhang Fei, especially with the Unbridled Outburst. So if they're able to make the most out of it, then Zhang Fei might be picked up by Elevate.
Maybe so. I mean, we might even see the return of Liam Poe because we had a solid day one of no Liam Poe, and then day two's kind of flipped that completely on its head. We saw a very convincing performance from Nongshim's Faye. And I know, for example, in the KC 2024 as well, that Chaz actually played quite a bit of Liam Poe as well in the support role. So it wouldn't be something that's out of character for them, and it does bring a lot of flavor.
Yeah, basically, the two big boy, Tank, Zhangfei, and Lenpo, if they're taken out of the game, then they would need to switch up their strategy entirely. So at some point, I'm expecting to see either one of these heroes to be deployed in the Gorge here. Now, besides that, we still have other heavy hitter type of heroes that's not deployed yet. We got the Long, there's also kind of like a hot pick as well throughout the tournament so far, and we can expect that to be put in onto the game, maybe next.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, Lung is still available. We have the likes of the Marco Polo. We have Lady Sun as well. Maybe we'll start to see some Lady Sun and Ming combinations come through. Just a little bit of a love note to Hauler. I'm sure he's probably watching this at home, having a rest today. But there is plenty still to be pulled from the hero pool because we're on game one. Let's not get carried away with the fairy, shall we, Claire? There is so much more to be had on the Gorge.
Yeah, it's only game one, right? Even though game one ended in like 8 minutes, 50 seconds, but anything can still happen in the following game. It's a refresh, it's a reset, it is a restart. To a certain extent, well, we can consider that, okay, game one is done. Besides the whole global ban pick rule, it's a totally new game next. And the teams will need to think that way as well. Elevate especially will need to think that way. And they have shown it yesterday against Gen G. So if they can make this comeback with the mentality that they've proven, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no, they definitely have one of the more resilient mentalities within this tournament so far. Just like BTR as well over to the Indonesia region. They definitely showed resilience in that last series. So I don't think they're down, and they're definitely not out just yet. Because it is only game one, there is plenty more to be had. But it's going to be interesting to see what Elevate do go for this time around. Or are Blacklist going to go for the same strategy as Nongshim did, where they exhausted the Orgren and Diadia first game, but then banned it out for the rest of the series?
Speaking of strategies, right, I'm also thinking of some of the heroes that are not as popular so far. Heroes like the Arc. I was kind of expecting like Arc to be kind of picked up a bit more by the teams in general, because there was this talk about like, oh, it could be a assassin season, like we're going to see a lot of assassins, and the Arc being one of the newer heroes would fit into that build. But so far we haven't seen much of Arc. Like, why do you think that Arc is not really popular?
I mean, personally, from what I've seen in ranked games and obviously in competitive as well, I feel like she's lower down in the tier of assassins because she doesn't really have the CC. Yes, she has the HP regen when she goes invisible, and then also has the increased movement speed, but you've really got to be playing on the front foot. So you've got to be super duper confident as a team with your draft to put that Arc into play, because it's not like the Prince of Landling that we saw earlier that's a great counter to the likes of Orgren, because he has the silence, he has the stacks as well, so he does way more damage if you land more abilities. So there's more sort of like high risk, high reward gameplay from something like the Prince of Landling, whereas the Arc is all risk and very little reward, I feel, when watching games with Arc.
I guess the keyword that you mentioned there is also about confidence, right? Like, because these are the first few games of these teams on the stage against the other teams as well in this tournament, so they might want to see what's the tone this season to be like. Like, is it okay to deploy like the Arc, like, because like what you said, right, they need to have the level of confidence in order for them to bring to the table. We did see a couple of Nuas as well throughout this tournament. I was also kind of expecting to see more Nuas, because I believe that Nua is a very good high ground hero, especially if you want to make those comeback games.
Yeah, I mean, she is a hero I would particularly put as somebody that you would play going forward. Like, you need to be your strongest foot going forward when picking Nua, whereas Nua from behind, the most she can do is what we saw from Mitsura in yesterday, was where she can claim the crucial kill thefts, but then you've got to make sure you do something with the comeback. Like, it's all great landing those ultimates, but then after that, it's kind of just like, if you don't do anything with it, just like Kin says, with the sacrifices of those supports, hey, I'm sacrificing myself, but if I don't do anything with it, that's a you problem, not a me problem. So again, I think it's down to teamwork.
It's a you problem, not a me problem. Well, Blacklist, they've shown that earlier on like how the Angelas sacrificed the mid lane and they made the most out of it. So great work there. But it's going to be a totally different draft for sure, thanks to the global ban pick. In case for whatever reason you just join us, it is still the global ban pick here. Now coming on to draft for game number 2. You're out.
Oh yes, let's see what we can do. See if we can surface the Mai this time around, because if we don't get the Mai ban, then it means the Blacklist are going to ban out the Diadea and the Orgren again. But they do ban out the Diadea this time around. Maybe they are going to go for that same strategy that we saw from Nongshim earlier, is take the 2 big meta picks within the Season 3, and then we'll just deny them for the rest of the series on the opposite side of the team. But they are going to be banning out the Mai themselves. Elevate are not quite confident with Mitsuri getting that one, but more importantly, it's because Blacklist are on blue side.
Yeah, so they don't want to give it to Blacklist. Maybe if they were on the blue side, then they might consider to try to snatch it away. The Dharma was banned in game 1 as well, so we're not going to see the Dharma again for the second time around. Yu Huan was out in the previous round, so that might be a considered ban. But we're going to ban out the Arlie instead. Now, Blacklist International picks up the Long, another top pick hero in this tournament.
Oh yes, the Lung is coming through, so it's going to be Golden Kite getting one of the golden picks within the meta thus far within Season 3. And it's now going to be up to Elevate that they don't feed into the Lung, right? So locking in something like the Yixing here is going to be able to give control over to Elevate. So Mitsura actually picking up this Yixing is going to be a great pick for him, as well as what you were saying in the post-game last time around, Cloud. We are going to be seeing one of the mightier tanks, Zhang Fei.
Yep, Zhang Fei, definitely a top pick there. And if you have the Zhang Fei on the other side, you would take the Lampo to secure yourself one good tanky hero who's able to engage at the front line as well. So and then you have Lady Zen. Like the first 3 picks from Blacklist International, you practically have everything. Like you have CC, you have the tank, and you have the damage dealer in Long. So next is all about filling whatever the gaps is depending on the draft that Elevate is going to put out.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, they do ban out the Dharma themselves. So both Hyde and Chami both play a great Dharma. So you can kind of understand why they went for the Dharma over, say, for example, like the Orgren ban here. But still, they're getting into this. Now, the Orgren has actually survived the first part of the pick phase because they're locked in the Marco Polo for the side of Elevate. So Azar getting one of his trump picks this time around. It's going to be interesting to see what they go for in this ban phase, because I feel like if I was Blacklist, I would still ban out the Orgren here, because you don't want to have a Zhang Fei and a Orgren on the same team, right? Especially with so much control from the Yixing.
I also want to point out the potential combo here, right? So imagine that Yixing starts off with a World is my chessboard, and then you have Zhang Fei going in with the Unbridled Outburst, and then you have Marco Polo with a Pervert Barrage inside of that same box where they're gathered together. So this is actually a very, very good potential combo that Elevate can come out with. The Guan Yu ban, very interesting. I wonder what do they have in mind.
Yeah, whether Chami's changed his tune and actually become a Guan Yu main, or at least a very confident the Guan Yu, it's a very interesting one to deny the side of Blacklist, but it is a great pick. You are a guy on a horse who can dictate wherever your opponents want to be. You can shove them under a turret, you can shove them from out of a turret. So there's a lot of play making potential on that pick. But we're actually going to be seeing a Jizzix pull out his fantastic finishing pick of yesterday, the Dion Wei, very early.
Ooh, Dian Wei. I do like Dian Wei, but I don't like fighting against Dian Wei, not gonna lie. They're very yeah, man. I mean, as a support player, very, very annoying. You can run towards the back line, you can like just run down the front line even just because of how tanky he can be. But the answer to that is going to be Han Xin. So they are going to face off against each other. It also depends like how far he can scale, of course. And looking at the potential scaling from Elevate, Blacklist International, we can expect them to play a fast-paced game just like how we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, you can kind of see the combo coming through here for Elevate. They're going to be using the World is my board from the Yixing, but then you're going to be able to have the Leap of Fury from the Dion Wei that's going to be able to just deal so much true damage. And particularly over to the side of Blacklist, I mean, you got 3 members of them that are quite squishy if caught out, especially the Han Xin, because previous to KC 2024, Han Xin was more of a tanky build jungle, but now because of his buff, people are playing him as a assassin type. So it's going to be interesting to see if Juicy actually maintains that tank kind of build onto the Hanshin, or they're going to go full kind of bruiser damage coming through. So once he lands that CC, you know he's kind of had his way with you.
They can do both, right? The fact that they have the Lampo as the main tank, so a bit of flexibility there for Blacklist International depending on how the game goes. Elevate, lots of damage on their side. Marco Polo, Yixing, Tianwei, and Elaine, they are going all out damage here, but they must be able to stack up the damage. And looking at the draft, I would say Elevate, they must play a fast-paced game. They must get those early pickoffs in order for them to snowball to gather a lot of damage towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great roster here on the side of Elevate, and I feel like the Elaine gives them a great access into the backlines as well with the Death on Sunset. Just being able to just take flight, be untargetable for so long, and then just come back down with a grand slam onto the side of Blacklist. And you're going to be really seeing that the targets focus for that are going to be like Lady Chen and maybe even the Hanshin, right? Kind of bait him into a fight, take a bit of blows, use your Death on Sunset, and then come back down and just finish him off on the side of Elevate. But definitely a lot more sturdier looking draft on the side of Elevate going into game 2, I feel.
Well, we are going to see what the outcome is between Blacklist International and Elevate in game number 2 in this derby match, ladies and gentlemen. Who will be the better Filipino team? But whatever happens, it is a best of 5 series. We will still see another game after this. Now, if we were to look at these two drafts, do you have a preferred draft? Which draft do you think will perform better?
I mean, because we've only recently seen the Elevate Jizzix performed very well on the Dion Way, I kind of want to edge towards that one, but because of the performance of what we've seen just from Blacklist, I mean, yes, I'm not very privy to how well Juicy's going to play the Hanshin and Chami on the Lu Bang, but I feel like that synergy is going to be pretty wild because the Hanshin could be acted as an anchor, and then Lu Bang can use the battlefield command and just come straight back in and just change the tide of maybe a team fight or a 2v1. So I have a lot of hope for Blacklist in this one, but Elevate could still take it.
Well, at least I almost got you off the fence there. But...
yeah, you almost tipped me off the scale. I see what you're doing here, Cloud. Is Hauler employing you to do this?
Yeah, this is how you do it, Hauler and Kin. This is how you do it, you know? You don't ask the
lull me into a false sense of
up.
security.
But anyway, we're going to see a mid-clash. But looking at how the rotations are currently happening, it's still pretty 50-50 between both sides. But I would expect bigger rotations to happen when players reach level 4.
Yeah, at this moment in the game, it's just kind of just a maxing those resources, getting your skills all activated as well, because you don't really want to be committing to a dive when you don't have all 3 skills. But Blacklist right now and Elevate are definitely neck and neck in terms of the gold resources, so both farming up at the same rate, but we're having a 3v2 potentially here in the mid lane. Dion Wei, Jizzix is helping himself to that mid lane minions, but a 2v1's taking place up into the Clash lane. But that's the scary thing about the Dion Way as well, right? And Jizzix has so much movement speed, and is able to get around the map, leap across the map as well, with true damage in his kit.
Yep, and looks like a bit of a rotation here by Jushi, but it could be a bit too late. And plus, Jizzix is there as well. You don't want to overcommit, especially when your opponent is underneath the tower at this stage, when some of the other players are not even level 4 yet. So it's probably just to give that mental stress towards Elevate that the movement is happening.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely putting the presence on the Gorge here on the side of Blacklist. They're able to get the teleport mechanic as well up into the Clash lane, meaning that Lady Chen was able to just go back and give some of that well-needed TLC to her minion wave, because it's now back at 50-50 in the lane. And you don't really want to be leaving that mid T1 open too early in this game too, right? Because that could be devastating for Blacklist or Elevate.
And the bottom lane for both sides. Oh, but the world is my board.
Yes, the world is my board comes through, as well as the Unbridled Outburst. I think it was a little bit too premature there. We've been seeing quite a few premature outbursts of rage from Zhang Fei in Season 3 thus far.
Yeah, and To a certain extent, I will kind of understand, right? But let's check out what's happening.
Yes, Chaz was hiding so nicely in that brush there. Vision score 10 points to Chaz on the Liam Poe. He was just waiting patiently like, bro, this is my moment. I'm going to take out Yixing. And he did.
Well, again, Blacklist International, they're showing the level of rotation, especially from the mid lane, especially from Dragon. This guy is just on point. He knows exactly when to move. This time it's a bit different as compared to before. He didn't move as early, but still, it was on point.
Yeah, very well played rotations here from Dragon. He's definitely giving help to Golden Kite as well. And this is what you want to do on the side of Blacklist is you want to make sure that Golden Kite is getting as much resources as possible and dealing a lot of damage into that destructive deluge. But it is going to be the last hits from the Flaming Palms from Golden Kite. But taking place up in the Clash lane is that 2v1. Chammy 1 needs to make sure he doesn't become Chammy 0.
At this moment, Chammy 1 is still technically Chammy 0 because he hasn't got the kill yet. But we're going to see an engagement. Ajizix all alone.
Ajizix all alone. He may be able to get that Azure Golem from the side of Blacklist. He was able to get it. So a nice little bit of intervene there. A bit of a constellation prize for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, again, a good rotation shown here by the side of Elevate. And they're going to go for the next objective. There you go. Overlord will be taken.
Yeah, it's going to be good to help trying to get that early game push in the laning phase, but I suppose it's going to be at Blacklist the best interest, especially for somebody like Golden Kite to get some extra damage, is that Tyrant. Not quite making a rush for it, though. They want to try and get some kills, it seems, onto the side of Elevate before going for this neutral objective. Ajizix rushing his way in to try and give help to his teammates. We do see the Liam Poe has the Tremors smash out of there, so Chaz exhausting that ultimate.
And Ivalice, he does have the Unbridled Outburst. Earlier when he got sacrificed, he was taken out. He did not have the Unbridled Outburst because he used it in the middle a bit prematurely, like what you mentioned. And this is always the dilemma being a Zhangfei, right? Like, because the Unbridled Outburst is such an expensive ult, it takes so much for it to be enabled. Like, sometimes you have that 50-50 on when to use it.
Yeah, I mean, you need to use it correctly, but currently is a 2v2 going up into the Clash lane. Still, Elevate still falling short of the pale here to claim the kill onto Blacklist. Chammy's actually only level 7, Hyde's level 8, and Ajizix is level 10, but Dragon coming in here with the Destructive Deluge, trying to keep his teammate alive, and he does exactly that.
And defensive death at Sunset, but from the back, we have Zhangfei coming in.
Oh yes, Zhangfei just trying to play the same game as Chaz, but it is going to be Dragon Gate taken down by Ajizix, so 1-0 trade thus far for the side of Elevate, but there is going to be no way in, but Ajizix is not looking like he's done there. He's just trying to keep them off of this Azure Golem, because he's taken one, why not take another? Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, and you don't want to give it to Jushi, right? So this would deprive him, but at the top?
Yeah, Chammy going there, unfortunately. Now he is becoming Chammy 0. The fortune has been told.
Oh, 2-2 now. Chammy 0. Not looking good for him. A lot of pressure on the Chammy though. But speaking about pressure, we might see the next one at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to get a successful fight here for the side of Blacklist, they could go for the Tyrant. It is going to be Azar going down, so a nice pick-off for the side of Blacklist. Are they going to take the T1 as well? And then they could just take their focus and go for the Tyrant, but those Flaming Palms are making sure work of that T1's health bar.
Here's the thing as well, right? It takes a while for the Unbridled Outburst to be used. Like that's a like a 1-2 second animation, and that 1-2 second could determine whether your teammate is saved or not. As much as we would have wanted to save Azar, but the timing was a bit off there.
Yeah, I mean, Zhangfei rolls out the red carpet, right? So you can kind of see before you just fall to his Unbridled Outburst. So it is a bit of a giveaway, but you do need to, like you say, aim it and time it so correctly to make it so efficient for your team.
We have a rotation by Ajizix towards the top. He's trying to find his next target.
Oh yes, Chammy 1 is still in here, just trying to give a little bit of that CC, trying to just take a bit of taunt onto the Ajizix here, but nothing comes out of it. Elevate are definitely playing a lot more of an aggressive game in this game too. Not giving as much respect over to Blacklist, but Chaz needs to make sure he doesn't get caught out there. The Magma Rush there, just go in. Okay, the Bright Light Burst does miss everybody, but it is going to set up a team fight. The World Is My Board comes through. Hyde gets to kill onto Chaz. Chaz. Golden Kite gets the kill onto a Jizzix. So down goes the jungle, but they do take the T1 on the side of Elevate. So quite a few trades there. A 2-for-1 trade on the side of Elevate as well as a T1. I think that's a good deal.
Elevate playing as a team. They open up, the world is my board. And then everyone just comes in at the right timing. They have found their rhythm. And right now with this sort of rhythm, Blacklist International, they have to find a way to turn the tables around.
They need to do something right. I mean, they are behind in gold. They're neutralized at the turret objectives and also the neutral objectives. But this was a really good team fight, regardless of the Unbridled Outburst only hitting onto the Zhongfei into the backline. But it was more the oppressive world is my board, just locking in Blacklist into a designated area, which meant that they didn't have much room to escape.
Yeah, clearly it was world is my board, if you ask me, frankly speaking, that made the game earlier on. Now, Elevate, they have the confidence. They already have 1,000 more gold than Blacklist International, so they're right now in front. By the bottom,
yeah, we do see Hyde and Evilis as well as everybody else. I mean, the whole of Elevate Esports may as well be here, but it is actually going to be Chami1 be able to use the battlefield command to get out of there whilst we see Juicy trying to focus the clash lane. So a bit of a bait and switch.
Very, very smart move. Blacklist, they know that they cannot win a team fight after that one team fight, so they're like, okay, let's just play split pushing right now. Let's just try to break up the formation of Elevate. And so far, so good based on what we just saw.
Yeah, I think as we go into the late game, I feel like there'll be more potential for them to win these team fights, especially if Golden Kite is present, because as we know, Lung into the late game with those flaming palms hits so hard, and he's only, what, 7.2k, so Azar's not that far behind in terms of resources, so I feel like there needs to be a bit more of a lead here for Golden Kite.
Okay, let's see who will win this engagement.
Oh, yep, High juices the duel Death at Sunset just to get out of there. I mean, you need to do what you need to do, but it looks like Juicy may get caught out with the 2v2. It is going to be Chami1 coming through. Oh, beautiful unbridled outburst there by Evilis as well. Now just capitalizing on that 3v2, but Blacklist trading that all for a Shadow Tyrant is going to be a little bit of a bad trade here. The fact that they don't have a Smite as well means that it's up for grabs by the side of Elevate. But Hyde is going down. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Blacklist getting the Shadow Tyrant. So the extra damage is coming over to Golden Kite. You just got to make sure this mid lane doesn't get decimated.
Oh, that was a close one there. Blacklist, they cannot afford to lose the Tyrant. Because they already lost 2 players up, the Tyrant, they must secure it. But this is somewhere that they might lose here. Yep, all alone.
Yeah, Chami's been able to come in onto Chaz there, but are they going to be able to make it in time? No, it is going to be the Overlord going over to the side of Elevate. But down goes Azar and Evilis, and it is maybe looking that Jizzix may not be able to leap a Fury out of this one alive. Chami able to get that little bit of a kill onto a Jizzix there as well, so well played. We can see a lot of pressure going on here for the side of Blacklist, but Hyde is not happy. He wants a kill.
Oh, Dead by Sunset in a risky move, but he got away. But from the side,
oh, the Tremor Smash connects as well. Oh, Mitsuri may be in a little bit of doubt here. Can he proc his passive to get out the total immunity? But the Flaming Palms is just too much for Mitsuri to survive.
10-6, and Blacklist, they found their momentum again, but because the Overlord was taken by Elevate, so now they need to clear off the lanes before they're able to continue on. But so far, so good by Blacklist. They just need to find a way to win back the map now.
Yeah, winning back the lanes, I feel like, is the most crucial part here for Blacklist to even try and get back on top. But they are on top of kills, they're on top of the gold resource as well. But in terms of the Gorge, they need to put some work in.
And looking at the current strategy of Blacklist, again, they're deploying the same strategy, just breaking up the formation of Elevate. Oh, but this could be a 1-for-1.
Jizzix, got to be careful. You got to get out there, Juicy. You got to use all those dips, dives, dashes, and dodge, but I don't think it's going to be enough because Chami doesn't actually, he does have his battlefield command, but he's going to use it at this point. No, it's the Blood Rage coming through. It's going to be Clade Kill going over to Elevate, but a trade up into the farm side of the map. It's going to be Hyde taken down as well, but a jungle for a clash lane. I don't think that's decent, but the T2, sorry, and the farm lane gets taken down.
Yeah, but not gonna lie, I thought Juicy would have been able to survive that somehow. That would have been insane. But we're still seeing the same strategy from Blacklist, right? They try to break up the formation, elevate, and whoever's on the other side of the lane, they try to buy as much time as possible. But G6 could be in trouble.
I think he's able to get out of here. He's able to use that leap over the wall, just dashing to the minion camp in the jungle. So it gets him a little bit of a farewell out of Blacklist's reach, but it's still looking very shaky in this game too for Blacklist. And this is exactly the display that Elevate came up with yesterday against Gen G.
But Ivalice from the side, okay, he does have the Unbridled Outburst though, but it's more of like a position to gather information and send it back to his teammates on what to do next, because the next objective is going to come up soon. So whether it's the Overlord, whether it's the Tempest, let's see who will go for which.
Yeah, I feel like if Blacklist need to stay top on trying to get this lane pushed, they need to try and either take this T2 into the side lane so they then have an easier fight for the Overlord, and then they take it and make some more moves with that one, or instead of Elevate, try and go for the Shadow Tyrant just to get a little bit more damage to go over the likes of Azar and the Dion Wei for a Jizzix. But they are able to take the T2 for the side of Blacklist, so they are regaining the Gorge for now, but for how long?
Yeah, they're clearly saving their skills right now, but look at what's happening at the top. Hard push by Blacklist.
Yeah, they're trying to get the Flaming Palms as close as possible to the high ground turret, but it's a good enough attempt, right? They're able to claim the T2 up into the Clash lane. They just want to make sure the Golden Kite gets out of this alive. Jizzix is fall to the Infinite Vastness from Lung as well.
Well, keep your eye on Chammy1. He's doing what Chammy does best. Make the split push. Look at that. Again, trying to break out the formation or elevate. That is going to be the formula of Blacklist now.
We've seen a lot of teams start to do this, right? Getting that split push, doing a great bit of macro play that just upsets the tide. Okay, we do see that the status does come through for the Lady Chen, actually demolishing the Unbridled Outburst CC from Ivalice. And Jizzix is taking a lot of blows here, but saving him is that Blood Rage item, just giving him over a lot more shield and a lot more sustain going forward. But he is looking pretty battered, but so is Juicy.
Oh, Elevate, they expanded a lot of skills earlier on, including the Unbridled Outburst, and now for them to challenge to get the objective is going to be pretty difficult. But anyway, we got 2 smites for the side of Elevate, so that could be their saving grace, but they choose to just disengage for now.
I think that's probably the best call, right? Just go back, lick your wounds, get some items, and just basically get your health and your mana back, because there is a big team fight brewing up here, and you can tell just with these 2 neutral objectives still standing up that one of these teams has got to make the call and try and pick a fight at one of these neutral objectives. But Chaz is doing what Chaz does best and getting those intel. I mean, his vision score is above the rest. He's at 60 points compared to the enemy's support, who's on 42, so he's well ahead in terms of giving vision. So clearly a strong point here, but they do take the Shadow Overlord on the side of Blacklist.
Oh, just underneath the nose of Elevate, they weren't prepared for it. But like what you said, right, that is shown by the vision score of Chaz. Because he is there, like they would think that, oh, the other players from Blacklist, they're around Chaz. But in fact, they're taking the Overlord. So by the time they notice it, the Overlord is taken out. So now Blacklist, again, they have this Overlord advantage.
Yeah, they're just got to make sure they do something with it, right? They got to maybe put the pressure on into that farm lane that we've already seen Chammy1 do a lot of damage onto the higher ground turret, but it looks like Juicy may get caught out here in the jungle. He does have Blood Rage still on activation if he needs to, just to have a little bit of a second win before the battlefield command comes through. But interestingly enough, we see that the status actually comes through. So Splendor onto Chammy1, so even if he does go in a little bit too far, he does have the status.
The Tremor Smash is available, so let's see who will make the engagement first. Unbridled Outburst also up. But again, look at what's happening at the top. Chammy1 doing Chammy1 things, while 4 players from Blacklist Internet just putting pressure on the bottom and also to a certain extent on the mid. How is Elevate going to get out of this? They have to find very quick pickoffs.
They do need to find very quick pickoffs. I think that's the only way out of it. But I mean, it looks like Blacklist may have found their very quick pickoff in here. Is it going to be Jizzix falling down a little bit too overzealous there, going into the farm lane? But World is My Board comes through for the side of Elevate. We do see the Juicy gets taken down very low. Is Azar. So that is currently a 2-1 trade for Blacklist. But Hyde is now coming into a already battered team fight. He's got to make sure he makes the most of this gap on Sunset straight into the backline onto Golden Kite. He does not have the Infinite Vastness, but he still has those flaming palms. The damage is coming through. It is going to be Hyde taken down. That is a 4-1 trade for Blacklist.
Ambitious move by Hyde. Ambitious move indeed. Hoping to get at least one from that engagement, but not able to do so. Now this is going to be the final moment.
Yep, it looks like it's going to be a wipeout here for the side of Elevate. They all go down as roses, and now we're going to see the Crystal get taken down in game 2 for Blacklist going 2-0 against Elevate.
And look at the Blacklist fans. They're actually bringing a Blacklist flag dancing around. That's how happy the fans are with the performance of Blacklist International. They were a bit shaky at the start, but the mental resilience that they had, they believe that, okay guys, we just need to farm. We just need to hang on to the game. And when we reach a certain stage, that's where we turn the tables around. So great work here by Blacklist International to take home game number 2, bringing them to match point now against Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really strange to have 2-3-0s in day 2, right? We've already been blessed by one in the early games between Impunity and KAGENDRA. Condolences to the Indonesian region there going against the C wildcard qualifier. But yeah, not as convincing match from Blacklist there. They did have to try kind of pull out all the strides there and make sure they weren't kind of like backseat gaming and sitting slouched behind. They were all kind of arched over the phones, making sure that they had complete undivided attention going into that game 2, because they needed it, because Elevate almost came back.
Yep, well, although it wasn't the most convincing of game from Blacklist International, but you know how the saying goes, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. And that was the objective of Blacklist International. They switch up their strategy somewhat mid-game after they noticed that, oh, after that one fight at the top, I remember they lost a team fight and they know that, okay guys, team fights are not going to be our strength against this sort of lineup. Let's break them apart, and that is exactly what they did, and Elevate didn't have an answer to it.
They didn't, unfortunately, but this is the thing as well, is that we are looking at the exhaustion of Chamiwon's hero pool, right? Because he has been on both of heroes into the clash lane that are able to kind of get out of the clash lane when needed to, right? So he's able to have a lot more presence on the Gorge with both the Lubang and the Sunset. But now it's kind of like, unless he gets the Guan Yu, there's nobody with a faster rotation than these heroes. So I'm a little bit afraid here for Blacklist, but looking at the post-analytics scores, Blacklist actually do able to finish this one out. Not quite as quick as the last one, Cloud.
Yeah, and on your point on Guan Yu, right, it was Elevate that actually banned out the Guan Yu. So maybe that's where Blacklist were like, oh, they banned out the Guan Yu. Okay, like what you said, no one else will be fast enough. So let's play this sort of strategy, and it worked out well for them. And if we were to look at some of these stats, well, Golden Kite, of course, played alone, deals the most damage of them all with 28%, 100,000 damage and above. So no surprises there. But this is also the graph that shows the comeback moment of Blacklist, the level of discipline that they have to win it against Elevate.
Yeah, the winning precipice there was definitely just before that 12-minute mark, right? I mean, it's definitely a different graphic compared to game 1 we saw towards the end. Just like you said, it's not how you start, it's how you end. And Blacklist actually came out fighting and swinging with that Shadow Overlord, which is exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, and yeah, I believe the 11:59 mark or 12-minute mark, that was around the time where they fought at the top. But here it is, our MVP this time. Give it up to Chaz. What a Giga Chat he is. Open up a lot of space. I mean, even from the vision score, he's way above anyone else. He did a lot of work. It wasn't so much about his engagements with the Tremor Smash, but more of him being like somewhat like the bait to just throw Elevate off.
Yeah, I mean, the vision score alone, we pointed it out in the game, right, that he was like 60. He was like 18 vision score above the enemy's support. So Ivalice was not quite doing the same kind of intel gathering as Chaz was, and it plays to perfection, and it was able to just start so many great team fights. But that Tremor Smash connecting in this part of the game, and the Golden Kite just getting those flaming palms, completely eviscerating Azar. And we saw some really frightful Unbridled Outbursts, but then we saw some that didn't quite hit the pale as well. But I feel like the more controlling part of this roster for the side of Elevate was Mitsura on the Yixing.
Yeah, with the World is My Board played a very, very big role when it comes to team fights. But the keyword is team fights. If they're able to execute team fights, so far, what we see, Mitsura is able to catch a good amount of heroes. Like, here's another example. Like, he caught 3 of them inside World is My Board. But other than that, if there's no team fight, then he wouldn't be as effective as we thought.
No, absolutely, yeah. It's all about the team fight, like you were saying there, Cloud. And they, I mean, Elevate had exactly what they needed for the team fights, but it was just how Blacklist formulated around it after a few times, especially with this Tremor Smash towards the end as well. It was just a great oppressive thing. And then, obviously, Infinite Vastness, you may have your world being a board, but when you're a dragon and you can take to the sky, there's no board that can contain you.
And this was towards the final moment. Hyde truly tried to go to the backline. That was pretty much his last ditch there. And when he was taken out, Mitsura was the only one. It was a straightforward finish by Blacklist International to win game number 2.
Yes, I mean, solid. Not as solid as the game 1, but definitely towards the latter part of that game. Blacklist coming out on top there, showing that they are the well-deserved first seed from the Philippines qualifiers. And they're showing it going forward, because this may be the match point between Elevate and Blacklist going forward. But I feel like Elevate definitely has a lot more still in them. They may have brought out the Dion Way, which was the finishing strike against Gen G, but there's still something in the tank, I feel, for Elevate.
Yeah, so Elevate right now, they played 2 different strategies, right? Like game 1, they tried to play a longer game. Game 2, they tried to play a faster game. We can see them wreaking havoc on the side of Blacklist International. So I wonder what else do they have up their sleeve. And plus, it is a global ban big, so you have to truly switch up your strategy now. The Lampo will be open for them though, but that will also mean that Blacklist might consider to ban the Lampo.
Yeah, they could ban out the Liapo. They don't have the Yixing anymore, so a lot of great control mage gone into the mid lane. But they still have the likes of the Nua, which we saw yesterday was their kind of like precipice of victory in one of their games against Gen G, which gained them a lot of money in their back pockets from that crucial kill theft. But yeah, it's all going to be interesting to see what they go for the BP.
Yeah, but looks like we might be heading for a break, I believe. And yeah, we'll be seeing you guys after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. We just had a little bit of a break there for them to do a little bit of intermission for the home crowd to get them all hyped up for hopefully a comeback here for Elevate. I am Bolam, and joined with me once more is Sir Cloud. How are we feeling going into this potential match point?
Well, Blacklist, they must be feeling really, really confident now going on to the match point game. They won game 1 very, very convincingly. Game 2, we saw Elevate. They had a plan. They had a good team fight plan. But Blacklist, they read that out as well. Throughout the game, they broke them up, and that plan totally faltered. So Blacklist, they have a couple of cards up on their sleeves. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the brain of TG, right? Like, the coach has been one of the sounding members of this team, and definitely showing that he knows the knowledge. He's definitely down for drafting. I mean, to draft against when we didn't have global ban pick, right, against Team Secret and win, that's pretty huge. But just to get you guys up home, up to scratch with what's going on with the global ban pick here, these are the picks and bans that we've seen already in the 2 games thus far between both Blacklist and Elevate. So quite a lot already been taken off the cards.
Yeah, but if we were to focus on the big beefy boys, the Lampo and also the Zhangfei, so Blacklist International, they can still pick the Zhangfei, and Elevate can pick the Lampo. Of course, if it's not being banned out, that's going to be a separate conversation altogether. But whether it's going to be worthwhile for them to expand a ban for one of those heroes, well, we'll need to see what sort of plan do they have inside the game. But one thing's for probably sure is that we might see the Mai be banned out again.
Potentially. I mean, it may be Elevate banning it, or they may actually think, you know what, this is pretty much our backs against the wall. Maybe we should just actually go for the Mai Shiranui, because it all depends on whether Blacklist decide to give them over the Orgring. Because, I mean, if they do decide to go for the Liempo and the Orgring combo is pretty huge within the meta right now.
Okay, Lampo Orgring combo. So Elevate, they have that option. So Blacklist, if they're thinking that way, they might ban that out, or maybe even ban out the Orgring. I mean, the Orgring is a top pick, and I remember like back in season 2, like Orgring was one of the top bans as well. But this time around, it's allowed to be used by all these teams just like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole strategy, it seems, from day one, is that one of the teams will pick out the Orgring and idea in game 1 and then decide, you know what, we're just going to completely deny it for the rest of the series for the other team, which is a great strategy, especially if it gets you that first point on the board, right? But if you fail with that combo, it's at the detriment of the whole series. But it looks like Elevate are going to choose red side this time around and go for the reactive pick. So whatever Blacklist decide to go for the prior blue, which could be open for a Guan Yu or anything like that, depending if they want to lock in Chami 1's pick, is going to get reacted to by Elevate with 2 feisty picks.
Yeah, or maybe even the Mai. So it's down to Elevate on whether they want to ban out the Mai or leave that open for a Blacklist International. We're going to go into our draft for game number 3, the decider match point for Blacklist International. And of course, again, Dharma will not see the light of day.
Yeah, poor Dharma. He was once one of Chami's favorite heroes, but he's just like, you know what, I've got to ban him because I don't think they'll let me take it from the ban phase. But that could have been used quite strategically as well. It could have forced your enemy team to ban out the Dharma, and you could have banned out something else, right? Because if they don't ban it out, you give it over to Chami.
Yeah. Well, like what you mentioned, right? If you can point out it's like Chami's favorite hero, then I guess he has something else up his sleeve. Because it's like, oh, you know me as like the Dharma player, but you don't know I have new tricks up my sleeve. And of course, speaking about tricks, no tricks for Mai here. It will not be allowed into the draft, and Blacklist will not be able to pick it. But that will allow Yuhuan instead to be picked up by Blacklist.
Yeah, interesting first pick here for the side of Blacklist. I mean, there was quite a lot open. They could have gone for the Guan Yu because they didn't ban it out on the side of Elevate. So for them to go for the Huan, it makes me feel like that this is something that they're trying to cook up and they know what they're going for here. Huan could be flexed into the mid-roll. It could keep the side of Elevate guessing, especially into this second phase of the ban soon, right? Especially if they don't decide to pick out the jungler so early in Blacklist's draft here. But the Princess Frost and the Dune is a solid pick.
Yes, you have a good CC and then you have a good tank here for Elevate. But speaking about tanks, all right, we did talk about it. Zhang Fei will be introduced into this game, and Blacklist International will obviously pick him up since it was taken by Elevate in the previous round. Together with Marco Polo, this is a very, very good combination. And if you kind of think about it, Yu Huan and Zhang Fei on the same team, Zhang Fei is going to be super duper tanky.
Oh, very, very tanky. But it looks like this could potentially be it could be Dragon, Golden Kites, and Chaz's picks here. This is the beautiful thing about not picking that jungler so early on, as well as the Hue one as well. It keeps the enemy team guessing, and they're thinking, right, okay, are they going to go for more Clash Lane bans? Are they going to go for more jungle bans? But they are going to lock in the Liang ban on the side of Blacklist, which has been rearing its ugly head when the enemy team generally try and draft a assassin jungle, because that suppression, especially if you don't have other means of CC and knocking him out of the suppression, it's quite detrimental to those assassin junglers.
Yeah, assassin junglers. We don't get to see much of them this season so far, that is. So I guess it is still a long way, right? Maybe some of these teams, they are saving some of these strats for the later stages of the tournament. But we're going to see a double tank here. Sanche and Dune, very, very beefy heroes introduced into the game in Elevate's draft. And we have seen a very good combination of Sanche and also another tank. Well, in this case, it's going to be Dune earlier on. So if he's able to land his set sail to the back line, especially to first pick out Yu Huan, because you don't want Yu Huan to continue to give the melody a piece to the entire team, that should be the main target for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where they do land the set sail, because if the Unending Sorrow does come through and then you try and go and target onto the Hue one, it's kind of like, I've just completely missed my absolute target here. But falling out the roster for the side of Blacklist is 2 picks I actually wasn't counting on here going into game 3. Maybe they're just trying to sort of like flesh this out a little bit more in terms of the series. But Charlotte for Chami 1, very interesting. And then we're getting Monkey for Juicy. So we already saw a non-starting Monkey for Jizzix in game 1. Maybe Juicy's here to give him a little bit of a lesson on the Monkey's tactics.
And we're going to see Sunbin being introduced as well. This is going to be interesting, right? Sunbin, very, very defensive hero, if you ask me. So he will be depending on Dune and Sanche to do a lot of work at the front line while just throwing in all the other utility skills. I personally am not a fan of Sunbin. I know at pro level, you have to have good coordination to be able to use it. Obviously, these guys, they train for the longest time together, so they should be able to execute something interesting. But the Sunbin against a lineup that you have the Zhang Fei and then you have the Yu Huan, it might be a bit difficult.
I don't know. I do like the Sunbin pick. It was something, especially within EWC MSI, where we saw quite a few of the Brazilian teams pick up the Sunbin as well. I mean, it has a fantastic engage and counter-engage mechanic. You have the time flux for the movement speed, so your opponent may be not expecting you to push, but then you can just boost up your movement speed, and then boom, you're in there. But then if your opponents decide to go in onto you, you've got your time lapse as well, which kind of just freezes and silences everybody as well. So that's going to be a troubling thing for Blacklist to try and maneuver around. Obviously, they got the Dream Throw from Monkey, but other than that, if they decide to commit in one direction, they then get hit by the time lapse, it's going to be difficult for them to try and commit on top of that engage, especially if they're playing from behind.
Well, it has to be all in here for Elevate, because we are talking about match point for Blacklist International. And if Blacklist International wins this clean, it is going to be their cleanest win so far against Elevate. So far in the Philippine qualifiers, they have not had a clean win against them. But Blacklist International, they are showing that they are very confident so far in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, they have not had a blemish-free victory over Elevate just yet. So maybe that's their goal of the group stages. It's not only just to get to the top seed of their group, but also to have that blemish-free score against Elevate. But only time will tell. We are into the potential match point, like you were saying there, Sir Cloud. So there's a lot to play for here for Blacklist to try and close this out. And there's a lot for Elevate to try and up the ante to get the first win on the board.
Yeah, if you kind of think about it, if you're Genji and you're watching this, it's like, okay, we didn't win against Elevate, but our next opponent is going to be Blacklist International. It is looking pretty scary how Blacklist International is performing. But it's something that we kind of expect from the champion of Philippines here, the way that they've been performing so far and the flexibility that they have, the different kinds of draft that they have shown. And even in this draft as well, because they have the Zhang Fei, so they're going to engage more in fights perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. They could. Well, the one thing we got to hope is that Chaz actually uses the Unbridled Outburst a lot more formulative than what we saw Everlist did. Yes, towards the end of the game, he was very great with the Unbridled Outburst, but it's going to be matched here with Chaz, which we know he loves to be sticking around in brushes. He likes to gain the intel for his team to be like, hey guys, you may not want to overextend here, and hey, we may want to take this team fight. So I suppose that's going to be the overall use of the Zhang Fei.
And speaking about the Zhang Fei, on the laning phase, he'll be able to absorb the Flaming Palms easily at the early stage. So, a bit of a waste, but, you know, you gotta poke somehow. But it's going to be hard to damage the farm laner. In this case, it's going to be Golden Kite. So, Golden Kite is having good protection by Zhang Fei.
Yeah, he's just going to be there to body block all those shots, just to be basically his bodyguard for the laning phase for the first 4 minutes. But potential rotation up here into the clash lane. We do have Dragon, Juicy, and Chamiwan all here, looking to try and get that teleport mechanic again. This is the good thing about Blacklist, and it's something I'm definitely noticing as an MO. They always love to go for this teleportation mechanic, because no matter the hero they get into the clash lane, it means that they're able to teleport easily and frequently to other parts of the map.
And they like to be everywhere across the map, right? So that is a very good move by Blacklist. But this round, I would say that they might play a slower game. We might see them reaching peak performance at the middle stage of the game, because they need to allow Chami as well as Golden Kai to gain items in order for them to stack up the damage. If not, they can engage, sure, but they can't finish up the fight.
Oh yeah, you want to get Marco Polo to that 200% threshold of the attack speed, right? Just so he's able to proc his passive a lot easier, get that true damage to be activated into those team fights. But right now, it's looking good for Elevate. They're able to keep and maintain the pressure into these lanes, especially in the farm lane, and that's exactly what they want when they got Azar playing Lung.
And Chaz is just going to hold the fort. Look at how he is just playing with the lane, controlling the lane, allowing his teammate Golden Kite to come back to get maximum farm. So that is again one of the sacrifices of a support player that normally people don't see.
I can tell you, honestly, if I was in ranked, that would be me. I'd be going, hey, you're not in lane, this is my gold. But hey, we see the Undying Sorrow come through, gets the Untargetable. It does mean that the Wind Slash becomes a little bit rendered useless there in the mid lane, but Set Sail does land onto the Q1 because it was on cooldown. Oh, first blood for Elevate Hide, but it is going to be answered very quickly over to Juicy on Blacklist. Then it is a bit of a bloodbath in the mid lane. Unbridled Outburst is just tearing away the side of Elevate.
Oh, no Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, a little bit of a commitment there for Jizzix. He's able to pick up a kill onto Juicy, pay him back that double kill that he gave to him in game 1.
Oh man, I do like the rotation by Blacklist to come to at least try to get a few trade-ins, but it didn't really work out for them. Like what we said right early on, Blam, they need to farm to a certain level or to a certain amount of damage level before they're able to engage. At this point, Blacklist International, not the right time yet. And if we were to look at the replay, right, okay, keep an eye off the rotation at the bottom. Sunbeam is making his way as well, so everyone's going towards the mid lane. And by the time they arrive, they're pretty low on either health or pretty low on people. So a bit too late of a rotation. They probably should have just let that one go.
They should have, yeah. They should have just cut their ties pretty early with that one, because it's now meant that Elevate's able to claim the Tyrant and also the T1 into the farm lane. So it's already starting to look a little bit like the starting of game 2, which is definitely going over to the favor of Elevate right now. But Hyde maybe catching his hideout here. It's going to be Dragon claiming the kill up into the clash lane for Blacklist. And now they just need to make sure they can get that gold difference going on for them. Maybe even trade this T1 into the clash lane. But a little bit of intel there for Chami means to get out of there.
And they're gathering up in the mid. They found their next target. And will they go all in? No, not yet. They realize that, okay, we are still behind Elevate, so we don't want to make those big commitments. They do it on Bright Albus.
Oh, yes, a little bit of a brawl in the mid lane once more. They love meeting here as if it's a nightclub. Mitsura goes down already, so There will be no winter is coming, no change of season going on into this team fight, but the set sail does connect onto Dragon, and that is going to be frightful for the side of Blacklist. But we are seeing some multifaceted goals going on here. We see that the T1 gets taken down into the farm lane as well for Blacklist, so trying to regain some of the gorge, but it is going to be a Jizzix that's leading the cavalry here, being that absolute anchor for the side of Elevate.
Oh, and they still want to go in for the chase. Interesting. But Jizzix disengages. He knows that he cannot continue on because the other players from Blacklist have arrived, but Chami at the top, 1v2, he should be able to sustain himself at the top. I don't see a big CC that can hold him down yet.
Yeah, not just yet. I mean, Chami's doing okay on the Charlotte. He's able to pick up a few kills here and there, and he's matching the pace of Hyde right now, even though he doesn't have the means to get about without that teleportation. But looking at the vision score, it's definitely neck and neck with, well, Chaz and Ivalice are definitely staying close in that one, learning a little bit from that 2-game beating. It seems that Ivalice is looking for a lesson learned, but Chaz here may get caught out as well, but they are two tanks fighting each other. I don't think he's going to fall short here, but his teammates going around. The Unbridled Outburst comes through with the damage, but it's not going to be enough health to sustain 3 members Elevate.
Yeah, it was either they forced out the Unbridled Outburst and let him go, or just finish up the job, and they chose the later. And now without a big tank, they can engage with the other players.
Yeah, again, once more into the mid lane, we do see the Dream Roll connecting onto 2 on the side of Elevate, but it is Mitsura using the control of the Winter is coming, something that was very absent from the last team fight that they had between Elevate and Blacklist, but it's still not going to be enough to gain any more kills for the side of Elevate. Still up 2 kills and about 1k gold.
And Jazz is back. He's making his way, but he needs to stack up the madness before he's able to use his Unbridled Outburst, so that might take some time. And he's doing that right now within his own jungle. At the same time, we can see there's a small skirmish happening at the bottom involving Chami, but at the mid, the tower, Elevate wants it.
Elevate does want it. They do want to try and take that T1 because it is a detrimental objective for either of these teams to lose T1 this early. We're not even at the 10-minute mark, and there's a potential of Blacklist losing their mid. But right now, I think it's going to be a little bit of a divide and conquer for both of these teams. Just go back and reset, trying to get a little bit more presence on the gorge, because right now, Elevate was able to take the T1 down into the farm lane as well. So they're trying to slowly but steadily open up these side lanes.
This fight might be determined by who gets the tower first, but both sides not really interested in the tower just yet. They want to try to get the advantage, and we might see an engagement by Elevate, but they do not have a good position for them to do so. Instead, Blacklist is going to chase them back.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking to try and go onto the Azure Golem here of Jizzix. Jizzix is able to actually pick that up and stop the steal as well, but Juicy looking pretty low. He has to get out of there. Monkey is one of their front lines. He's trying to use all those bubbles to stack up the shield, but it's not going to be enough of the Flaming Palms coming through, and Mitsura getting a kill onto Chaz means that these neutral objectives are well open season for the side of Elevate. Sunbin is definitely making these engages a lot more furious on the side of Elevate.
Yeah, without any of the 2 smites, it's going to be free for Elevate here, and now they have access towards the jungle by taking down the tower. And they can continue to put on pressure because now they have the man advantage, but Juche is back. Chaz will be back up soon, but T2 is down.
I'm having a bit of a flashback here from BTR against Nongshim as they open up that mid lane with Vice Grip. It seems it's going to be hard for Blacklist to come back. Chami a little bit overextending, gets the smackdown laid upon it with the Wind Rush, but it is also going to be the Flaming Palms connected onto Dragon, making him go bye-bye as they're trying to walk these minions into the high ground turret for Elevate.
They only have the mid lane open for now, but that's going to be good enough. They got the mid lane and they continue to put pressure towards Blacklist. I mean, without all their players, they cannot re-engage. But even if they want to re-engage, they have a gold gap right now, so they can only play the defensive game.
I mean, got the mid lane, I think is a little bit of an understatement there, Claire. They absolutely decimated it. They didn't stop at the T1. They was just like, keep going, just keep moving forward. Let's get the rest of the mid lane and just conquer this whole lane. And it's going to be really hard for Blacklist to actually even venture out into their jungle now without a potential gank from Elevate.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the winning condition for Blacklist right now. It's all about farming. They have to catch up on the farm because we don't get to see damage from their damage dealers. Golden Kite, Chami, still not able to deal the amount of damage that they would have wanted. Yes, they can kind of tank with Chaz. It's doing not too bad so far, but if they cannot take out opponents, it doesn't really matter. So they have to find ways to really farm and try to catch back.
Yeah, they're just going to try and pick up their small little victories rather than looking at the grand prize right now. Just try and formulate, put the pieces into the puzzle and make it a pretty picture. But right now, it's looking like Elevate is going to be that toddler that kicks over your puzzle and just destroys the picture that you were trying to make. But we have the minions going into the mid lane and trying to make an advance onto the base. And we have a Blacklist on the back foot trying to defend their high ground turrets.
Yeah, even Chami can't win a 1v1 with Hyde. You can see how comfortable Hyde is at the bottom lane. If Chami chooses to re-engage at the bottom, it's still not going to be able to do much. He might as well be together with his teammates in the potential next fight.
Oh yeah, potential the next fight could be pretty huge here for Elevate, especially those flaming palms literally wiping Chaz down by half health is crazy. They need to stop that Lung popping up anytime soon, but it is Azar on this pick, and oh my gosh, Golden Kite goes down. The Sunset Set Sail does land onto Monkey there, but it is going to be the Dream Roll that saves him. But for how long, Chami1 does actually form back onto his teammates there, but it is going to be a Jizzix into the backline. The Unbridled Outburst comes through as well as the Infinite Vastness, trying to keep Azar alive. But I feel like this is going to be a cleanup crew for the side of Elevate. They're not going to give Blacklist their clean sweep in this group stage. Taking game 3 is Elevate.
Elevate, ladies and gentlemen, elevating their performance, taking back one game, bringing us to 2-1. Could it be a sign of a comeback again by Elevate? Man, this is going to be big. And plus, now that we're heading on to the next game, more heroes are not able to be used.
Yes, the ban hammer is falling hard, and the global ban hammer is going into effect with these picks as well, because most of their hero pools are slowly extinguishing in this best of 5. But for Elevate to come back with a 1-2 here, does this mean this could be the sweep that they were looking for in the qualifiers against Blacklist?
Oof, this is going to be real scary, right? So here's the thing, right? If we look at the group, if Elevate somehow does make a big comeback here, a reverse sweep to win, Genji must win against Blacklist International next. And if they do that, then they'll be automatically qualified to the next round. So Genji, well, they are looking at this game really, really closely right now. But coming back onto this game, Elevate, very, very different performance. They played with their rhythm. They forced Blacklist International to follow them. And this is what they need to do in the upcoming round.
Yeah, I mean, they had the motion of the ocean under their feet, right? They definitely did not take a foot off the gas for the side of Elevate. I mean, 14 kills to 4 was a brutal reminder that Elevate are not going to go down without taking a round from the side of Blacklist. And we see here Jizzix just showing that dude is such a tried and tested pick. 4-0-10, 9.6k gold to, again, not the difference in the jungle that we were hoping for, but it's still 1.4k difference. But if we look over to Azar against Golden Kite, that's a different and not so pretty picture.
And if we were to look at some of these other stats, well, coming back to Azar, Jizzix, the damage dealer in this round. And interesting enough, Doom is the top damage dealer among them all. I would expect him to, well, he is the big tank here. Okay, look at this. He is the biggest tank and he's the biggest damage dealer. This guy has been doing everything in this round.
Yeah, this is why I love the Doom pick. I mean, if you watch Season 1 Invitational, I gave him nothing but shade, but I've grown as a man. I respect the tank pick into the jungle, and I even made him myself. But just look at that gold graph. It just goes hugely in the favor of Elevate. We saw a little bit of a glimmer of hope for Blacklist towards the sort of like 4-minute mark as the game starts to get going. But then after that 8-minute mark, it was definitely a step out of line from Blacklist and just a huge wave of gold going over to the side of Elevate. So Elevate, not quite down yet, but they still need to climb higher to get out of this group stage. But it is going to be the MVP at Jizzix, which we called out into this one, especially looking at those scores of the Doom pick, right? Absolutely phenomenal. 4-0-10. Damage taken, 43%. Most of the damage dealt, 29% of the team.
Yeah, perfect round for him, and he had a 100% team fight participation as well, so he was everywhere across the map. So checking out some of the best moments from this round. Blacklist International, they tried to make a engagement in the middle, but this was a bit too late for Chaz. It became slightly earlier, then maybe the result might have been different.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the monkey pick for Juicy historically has been great anyway, especially when you're going against such a tanky, hard-hitting hero like the Dune as well, especially in the early game. And then obviously the Sunset really just took the wind out of Blacklist sails, metaphorically speaking. But there was just no real comeback here. We didn't see quite the formulated Blacklist that we needed to in this game 3. But I feel like that's because Elevate just had him on the back ropes from the word go.
Yeah, if we were to check out the highlights, Chaz, lots of tank, but then again, they don't have enough damage to make the U-turn against Elevate. So that is where they kind of falter. The winning condition for Blacklist International is that they need to farm up to get enough damage. But even in such a big team fight like this, they're still not able to take out much out of Elevate. And look at how Elevate just runs down at them toward the end, and they wrapped up the game. So it was a good fight here by Elevate. They know their strengths. They know that they cannot leave it towards the later stages of the game, and they just went all in onto Blacklist.
I mean, they had a reactive team composition. That's what the whole thing of the Monkey Charlotte is meant to be. Like, you're meant to be reacting to such a great engage. But when you have a Sunbin on your enemy team and that silence comes through with the time flux, it kind of messes up the whole reactivity of your play. You can't react if you can't cast any spells, right?
Yeah, so, okay, I'm convinced with the Sunbin right now. I mean, of course, at pro play, it's going to be very, very different as compared to, like, you play your regular ranked games where you need a lot of good coordination with the Sunbin, right? On when to engage, when to disengage, and so on and so forth. But, of course, because of the global ban pick, we're going to see a very different draft next. The Lianpo is still open for Elevate to pick.
It is, and I mean, with Chaz's performance on this, I feel like Everless could actually give it a good run for the money as well. But I feel like if they are going to bring it out, I feel like Elevate need to bring out that Orgrin. And the fact that Orgrin has been spared of the ban for the past 2 games, it doesn't seem like Elevate are just not that particularly comfortable with it. I mean, Orgrin generally means win, especially if you just get that motion that we know that Elevate can do. As long as they dominate and get the composure that they need in the early game, which was shown beautifully there in game 3. There's no reason why they shouldn't go for the Orgrin and Lianpo combo.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Dharma being an option as well. If it's not being banned out so far, all the games, Dharma is taken out. Yuhuan, pretty popular as well, but it was used already once by a Blacklist, so they need to come up with something else, of course. The Yixing could be an option for Blacklist.
It could be. It could be for the side of Blacklist. Dragon could go for it. Even when Dragon was on Boom Esports, I don't think he ever played the Mai Shiranui. So I don't think it's something that they're going to gun for themselves. But there has to be a reason why Elevate's banning it, just in case they decide to go for it on the side of Blacklist. But now it's going to come down to this draft. Are they going to be able to take a Blacklist to a 2-2 and then finally get that 3-2 score that they had in the upper bracket finals like they did in the qualifiers? Or was this just kind of like a bit of a little love note to Elevate a Blacklist? Like, hey, we gave you a win. Let's see what you can do going through into this game 4, because we're still 1 game point away from winning this game.
Yeah, I know, right? Sometimes that one game gives you a lot of pressure. Like, you're just 1 step to winning, and then it's like all the nerves starts to kick in. It's like, oh, guys, it's just that one. And then you start to lose 1 game, and you'll be like, guys, it's just that one. And then you put a lot of pressure to yourselves. This is where the mental fortitude will be tested. And that's what makes champions, right? You have to be able to make this comeback games, or have to be able to stand tall in this sort of challenge, especially with the home crowd in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, they seem like quite a reactive home crowd as well. So I feel like for both of these teams on stage, they're going to give it their all to try and get to the top spot of their respective group. But here is the updated global ban pick situation that we're looking for. So both teams have exhausted Lung. Both teams have exhausted the Marco Polo. Ali's still up to grabs for the side of Blacklist. So I feel like the farm lane hero pool for the side of Blacklist is still wide open for Golden Kite to try and make some use out of it. Whereas the side of Elevate, they've got to kind of fall now towards either the Lady Sun or go for something a little bit less sort of top tier.
Yeah, frankly speaking, the farm lane is one of those lanes that you have a lot of options. So I'm not too worried about like, oh, okay, they have used that hero, is banned out, and so on. There's a lot of options. But of course, that depends on their personal hero pool and personal preferences as well. But looking at the summary earlier on, again, the Lianpo is still available for Elevate. I expect that one of these bans that Blacklist can use, they're going to ban out the Lianpo.
I mean, we keep alluding to it. Maybe we'll even manifest it the amount we've said his name, but I feel like we've just both loved seeing Lianpo on the Gorge, right? I mean, like I said before, we didn't see him at all in day one, but day two has definitely brought out the Lianpo flavor from these teams. So, rightfully so, if we're going on that track record, we should be seeing a Lianpo come through here, but it is going to be Elevate taking the red side once more. So, Blacklist chose to go for blue, so they've got something. They must be cooking something prio blue here, surely.
Interesting, right? Let's see if the Mai is going to see the light of day at this ban. We're going to see the draft here, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, there's still a lot of other heroes that they can pick. Now, I want to put out the fact that the pay is still not played yet in this match. So the pay could be an option. I see pay as somewhat like a trump card type of hero.
I think Pay's seen his day. I mean, day one was payday, but it didn't seem to come into much victory for most people. Obviously, we saw Rock on Gen G play it, and it was a fantastic play, even though they didn't have a single marksman on their team, so something completely out of the ordinary. I feel like when I was actually watching that game in the YouTube chat afterwards, they said that it was actually a strategy in KPL like back in like 2019 or something. So it definitely Rock bringing back some of the ghosts from the past. But DRNG as a hot ban for Blacklist. I mean, I know the hero pool in the farm lane is getting low for the side of Elevate, but really DRNG low?
DRNG, I think it's a strong one, but okay, another strong one here. Another one of the most popular heroes in this tournament, Dharma, finally released. And that's also because Blacklist, okay, they had the first pick, so that's point number one. But previously, Blacklist, they banned out the Dharma. So I guess like they were just waiting for the right moment to use the Dharma. It's not like, oh, we know that you know we are good at the Dharma and you have a way to counter it. But they're leaving it for the right moment.
Oh, so they do lock in the Liang for Chaz. So we're actually going for a little bit more of a mage style into the support role. Princess Frost into the mid. So they're not actually going to exhaust the Yi Xing on the side of Blacklist, which I feel like would be much better here in terms of control. But oh, Mitsura getting that big pick from yesterday. Nua as well as Masashi and the Dolly on the side of Elevate. I thought we was going to see a Kaiser come through.
Oh. Imagine this combo, right? Like Dolia, you have the Dolia, you have the Nuwa on the same lineup. So you can see a double annihilation. And that makes Nuwa a very, very strong high ground hero. In case they are pushed back to the corner inside their base, in case they're in a turtle situation, they can defend it very, very strongly. Unless, of course, Blacklist International, they can find a way to go to the backline. That's going to be one. Or maybe a Liang can put out the CCs or at least zone out Nuwa enough for Nuwa not to be effective.
Yeah, I feel like the Liang's probably going to be there to try to either focus something like the Lady Sun or maybe even the Dolia, just to try and take it off the board as well as the Celestial Blessing. But it's going to be the Lady Sun coming through for the side of Elevate, so I would have probably preferred to have banned out the Lady Sun rather than a DRNG. The only way I can see them banning out the DRNG is because they knew they were picking the Dharma. They knew they were picking like a control-heavy team comp, and locking that in is the Lamb as well. That is going to be super interesting here, as well as the Fang. So 2 games today where we've seen Fang. Oh, I've been waiting for this combo for ages. Lubu and Dolia. That's going to be hopefully huge for the side of Elevate.
Oh, Lubu, Dolia, big engagement here. That's going to be super interesting. I like this as well. But he has to be tanky enough though. So I have personally tried Lubu on the roam position, try to make it as tanky as possible. But the thing is that it's not as tanky. So in this case, I like to see how Elevate will build towards Lubu being super duper tanky. Maybe they need to have him have his own space just to farm to a certain extent that he's able to take lots of damage before they're able to deploy him as the big engager.
Yeah, I think it's a true damage kind of aspect of Lubu that could come in quite strong here, because if we're most likely we're not going to be seeing like a tank alarm, because we don't normally see that now. It's more of a kind of like attack damage alarm that comes through in this preparation and roster. So I feel like the true damage could do a lot onto the side of Blacklist.
Okay, so this is going to be the draft here. Finally, we see the Lam as well. This is going to be an assassin jungle. His main objective is going to find the backline, perhaps a Dolia or maybe the Lady's Son. Try to take them out as soon as possible, because I don't see any other option for them to go in for the backline. So the Lam plays a big role in this match, whereby we're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International versus Elevate, and it is still match point for Blacklist International.
Yeah, I don't know if they're actually going to secure the match point with this actual match roster. I'm not too sure. I'm more edging towards the favor of Elevate here, because, I mean, what's more frightful than 2 Tremble Mortals? It's 2 Tremble Mortals, and because you have such a big squishy backline on the side of Blacklist, you're going to be able to get in there and just do whatever you need to. But knowing that Mitsura is going to be able to do whatever they need to do at a very safe distance also makes this very frightful. So not only have you got Lubu all up in your grill, you've got Mitsuru just blasting you from afar.
Yeah, and the AoE for Tremble Mortals is huge. So if they can catch them, they can even catch them at the river. Like as a group, they will probably get like 4 or 5 of them even with that sort of AoE. But in the middle, Ivalice not having a good early start.
No, yeah, taking a lot of damage from the Liang's abilities there, just that damage over time from his bucks. But this is the thing that I need to do. They just need to make sure that New Edgar has a good early game, make sure that Azar has a good early game as well, because obviously late game hero, just get as much resources as possible. But this is going to be hard to pull, this one.
And speaking about the lanes, right, that's natural if you have a Liang on your side, like zoning out your opponents on the laning phase is going to be pretty easy. So that's why they can clear off the lanes quickly, make a bit of rotation somewhere else, and then come back later. But at the top, we see a 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, definitely going toe for toe there. It's looking like Chami is just a little bit ahead of the XP. He was able to do a lot of damage over to Hyde, but Hyde reflected that damage as well with this Lubu. That true damage at the early levels is really going to hurt.
Oh, looks like they tried to find an opportunity here with the Lam at the top, but no clear targets at this point. Ajizek's not the target that they would have wanted unless he is in the clear, but Hyde is still there, so it looks like it's time for them to engage.
The duel to death coming through onto the Dharma, but there we go. The Truth Mantra is not going to come connected just yet. It's going to be first blood. The prison comes through from Dragon. A double kill for the feisty mid laner. He switched the rotation from farm lane all the way to the clash lane.
Oh no, there was a failed plan there by Elevate. They thought they could have gotten at least 1 kill, but the U-turn by Blacklist. I guess one thing about Blacklist is that they pulled them back underneath the tower, and that's what gave them the advantage to make the U-turn against Elevate. Now, we're going to check out the replay of what exactly happened, and yes, it's because of a bit of help from the tower that gave them the damage, that gave them the amount of output towards Elevate to take them back down.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great little fight there for the side of Blacklist. I mean, great rotation from Dragon, giving some aid to his clash lane. I mean, if it weren't for Dragon, would we have seen a different outcome with that little brawl? But right now, Blacklist are 8k to 6.9, so right about that 1k gold difference in the 2-minute mark is pretty huge for the side of Blacklist. They've just got to maintain that. The suppression comes through. It does land onto the Jizzix just in time. A little bit too early for the neutral objectives, though.
That's going to be the 3rd kill there for Blacklist International. And Chami can still wait above. Okay, he does have backup now. Lam coming in. They should be able to get it. Not going to be a problem.
Yeah, helping themselves to the Crimson Golem. This is definitely not what Elevate need to see here, right? They're bleeding their way into their own jungle, which is just meaning that Juicy is going to get far ahead on this Lam.
Yeah, and this Lam will have a big role to play. Going around the map, just wrecking havoc, or even invading the jungle just to give them that mental pressure of like, okay, the Lam is just everywhere. We're going to check out the replay of how they got their 3rd kill early on. Pretty straightforward engagement, I must say, and they played really by the edge of that tower.
Yeah, I mean, with the Winters coming there as well, it was just kind of, this was too big of an AoE area of effect just to try and escape for the Jizzix there. He was just kind of locked in. He was like, yeah, I've accepted my fate, guys. Don't worry about it.
So that's going to be 3 kills now for Blacklist International. And they're running away with the goal. So right now they're going to start off the objective, okay? Tyrant, not going to be challenged by Elevate. They're not in the position to do so.
Yeah, not quite in the position to do so just yet, no. But looking at it, we are at the neutral objectives. They're able to steal that for themselves. The Tyrant is going to mean that they have some extra damage going over to the side of Blacklist. But there's suppression coming through once more. It is definitely an oppressive suppression onto a Jizzix, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have the Liang there, right? And they saw one person. It's pretty much an easy pickoff for them. But this again shows that Blacklist International, they're having control of the map. Not the fact that they took down the mid turret. Then it's all for them to take out. And they even take away the next buff even. Elevate, when was the last time we saw them getting their own buff?
It's been quite some time, right? I mean, there's been spent a lot of time being suspended. That is, Jizzix on the Musashi. He's taken a lot of time to think in that brutal circle from the Liang.
And now with absolute control, again, they're looking for their next pickoff, probably at the bottom lane. And look at Chammy's position. He's opening up the map as well in the middle just to try to see if he can get another pickoff. Now, Elevate is going to have a very difficult time to try to farm. Wherever they go, they are Blacklist players. So that's going to be one. So their only solution is probably to group up. But when they group up, they're not going to get maximum farm from staying together.
No, yeah, unfortunately not. But it's all hopes that they can try and do here. But it's looking very harsh for the side of Elevate right there, behind about 4k gold, just about, and Golden Kite's just up that a little bit more. The bank is looking pretty heavy on the side of Blacklist. Elevate are playing a little bit more on a back foot, and I feel like if they get into the late game, I feel like Elevate could come back, but right now, Blacklist are dominating.
Yeah, they're not allowing the game to go to the late game, it seems. And yeah, another buff stolen away. Elevate is not getting anything, especially Jizzix, and he's really, really dry now.
Yeah, very, very dry. Not the way I'd ever describe a jungler. Yeah, Jizzix, he's dry, man. He's dry.
It's dry on the bounce, okay? Right, just to explain that. But checking out the replay, look at this, right? They're ready for it. But oh, another engagement at the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, the use expression a little bit too early there. The Tremble Mortals do come through, but at what cost? The total immunity as well. Oh, Hyde escaping.
That's it.
No, is that... Oh. He escaped with like, he must be on like 0.1% of health or something crazy like that.
Oh, I thought that last basic attack would get the kill, but okay.
Absolutely.
So very, very lucky there for Hyde there. I was also worried the fact that he actually went in with the Tremble Mortals without anyone else around him. Like, okay, if he failed, then, you know, it's basically a free kill away to Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, 4 up, Elevate are definitely looking for a kill somewhere on the board. It's kind of a bit reminiscent of that time where they were just trying their best to get another kill for themselves. I think it was game 1 where Blacklist finished in 8 minutes and 50 seconds and just really just denying everything of Elevate here. But it's looking a little bit of a repeat of that, right?
Yeah, it feels similar though. A lot of control by Blacklist. Arguably even more control this time. The fact that Elevate is not able to get a single kill so far. And with this level of control, they take down T2 at the top, opening up even more space for a Blacklist. And Elevate, what is their answer right now? They have to try to find pickups, but Blacklist, they are gathering together now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a healthy status for the side of Elevate and Jizzix, right? Being at 4k at almost 8-minute mark in a game of Honor of Kings is pretty wild. The Tremble Wall does come through, though. Maybe they'll secure that first kill. It is going to be Juicy getting taken down here, so they could actually come back, taking a neutral objective here. We are seeing Jizzix just trying to get a bit of a push down into the farm lane, maybe get a bit of gold here just before they decide to go for the Tyrant. But hey, like I said before, don't count out Elevate just yet. I'm not too sure where Nuo was expecting to go with that ultimate.
Yeah, I guess it's, I don't know, maybe it's just to check the pushes or something like that. But still, without Juicy, Blacklist International, because they have the Fang, it's easy for them to get the Overlord. They will secure the Overlord first. And now Juicy, he still has the Smite though, just saying. So they could potentially go for a double objective.
A double objective, but maybe. I mean, it looks like Elevate is just trying to kind of clean up shop here. Just trying basically, there's been a tsunami. They're just trying to clean up and make it back to be nice and homey at some point. But I mean, there's only so much hominess you can make it whilst the high ground turret is laying Bear up into the clash lane, right? They've got to do something here. They've got to make sure they're able to gain the resources and just tame some kills here. And everyone's just hiding in bushes. They want to make the wrong move, and I feel like that's going to be at the detriment of either of these teams right now.
Yeah, and he does have the Tremble models. I can see what he's trying to do there, but unfortunately for Blacklist, they didn't go in for it. But speaking about going in, they might go in now.
Yeah, the suppression came through a little bit too early again. We don't want to see a repeat of what happened once more into that farm lane, but the Tremble Mortal has been exhausted. Dolia giving back over another one, just so if they need to make another oppressive play, just a defensive one, they're able to now. But Juicy takes that T2 into the mid lane, but it is going to be a Jizzix going in with the extreme speed as well as the duel to death. But it's not going to be enough to take down Juicy.
And tried to get a pick off there, but doesn't have enough damage as well. Same problem. And now another buff being stolen away by Blacklist International. Again, nothing for Elevate at all in terms of buff objectives. So they're still being pushed back. And speaking of objectives, the next few objectives will be up. The Overlord will be the focus of Blacklist. Oh, build both.
They go for 2 for 2. They're going 2 for 2. They're like, hey, let's buy one, get one free. We did it with the Azure Golem buff before. Now we're going for greater heights. And they're looking to clean these off very, very quickly. So both the Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant going over to the side of Blacklist. And they knew to move it out of the pit because they knew that Mitsura, especially his performance from yesterday, trying to get that crucial kill theft with the ultimate.
Yeah, and I tried to steal that objective away with the Tremble models, but a bit too late. And that's the thing about Tremble models. Yes, the AoE is great, it's large, it's huge, but the animation time allows his opponents to just dash away. So that's the downside about the Tremble models. But of course, that's the trade-off if you have such a huge AoE. But now with Blacklist International, they have absolute control again. They got the 2 objectives. That's just a matter of time till all the dragons arrive at front gate.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Juicy has not a single kill, but is almost 5k gold difference to Logistics on the side of Elevate. So that huge gap in the jungle needs to be something that closes if Elevate wants to win this game.
And that means, potentially right now, he can one-shot one of the backlines, especially like a Dolia or maybe even the Lady Sun. So they have to keep their distance. They have to be very, very careful of the Lam now.
I mean, they've got to be careful of the Lam, they've got to be careful of Liang, they've got to be careful of Dharma. There's just so much engaged potential for the side of Blacklist. You've got the Truth Mantra, you've got the Suppression from Liang, and then you've also got the Depth of the Depths as well. But it looks like we may be seeing a little bit of a barrage onto the enemy base now, taking the high ground turret into the mid lane whilst keeping the bottom lane high ground turret alive. So one high ground turret at a time seems to be the MO for Blacklist here.
I love the lane management by Blacklist. They got all 3 lanes pushed in, and they got 2 of them. So great work there by Blacklist International. Still a very, very disciplined gameplay, even though they are way ahead of Elevate for now. But we are moving towards like the 15-minute mark. And if Elevate is able to hold on, who knows? They might be able to farm up enough damage to try to counter back.
It's really hard when you get something so oppressive like the Winter is coming, but it does get knocked into the Tremble Mortals, but it is going to be the suppression that is right on time there for the side of Blacklist. Second kill maybe going over to the side of Elevate, but it is going to be Chummy1 getting out of there. And down goes Azar. So much damage. And double kill going over to Juicy right now. That is a 3-0 trade for the side of Blacklist. They have minions coming from the Clash lane, the mid lane, and even the farm lane. It looks like this is going to be the final frontier for the side of Elevate Esports as we see Blacklist try and claim that 3-1 victory over Elevate.
Again, a very disciplined gameplay by Blacklist International. A dominant performance by them throughout the entire game. Elevate did not stand a chance this round. They are showing their power from game number 1 on to the decider match, winning this round against Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to put Gen.G and Elevate around about the same kind of thing. So maybe we might even potentially see, depending on what happens when Gen.G and Blacklist finally meet, if Gen.G manage to take a round from Blacklist or even 2, that means that Gen.G can still make it into the knockout stages. But if they both go 1-3 against Blacklist, then that means that they may even be a tiebreaker.
Just look at this, right? They're going around, giving hugs, They know that they are both representing the Philippines. They both know that they're both the home team. But of course, it's a competition at the end of the day. Only one team can win. But lots of love shown by all these players. And now they're showing love to the fans that are on ground there.
Absolutely. I mean, fantastic play there by Blacklist Esports. Just really just showing why they are the top seed of the Philippines as well, right? Just so much coordination between these guys, other than like the game 3 and the game 2, which seemed a little bit shaky, right? They were still able to claim the win in game 2, miss it out in game 3, but this game 4 was definitely a monstrous one for them.
Oh, Elevate's doing the same as well. Bow. Oh, Azar? Azar? Dude, Azar, come on, man.
Sportsmanship and all that. There we go. So someone's going to be a loser, unfortunately, in this one. But it still means Elevate are still in it. They still just need to see and wait around to see how Gen G do going into Blacklist in the next 2 days. So there's still hope for Elevate.
Yes, there is still hope for Elevate indeed. Well, they'll need to see what happens between the matchup of Gen G versus Blacklist International. But frankly speaking, if we were to compare like the 2 games that we have seen so far in this group, this is a way more convincing win for a Blacklist as compared to Elevate's win against Gen G. And that is a scary theory for Gen G though.
It is, but I feel like maybe after the first day pre-show jitters, maybe they didn't want to show away too many things. Maybe they've got quite a bit just hanging in the barrel of the gun for Gen G. I mean, they better hope so, because they want to get to that knockout stage. They don't want to kind of just fall away at the first hurdle, right? But less of that. We're going to focus on Blacklist claiming this way into the knockout stage, or at least maintaining their top seed of their group. And just looking at that, juicy man, 13.18k against a Jizzix 6.5. That is a huge difference going in for a game 4, right? You expect that maybe game 1, game 2, but game 4, that is the heat was turned up.
Yep, definitely. And we can see even though it's kind of late there, I mean, it's about almost 9 p.m., but still we can see these players, they're putting in all their hearts out playing this round. And looking over at some of these stats here, damage dealt highest is going to be Juicy and also Dragon. A Golden Kite, he did not get any kills in this round, even though he's a farm laner, but his main role was to secure objectives and also to take down towers, so he did his role really well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing with Fung, right? He's not really there to be the main kill dealer, especially in a competitive environment. He is there just to be able to use his second ability, proc the passive of it, and just do so much great damage onto those turrets. And he, like you said, Clay, he did exactly that. But look at that graph. Very reminiscent of game 1. So much in the favor of Blacklist.
And it went to almost 13 minutes. I thought that it was less than 10 minutes, but yep, it was still a dominant performance. At the end of the day, it's still Blacklist winning it. And if we were to look at like some of the other stats, right, like all the objectives taken by Blacklist. And speaking about objective, Chaz objectively is the MVP. Who needs kills if he can still be the MVP?
Exactly. I mean, it's all down to that vision score. It's all about being down to an effective support. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. Clearly, with both of his MVPs, he's had 0 deaths, but still been at the front of those team fights and using his kit to his utility. And right here, we can kind of see where it all started to do. Maybe look bad for the side of Elevate when we saw that Dragon got a double kill, which was soon followed by a 3rd kill into this mid lane, with the winter is coming as well. So I feel like Dragon was like an unsung hero with this one, especially in the early to mid game.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Dragon. Well, Dragon did dish out a lot of damage. So I guess based on the stats, yeah, he did really well. We did see a couple of Tremble models. This was one of the okay ones. I managed to catch 2. But other than that, like this Tremble model went in front all alone. His teammates are on the other lane. So I guess to a certain extent, they probably thought to themselves that this game is unwinnable by now. We might as well just look forward to the overall group results.
Yeah, I mean, the Lubu for me and the Dolly, I was expecting a lot more from that combo. But I suppose when Blacklist kind of just push their best foot forward and go spearheading into the early game, it's hard to come back with that one. But this is the updated group standings. So Elevate currently sitting on a 4-4 win-loss differential. So if we can see the same from Gen G tomorrow, then they will be roughly around about that same point. But looking at that, Blacklist at the top as a 3-1 victory there between Elevate and themselves. But looking up to Group B is definitely a more convincing story for Team Vitality, right?
Yeah, 3-0. Wow, okay. And that was against Alpha 7.
Yep.
And that was the opener game as well. So I guess a lot of people were like caught off guard. It's like, oh, Vitality. Because there's not much info about how Vitality will perform with their newly refreshed lineup. Nevertheless, we're going to see more of Group B again tomorrow. And AG is going to make their debut.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't get to see the AG or cast the AG, but I'll be there definitely as a viewer watching that one. But we will be going over to the interview very soon with the winners on stage with the hosts. It is HOK.
Here we are, the golden boy himself. And what's up? Congratulations on your debut match here over at the first for the first stage here in the Invitationals. Kumusta ka naman, pare? How are you feeling?
Of course, sobrang saya namin because tinalo namin yung Elevate na pangalawang malakas sa Pinas.
All right, he feels super good that they were able to like dominate Elevate already in the top 2 team here in the Philippines right now. I'm with Chu. You have some questions for you.
I have plenty, of course. First of all, congratulations. Even though it's your brother as well, we know that. But you're one more step away to get into the playoffs, right? Just one more game, and the next one is going to be Gen G. So how are your expectations, and what do you feel about Gen G? Or even if you have anything to say to them right now?
I think, of course, Gen G is a very strong team. They have different play style aside from the Philippines. They have different play style, and I think it's a good match between Blacklist and Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, like they're probably gonna be here somewhere. So you might have a couple of words you want to actually give them a message. Yeah, inspirational message to heat up your game against them.
Gusto ko bang sabihin sa Gen G?
Yeah, Gen G.
Oh, is it right?
I hope we have a good match.
All right,
So nice.
So nice.
So
of you.
nice.
Speaking of being nice, your fans also here been supporting you from the start of the series. Golden Kite, anything you want to say to your fans live here in the venue?
Thank you pala sa mga pumunta ngayon, sa mga family po na mga kasama ko, and sa agents, at sa mga friends ko. Thank you sa pagpunta. Sana supportahan niyo po kami sa tuloy-tuloy pa naming at susunod pa na laban.
Wala bang shout out sa special someone dyan? Tumawa na siya. But anyway, thank you so much, Golden Kite. Now let's head it back to our casters. Casters, take it away.
Interview with Golden Kite. He seems very proud of that win there, and it was definitely well deserved for Blacklist to come out on top of Elevate, especially as they started to freshen up their performance from game 1 and then end it in game 4.
And you know what? I picked up what the host said. Like there is a brother on Elevate. Now I wonder who it is though. But it's interesting to see like 2 brothers competing against each other. Like there's this brother sibling rivalry. But I'm sure they hope for the best and for the 2 teams to go through. But of course, like what he said, there's a level of respect with Gen G that they need to have because they'll be facing them off next.
Yeah, Gen G will be their next opponent in this group stage, right? So there we are, the current standings. And I just want to correct myself. I mean, the only way that Gen G can get into the second place is if they actually take a 3-0 here from Blacklist. If they want to go for a tiebreaker, they have to take a 3-1 defeat over the side of Blacklist. So there's a potential that Gen G might not actually even make it out of the group stages, which is a little bit frightful for the new MENA team. But looking at Group C there, we see that Imp is rising above the top there for Group C as they've not met Nova yet, so that'll be a classic match. And Nongshim can kick their feet back. They are well above and first seed of Group D.
Yeah, the first team to qualify next, right? Like right now, they can just enjoy the rest of the day. They have like what? Like 3-4 days, maybe at least 3 days of break.
3 days, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually pretty sweet there for NS RedForce. But of course, they had to do the hard work earlier on. And overall, this is today's results. In case you just joined us, Impunity won 3-0 against KAGENDRA. BTR won 3 for NS RedForce. And we have Elevate 1, Blacklist International 3 for today's matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great day, just on top of day one as well. We've seen pretty much the same scoreboard, just flip around the 3-0 into the second match, and 3-1s in game one, in match one, sorry, and 3-1 in match 3 of yesterday. So still the same kind of things. We've not seen a full best of 5 yet, and it's going to be interesting with those still remaining to battle it out. Will we see a full best of 5 in the group stages?
Well, I mean, there's still a lot more games to go, right? We still have tomorrow. We still have the day after, ladies and gentlemen, for the group stages. And teams might just battle out for survival. And speaking about tomorrow's matches, the first match, we're going to start off with AG versus Alpha 7. Who's going to be the bigger A between these two teams? And then we have Nova Esports, the big boys, up against KAGENDRA. And then we have Blacklist International again with the decider match against Genji.
I mean, yes, today was Indonesian region's day because there was both teams playing, but tomorrow is all about Malaysia, especially making their debut at Season 3 Invitational. It's going to be all gamers global, and I'm very excited that we're going to get to see them go up against A7, because then their next person victim will be Team Vitality, which is going to be an amazing matchup.
Yeah, that match is going to be interesting because AG, they had to make a emergency swap with one of their players, and it's a different role. So I don't know how it's going to turn up, but then again, they probably have something up their sleeves. They probably have some surprises. So we'll see how that will happen again tomorrow. Matches that you don't want to miss. And I know there are a lot of Nova fans out there waiting for their favorite team to play. Nevertheless, Flam, that will be all from us at the Caster's Desk for today. My name is Sir Clark, together with the amazing Blam halfway across the world. We'll be seeing you guys again tomorrow. Bye.
See ya.
Ever-changing, so chameleon. A tower. A sweat and tears. We'll never make it. We fall to a team. Thing that brings us down. With a comeback is love. A sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Let's sweat and see. Killing spree. Blue team double kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team killing spree. Red team has slain Blue team has slain an enemy. Sweat and see. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes in this world. All it was in this Call out my name. Cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try
the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the